Chapter 1. The Avengers. At night, a bustling second-tier city reveals impetuousness. The streets are full of traffic, and the beginning of nightlife has allowed many young people to escape from the sweltering rooms and spend their time. Wu Suxiao squatted on the roof of a two-story villa, and the night wind blew through, making him feel cool. Su Suxiao, dressed in black and wearing a large black hood, hid her body in the darkness on the roof. This dress is very hot in the summer, even at night. But compared to his unfortunate experience, this is nothing. He has been waiting here for 2 hours. At the age of Su Xiao, he should have had a good time in college, but because of his hatred, he gave up his studies 3 years ago and began to learn some other knowledge. Truer knowledge of human anatomy, fighting, and fast unlocking. The long wait started. 2 hours later, a black luxury car slowly drove into the villa courtyard. The dull engine sound went out, the door opened, and a drunk middle-aged man stepped out of the luxury car. Because of excessive drinking, the steps of middle-aged people are obviously a bit futile. Su Xiao, who was on the roof of the villa, picked up a long knife around him. The long knife came out of the sheath, and the blade was black, making it difficult to detect by the night. Leaning down from the 5-meter-high roof, Su Xiaona's flexible arm caught the protruding horns on the villa in the air, and the speed of falling slowed down. He landed steadily, and Su Xiao landed directly in front of the enemy. There was no nonsense. Su Xiao's long knife cut through the air, and after a whimper, the knife cut the enemy's throat open. Blood spewed out. Although Su Xiao tried to avoid it, the cuffs and back of the hand were still infected by blood. The drunken enemies, before understanding what happened, have fallen to the ground. This injury is no different from death, so Su Xiao immediately ran towards the sparsely populated place. Wu Yuguang swept past, and Su Xiao saw a security guard in uniform. Although he was murdering, it doesn't matter if he was spotted on the spot. He hides his appearance very well. But the next moment, Su Xiao felt cold hair upright. The security guard actually pulled a gun around his waist, a black pistol, and a long, slender body, apparently equipped with a muffler. Zama, how can a security guard have a gun? Su Xiao has no time to think carefully. Behind him is a villa with at least a dozen sides wide. The security guard is about 20 meters away from him. If he chooses to escape, his back will be completely exposed to the enemy, which will become a living target. When encountering danger, Su Xiao's first reaction was to resolve the source of the danger, not to escape. He stepped forward and rushed forward, Su Xiaoqing running in an S shape, avoiding being shot as much as possible. Puff, puff. The pistol with a silencer made only a faint gunshot. Su Xiaojiang rushed about 5 meters away and felt a numbness in his calf. Then he felt the same in his chest. Wu Suxiao knew that this was a shot. Although he was an Avenger, he had not been shot. The feeling of weakness spread through the body. Su Xiao was not afraid, but just a little unwilling. Before the revenge of Sun was finished, he had fallen, and he was killed by unknown enemies. This is a whim. Exhausted his last strength, Su Xiao threw the knife in his hand. This knife is basically a fate, but God seems to notice Su Xiao's unwillingness and his unfair encounter. After the long knife spins in the air a few times, it miraculously pierced the chest of the security guard with the gun. Su Xiao, who collapsed to the ground, smiled. That long knife, he has quenched the neurotoxin, and it is a mixed type. The stabbed security guard will surely die. Consciousness began to blur. Su Xiao felt the head was hit hard, and then her eyes were dark. Xiao in the last remaining consciousness, Su Xiao vaguely heard. Hunter, reincarnation paradise opens for you. Body transmission, 10%, 50%, 100%. The transmission is completed, and the body of the hunter has been extensively inspected and needs to be repaired. The hunter's consciousness is not awake. The repair instructions have been postponed, and the minimum survival status is maintained for 10 minutes. D. Drip found that the hunter talent is a growth talent, and the survival time is added by 2 hours. In the darkness, rows of light blue text floated in midair, emitting a faint shimmer. Beneath the light blue text, Su Xiao was lying in the void covered with blood. Flicking his fingers, Su Xiaoyu woke up. After Xiao woke up, Su Xiao was a little at a loss, but remembered the muzzle of the black hole and immediately wanted to stand up. Sudden pain came. Su Xiaodong almost fainted again. Struggling to sit up, Su Xiao glanced around. Except for a few lines of blue text, the surroundings were dark. Slayer, welcome to Samsara Paradise. A line of text appeared in front of Su Xiao out of thin air. But Su Xiao did not go to see that line of text, but began to examine the physical injury. The calf was punctured, the flesh at the wound was rolled, and the fingers could easily penetrate into it. In this scene, Su Xiao just frowned and did nothing else. He has experienced scenes 10 times more cruel than this, so these do not move him. The injury on the chest is more serious, but no matter the injury on the calf or the chest, there's no trace of blood. I'm not dead. Putting his hand on his chest, Su Xiao felt the heart beating vigorously. Slayer, you haven't died. Yes, do you want to join Reincarnation Paradise? Here is everything you want. Su Xiao noticed the suspicious words long ago, but out of vigilance for the unknown, he ignored them. The situation is a little weird now. He suffered a mortal injury, but has survived miraculously, and a blood-red number in front of him is counting down. For 1 hour, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, if Su Xiao guessed right. That's what those numbers mean, and the numbers are still counting down. Sheer the blood-red number gives Su Xiao an ominous feeling www.mtlnovel.com, as if he will lose his life when the number returns to 0. Hunters, please communicate with Paradise as soon as possible to sign a contract, otherwise you will die after 1 hour 35 minutes. Sure enough, those numbers represented how long he could survive. Su Xiao had speculated before that his injury was too serious, and he should have died. Where's my sword? Wu Su Xiao didn't care about the contract or Paradise, but asked for his knife from the other party. Dao the knife was the only memorial left by his parents, and it is said that it was an officer's knife seized by his grandfather and passed on to his generation. Realistic items cannot be brought into Paradise. Please sign a contract as soon as possible. Su Xiao is silent, and the light blue text flashes. Maybe he has never encountered such a hunter. Contract? Tell me what I need to pay and what I get. The gradual decrease in survival time allows Su Xiao not to have much time to delay, and he feels that he should have encountered some supernatural incident, which has caused some fluctuations in his heart. Wu Su Xiao needed strength to avenge her, and while the supernatural incident was accompanied by huge risks, she might also gain extraordinary strength. Chanting, signing a contract. You will shuttle through the derived planes to complete the missions released by the Reincarnation Paradise, obtain the source of the world, and finally reward the richness of the source of the world. Samsara Paradise is omnipotent. A lot of text appeared, and Su Xiao read it carefully. Omnipotent? Can anyone be born again? All the light blue text suddenly stood still in the air and disappeared afterwards. Given your identity as a hunter, no. Chapter 2. Hunter. Hunter Man, this mysterious reincarnation paradise has been called Su Xiao from the beginning. This title made Su Xiao feel strange because he did not sign the so-called contract. What does the term hunter stand for? This question of Su Xiao has caused a huge reaction in reincarnation paradise. Ordinary people will become contractors after signing the contract and perform rewards for the park. The so-called hunters are some talents with special contracts. The talents of these contractors are more suitable for combat. While hunters are performing common tasks, Paradise will also release hunting tasks at the same time to clear out those abnormal contractors. The number of inquiries is exhausted. Paradise no longer answers any questions from the hunter. Please sign a contract or wait for death. All the light faded and the surroundings became dark. Hold a piece of quaint parchment that pops up in the void and hangs in the air. Su Xiao stood up and walked to the parchment. Parchment is full of strange symbols, and at the bottom is a large blank. Yes/no contract signing. Su Xiao vaguely felt that if he signed this contract, his life would be changed dramatically. He has so much to do, even if there is a mighty abyss ahead, he can only jump down. I agree. As soon as Su Xiao's voice fell, his hand was raised uncontrollably, and then his thumb was pressed against the blank space of parchment. The sting came from the fingertips, and a touch of bright red blood infected the parchment, and the entire parchment turned light red, revealing a slight gas. Contract is established. Began to repair the hunter's injuries. A pale green light appeared around Su Xiao and clung to his body. Within a few seconds, his injury was completely recovered. Injury repair is completed, forced awakening hunter talent. The body just returned to normal. Before Su Xiaosong's tone, a severe pain came from all over the body. The sudden pain came suddenly, making Su Xiao's blood vessels all over the body burst. But Su Xiao's patience is beyond ordinary people, just a groan, and kneel to the ground on one knee. Suddenly, the pain of Wu opera suddenly faded, and Su Xiao noticed that something seemed to be awakened in his body. That feeling is not abrupt, as if he has this ability, but he has not been able to detect it. In order to visualize the comprehensive quality of hunter, semi-datization is turned on. Jing Gao. Warning. Semi-datization is used to assist combat capabilities, and important tissues such as the heart and brain are severely damaged. The hunter will still die. Please be cautious to deal with the derivative plane. The exclusive trial of the hunter starts. If the trial cannot be completed, Paradise will strip off the status of the hunter and become an ordinary contractor. If you die during the mission, the hunter will die completely. Paradise regulations. Everything will be exchanged equivalently. Su Xiaojiang had just read the text in front of her and felt dark before she lost consciousness. Transfer start. When Su Xiao woke up again, she was already in a rundown house. The house is only a dozen square meters in size. The roof is already half collapsed, and the sun enters. There are a lot of cobwebs at the corner of the wall. The cobwebs have been covered with dust. The windows and doors have disappeared, but there's no trace of light around. Only large pieces of garbage can be seen, and some garbage is poured into the room through the doors and windows. This rundown room was buried in a large garbage dump, and only the roof was the exit. The pungent, sour smell came, and just when Su Xiao was about to leave, there was a burning sensation in his arm. A black tattoo with a sharp sword appeared on his forearm. The light blue text reappears. But instead of floating in the air this time, he appeared directly in his sight. Even if the perspective moved, those words were still, as if inlaid on his retina. The text is as follows. Enter the world. One piece. World difficulty, LV.6. Purgatory. This difficulty is for hunting exclusive trial difficulty. The source of the world, 0%. The hunter will explore or communicate with the current world characters. The source of the world will grow. When a world is settled, it is calculated with the difficulty of the task to form the final score. Janjay Introduction to the World. Sea, Freedom, Pirates, Navy, World Government. Mainline missions. Assassinate the King of Goya. Side missions, none. Warning, please do not mention everything in this world in the world. If the warning is invalid, execution will be forced. Tip, this world is a higher derived world. Please don't leave the Goya Kingdom area, otherwise the world's difficulty will increase greatly. Tip, as the hunter enters the world for the first time, the language hunter in this world automatically masters the deadline, 3 natural days. World start. The text disappeared, and Su Xiao began to sort out the information he had learned. First of all, he came to a very mysterious place called Reincarnation Paradise. The purpose of Reincarnation Paradise is unknown, but his purpose is very clear. That is to get strength in the Reincarnation Paradise. Only with strength can you get revenge. Second is his current situation. He actually came to the One Piece world. Saran, although he wants revenge, in his spare time, he will also watch some anime to relax, and one cannot always be tense. Based on Su Xiao's understanding of the pirate world, this is a high-risk world. In the later period, those powerful people can even sink an island or slaughter a country by themselves. Although proficient in some killing techniques, Su Xiao can only be regarded as an ordinary person here. In such a world full of non-human monsters, it could be described as difficult. You can guess the difficulty of this world from the word hell in the world difficulty. As for the task given at the end, Su Xiao is even more unknown. Assassination of King Goya Kingdom. There are only these simple words, and there is no other clue. When Su Xiao had a headache, A message came from the tattoo of the sharp sword on her arm. He can use his consciousness to activate the burn-in. The so-called burn-in is the tattoo of the sharp sword on his arm. This thing is important and has many functions. Su Xiao tried to activate the imprint, which was very simple. A few lines of text appeared in front of her eyes. First, personal information. R. Tasks. 23. Saving space. 24. Skills. 25. Equipment. The level is too low, and other functions are not unlocked. Su Xiao is currently unavailable except for the first item, personal information, and the second item, task. He urgently wanted to know the specific content of the task. Judging from the previous realization of the reincarnation paradise, he would never tolerate the failure of the task. Generally, failure may be a dead end. What reduced to an ordinary contractor www.mtlnovel.com, it should not be possible at all. Although it was only a brief contact, Su Xiao sensitively felt the cruelty of reincarnation paradise. Open the task options, and the specific information of the task appears. 2. Main quest. Assassinate King Goya. Difficulty level, LV.3. Mission brief introduction. Goya Kingdom is located in the East China Sea and rules nearby towns and villages, surrounded by Windmill Town and Kalpo Mountain. Mission information. Kill the king of Goya and Philip Herbert by any method. The opponent is in the palace all year round, and it is difficult to assassinate. Duration. Within 72 hours. Quest reward. The hunter status is fully activated. After seeing the above information, Su Xiao finally understood who he was going to kill and where he was. No wonder there is so much around him. His current position should be the waste terminal near the Goya Kingdom, the original garbage mountain that was burned because of the arrival of the dragons. Maki Luffy, the protagonist in Ebra's book, and the important characters Ace and Sob, lived in Corpo Mountain at an early age, and a group of robbers lived on the mountain. I don't know what time it is, whether the three brothers are gone to sea, if they're still young. As for the capital of the Kingdom of Goya, it is near Mount Kalpo, right next to the waste terminal. The all-around is the capital of the Kingdom of Goya. Thinking of this, Su Xiao instead left in a hurry. The waste terminal wandered a large number of exiles. It was very dangerous. He still knew the situation before making plans. Close the task panel, and Su Xiao opens personal information. Chapter 3. Loners. Personal information is as follows. Contractor number 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a false number, and the hunter cannot be locked by any means. Name, Su Xiao Hunter. Grade, LV.1. Level 1. Every 10th level is a level, and the level increases without any attribute bonus. It is the authority of the hunter in paradise, corresponding to the world difficulty and task difficulty. Health, 100%. This attribute cannot be fully digitized and changes depending on the degree of injury. Mana value, 60. Intellect, X10. Current mana recovery speed, 3 points per hour. Strength, 6. Related to attack power, weight bearing, etc. Agile, 7. Movement, attack speed, etc. Physical strength, 5. Health, defense, abnormal resistance, etc. are interrelated. Intelligence, 6. Related to spell damage, mana value, perception, etc. Charm, 3. Social, summoning, etc. Lucky, 1. Related to item opening, manufacturing, etc. This attribute is extremely difficult to enhance. Please hunters to cherish the opportunity for improvement. Note, the standard attribute for an adult male is 5 points, and luck is 1 point. Killing talent, Spirit Eater, after killing the target, will permanently capture 1 to 15 mana. This talent captures up to 100 mana per world. Personal information is for the convenience of the hunter to estimate his own strength. It has nothing to do with the actual combat effectiveness. The value of the attribute value will affect the physical fitness of the hunter. After Su carefully examined it several times, he kept his personal attributes in mind. His current level is LV.1. Needless to say, the role of the level is equivalent to his power in Reincarnation Paradise. Nandu, the level of One Piece he entered, is LV.6, but his level is only LV.1, which shows that he is very dangerous in One Piece. In general, Reincarnation Paradise does not transmit the contractor to a world 5 levels higher, all of which are related to his status as a hunter. Some of the benefits of this so-called hunter status are unknown, but Su Xiao's disadvantages are manifested, that is, danger. Entered the world of LV.6 and then took on the task of LV.3, but he only had LV.1. This game seemed a little difficult, and according to the introduction of Reincarnation Paradise, in other worlds in the future, he needs to help Reincarnation Paradise to clear out some abnormal contractors. This basically represents that he and most of the contractor are innate enemies and accomplish the task together. Even if Su Xiao agrees, other contractors will not agree. Once he found his identity, he would only attack in groups. Who can be sure that Su Xiao's hunting missions do not have their number? As for the protection measures marked at the top, Su Xiao doesn't trust much in Reincarnation Paradise, let alone the protection given by Reincarnation Paradise. But it is not without good news that his attributes are better than ordinary people. This is the result of his hard work. Although this physical quality in the pirate world is not much, it has given him a higher starting point. Sun Su Xiao's strength is by no means manifested by various attributes. He also has a specialty that he knows how to fight and dares to fight. Siran, although he does not have the ingenuity to understand everything, but he has a heart that is not afraid of injury or death. It is not that he is not afraid at all. It is just that he has more courage than ordinary people and dares to do some dangerous things. This point is Su Xiao's capital in the Reincarnation Paradise. Sometimes a brave heart is more important than a strong body. So, let me see how dangerous this pirate world is. Su Xiao rushed forward a few steps, stepped on a corner of the window edge, leaped up, stretched his arms, grasped the eaves on the roof, and then exerted his arms to pull the whole body upwards, pulling his upper body through the hole in the ceiling. Stick out. As soon as Su Xiao was preparing to look at the situation outside, a loud noise came. Boom! It's the sound of gunfire, some dull gunfire. Su Xiao immediately made a judgment. After retracting her body to the wall, her hands clasped on the eaves of the wall, Su Xiao's head slowly leaned out to check the situation outside. Bang, bang, bang. The burst of pea-like gunfire was connected outside, and after Su Xiao's observation, this should be the two forces of the waste terminal fighting. There are dozens of people on each side, and they're fighting in the middle distance. Wu Su Xiao noticed that the clothes on both sides were very worn, and their skin was thin and yellow. They should all be homeless people from the waste terminal. Toby, this site is ours. What do you mean? Everyone is a poor man who picks up wasteland. Do you want to kill everything? The gun body calmed down a bit, and the two sides started arguing loudly. Your place? I have a dozen guns now, and here I am. I'll take care of it. After I've had enough Bailey, I'll take people to the sea. At that time, I'm a pirate. Rajal, put down your arms, and I'll give you a refuge. Before Toby finished speaking, he was interrupted by a gunshot and felt his head retracted behind the garbage mountain. Su Xiao in the dilapidated house just happened to be able to see the talking man, who was a bearded and strong man, standing with a smile on his face after standing in a pile of garbage. Drop each other. This bearded and strong man, named Toby, is different from those with a thin face and yellow skin. This guy is tall and has muscles all over his body. With a sigh in his heart, Su finally realized how dangerous the world of LV.6 was. If he ventured out before, he would be beaten into a horse honeycomb, and this is only the beginning, and it should be more dangerous afterwards. As Su Xiao waited for the two to disperse, a deaf figure suddenly jumped from the roof into his house. Good danger, finally found his safe. When Su Liren said half, he saw Su Xiao climbing on the wall. That one. As soon as the other party was about to speak, Su Xiao had let go of the hand that fastened the wall, and her body fell freely. After falling to the ground, Su Xiao lowered her body, stepped on the ground under her feet, and a few dead leaves splashed up. He rushed towards the other like a flexible cheetah. The other party just wanted to explain something, but it was too late. Su Xiaoxian punched the opponent's lower abdomen first, and he could clearly feel that the other person's soft lower abdomen was sunken by the fist. The lame bent down in pain and just wanted to scream, but Su Xiao's palm had covered the other's mouth and nose, and only a groan was heard. It's not over yet. Su Xiao covered the other's mouth with one hand, and the palm of the other hand stretched out like a sharp blade with his fingertips on the other's chest. Dong! The unique muffled sound coming from the chest was severely blown. www.novel.com. Su Xiao could feel the other's body was soft, his eyes slumped with panic, and he only murmured. Shag Su Xiao felt a very soft touch when he slammed his opponent's heart with his fingertips. Niren, woman. He did this because he could not tell whether the opponent was a friend or an enemy, or whether he should subdue it better. No, don't hurt me. As soft as a mosquito, Su Xiao looked up and down. The uneven black, dusty face, but the cheeks not covered by dust, are very white, and the linen clothes are very wide. You can see that the other party's body is very thin and young. Who are you? The purpose of the other party, Su Xiao, can guess probably. It should be to take refuge. My name is Mia. I'm really not malicious. Please don't hurt me. Mia's voice was very low. Heart was severely hit. Mia is considered to be very strong without a coma. For a short time, she has no ability to move freely. Don't say anything or kill you. If endangering his life, Su Xiao will kill, and he still has no revenge. Me, who is only 15 or 6 years old, swallowed. Hak, okay, I just want to take refuge. I won't say anything. Sumia suddenly felt that staying with the man in front of her was no safer than outside. Though the sound of gunfire outside ceased, and the chaos should end soon. Su Xiao is waiting. Once the outside chaos is over, he will go out immediately. Although it is dangerous to do so, it is also an opportunity. He needs weapons. I started with empty hands, not to mention decent weapons. There is not even a wooden stick near Su Xiao. Chapter 4. Weapons and Money. The gunshots calmed down, and the wailing of the injured came. Su Xiao, observing in secret, felt that the time was ripe, and the Big Han Toby side had repelled the enemy's refugees. There was no strategy for the migrants to fight, and after a random shot, they started chasing wildly. Rolled out of the house, Su Xiao landed smoothly, but immediately lowered her body. The scene that greeted me was a continuous mountain of garbage. The green smoke rose up from the mountain, and a rancid smell rushed into the nose. Sun Su Xiao didn't care about this, and fixed his eyes on a distant gun on the ground. It was a short-handled flintlock, although it was worn out, but it was a murder weapon that could kill someone. The owner of the short-handled flintlock was dead, and half of his throat was broken by stray bullets, and his death was terrible. It may be that the location of the death is relatively hidden, and the force of the Big Han Toby did not find the gun. Otherwise, it was in the waste terminal where the weapons were scarce. This short-handled flintlock will never be thrown here. He bowed his body, and Su Xiao began to approach the gun. But at this moment, a fledgling exile has rushed to the short-handed flintlock, and the dirt-stained palm is grabbing towards the short-handed flintlock. Su Xiao frowned, not because the other party had seized the opportunity, but because she was afraid that the other party would attract the attention of the two forces. Pick up a fist-sized stone. Su Xiao throws it out with all his strength. The ochre block brought a strong force and slammed the exile's arm. Boom! The migrants were beaten, and at the same time, they made a terrible cry. Su Xiao rushed behind the opponent, leaning sideways and knees hard against the refugee's spine. The stray man bowed in front of his body, and a drool of acid water spewed out. But even if he was hit so hard, the stray man just took 2 steps forward and did not fall down. Su Xiao's pupils tightened for a while. The human body in the pirate world, how strong the physical quality is, this is just the poorest physical exile. But at this moment, he can no longer take care of those. Su Xiao found that the exile had already seen the fierce light, like an angry beast, with yellow teeth clenching and the occlusal muscles protruding. The appearance of this picture, if changed to an ordinary person, will definitely retreat subconsciously, but Su Xiao is different. He has experience in fighting and understands in his heart that if he escapes at this time, the exposed back will be shot. With a fist clenched, Su Xiao had already punched the opponent's jaw before the migrants recovered. Dalang, a large number of blood vessels are distributed around the human jaw. If suddenly hit, It will cause insufficient blood supply to the brain and then cause insufficient oxygen supply, resulting in a short-term coma. Bang! A few yellow teeth flew far away. After taking a punch with Su Xiaoquan, the exile stumbled backwards like a fallen wooden stick. Ordinary people are stunned for dozens of seconds if they hit their jaws, but the indigenous physiques of the pirate world are so powerful that Su Xiao turned over the exile's body and aimed at the back of his neck. There's a muffled bang, and the exiles did not know. Wu Su Xiao grabbed the short-handled rifle, and a line of text appeared in front of him. I haven't waited for Su Xiao to see. A large group of people loomed in the distance. It was the Toby forces who failed to pursue. Su Xiao had a chill in his heart. Once discovered at this time, he may not even have the opportunity to speak, and he will be directly sieved. These people have already killed Red Eyes. I glanced left and right. Su Xiao's face was a bit ugly, and his location was surrounded by towering junk mountains. These junk mountains formed a ring and blocked the surroundings. Su Xiaoka didn't dare to climb up to the extremely unstable garbage mountain. The garbage mountain may collapse at any time. I don't know what it is buried in. If the bad luck is stabbed by a sharp weapon, in this harsh environment, he will not die of blood loss. Many will also die from infection. So Su Xiao could only turn into the dilapidated house. The young girl named Mia looked at him with fear. But no need to remind Su Xiao this time. Mia took the initiative to speak. I do not speak. He realized that he had already spoken, and Mia hurriedly held his hands on his mouth and looked at Su Xiao's short-handed firing gun. Not long after Su Xiao entered the house, a loud noise came from outside. After a while of scolding, the outside gradually quieted down. It seemed that those people had come back to search for supplies, but listening to the voice full of anger, the gain was obviously not good. Su breathed a sigh of relief and began to look at the prompts that appeared before. Hood obtained, worn flintlock, white. Worn out flintlock, white. Origin, 1 piece, Leopold's workshop. Durability, 6/30. Filling number, 4/6. Continuous firing rifle is unique to One Piece world. Attack power, 213, based on distance. Equipment requirements, 1 point of power can be used, and more than 3 points can be used flexibly. Rating, 3. Note, white equipment with a rating of 1 to 10 and white equipment with a rating of 10 will be marked rare with special attributes attached. Introduction, this is a flintlock gun without maintenance, which makes its score of 9 points down to 3 points. Please use it with caution. Maybe the next shot is its last shot and your last shot. Price, 150 Paradise coins. This item is a chance to pick up items and cannot bring out One Piece world. The hunter gets the equipment for the first time and starts to introduce the equipment level. Equipment is divided into white, green, blue. The following information is not available for the lack of rank. Please hunters to explore by themselves. The hunter made his first contact with Paradise coins and started to explain them. The use of Paradise coins can be traded with reincarnation parks or other contractors. This is the only universal currency in reincarnation parks. Jingao, warning, please use each Paradise coin with caution because it is your survival or strength capital. If Su Xiao nodded in thinking, it seems that the reincarnation park has a strictly prohibited system, not only marking the performance of various weapons, but also a sound currency mechanism. Although Su Xiao knew that he would experience many dangers in the future, he had some expectations in his heart, hoping that reincarnation would make him stronger. Although he doesn't know how to get stronger now, there must be such a method in reincarnation paradise. Otherwise, he will not be able to complete more difficult tasks in the future. I carefully checked the shabby flintlock in my hand, and Su Xiao's face showed a smile. I finally had a weapon, otherwise he would be uneasy in this dangerous world. But compared to firearms, Su Xiao prefers to use cold weapons, such as knives, long narrow knives with unusually sharp edges. If a sword is at his side, www.mtlnovel.com, Su Xiao's combat power will be increased by at least 50%. The basic situation Su Xiao has understood, and now needs to prepare to complete the task. The task time limit is only 72 hours. Wu Su Xiao didn't want to try what would happen if the mission failed, so he could only devote himself to the completion of the mission. I want to assassinate a king of a country, it is definitely not a simple thing. Then some other methods are needed, at least to be able to get close to that king. Shat the idea of sneaking into the palace secretly, Su Xiao never had, because in the pirate world, there is something called arrogance. According to Su Xiao's memory, this king should be related to the world aristocrat Tianlong people. Even if there are masters who are proficient in seeing and domineering around him, it is not impossible. Otherwise, the difficulty of killing a king with Su Xiao's assassination ability can never be LV.3. In the real world, full of monitoring equipment, Su Xiao can realize the revenge plan, let alone in the pirate world where technology is backward. But it's too early to think of these now. The first thing to do is to understand his location. Reincarnation Paradise doesn't have the function of a map. He has to explore everything by himself. Su Xiao's gaze looked at the girl hiding in the corner, and the other person lived at the waste terminal. She must know this place very well. After discovering Su Xiao's gaze, the girl Mia curled up. "What are you going to do?" The girl's voice was a little trembling, and she was crying. She kept hiding her sex because at the end of the waste, women are a very dangerous sex. "Are you hungry?" Su Xiao squatted in front of the girl with a mild smile on her face, but his eyes were a little cold. He is not a good person. Hatred has long wiped out the goodness in his heart. Chapter 5, Gunfire. Omiya nodded, but immediately shook her head. At the waste terminal, there's one thing that is most scarce, and that is food. Those refugees who don't think about production and only rely on picking up waste for a living are basically hovering on the verge of hunger. Wu Suxiao took out several compressed biscuits in his arms, which was his emergency food. Guancha, he has observed that there is a forest far away from the defective terminal. He has a gun in his hand and does not worry about food. She was a little bit afraid to take a compressed biscuit. She had never seen this kind of food. Under Su Xiao's guidance, Mia peeled off the compressed biscuit and took a careful bite. It's delicious. The girl, who had been hungry for a day, ate it up. "Your name is Mia. Take me out of here. These cookies are yours." I ate up Mia, who compressed the biscuits in her hands, stared straight at the compressed biscuits in Su Xiao's hands, and swallowed. "Yes, but you can't hurt me." Wu Suxiao didn't answer each other, but turned out from the dilapidated house. Recovering some Mia, followed closely. "Where are you going? Are you not a resident of the junk terminal ? Su Suxiao's footsteps suddenly stopped. A cold mang appeared in his eyes, and he threw a compressed biscuit on the ground, then stepped on it with one foot. "Take me out of here. Don't ask anything else." If the girl Mia shows any abnormalities, Su Xiao's tight-handed hand will point at Mia's forehead. Su Mia was taken aback by Su Xiao's move and stepped back. Okay. Omiya didn't dare to say any more, walking quickly ahead. "Take me to the entrance of the kingdom of Goya." Su Xiao looked around vigilantly, and from time to time he could see the exiles. Those who noticed the gun in Su Xiao's hands immediately put away their greedy eyes. Recalling the information obtained from the anime, Su Xiao began to think about the next countermeasures. The so-called waste terminal is actually a large dump. Because Goya Kingdom dumped a lot of domestic garbage outside the city, it is what it is today. Those exiles who were originally seen were originally residents of the Kingdom of Goya. These people were either driven to felony or offended the aristocracy. After the garbage is corrupted, a kind of green smoke with toxins is spreading in the waste terminal, which erodes the lives of the refugees. The most obvious manifestation is that Su Xiao's health has fallen from 100% to 98%. May there are no doctors and no food in the waste station. Crime and disease are spreading here. There's no place here. Everything is based on strength. Passing Mia's lead, Su Xiao quickly walked out of the waste terminal and came to a high wall. The black walls piled up by black stones stood a small gate in Su Xiao's sight. This is the only place to go. Goya Kingdom has laws. Refugees cannot enter the city and will be executed if found. Although Mia was talking to Su Xiao, her eyes kept staring at the compressed biscuits in Su Xiao's hands. Paul threw the compressed biscuit to Mia. Su Xiao no longer cares about the other party. Mia also ran away and gave Su Xiao the lead only because of the temptation of food, for no other reason. The gate of the Kingdom of Goya is wide open, with several guards standing on either side of the gate. This is only a side door, which is convenient for dumping garbage. Sir, and although the guards seemed to be lazy, but their eyes flash from time to time, these guards should often kill people and those who are trying to break into the city. Su Xiao hid aside and did not rush into the city. He was waiting for the opportunity. It is impossible to fight against those guards. The inhabitants of the pirate world are extremely strong. After being severely hit by the girl, Mia was able to return to normal in a short time, which made Su Xiao wary. Su Xiao speculated that the attributes of those guards were at least 10 points or more. For 1 hour, 2 hours, until 3 hours later, it was noon. The temperature rose rapidly and the weather became hot. Su Xiao's opportunity to wait finally appeared. A horse-drawn carriage full of household garbage drove out of the city, and a pungent, rancid odor spread far away. The guards didn't go to see the carriage at all, but stepped back subconsciously. Masters, do you need to check it routinely? The driver stopped the carriage, a little afraid of the guards. Hurry up, it smells dead. The guard waved his palms in annoyance without the slightest inspection. After seeing this, Su Xiao in the distance raised a brow and quickly followed the carriage. After the horse-drawn carriage went deep into the garbage mountain, it found an open space to start dumping garbage. The previously unintentional driver had an extra dagger around his waist. I ignited a cigarette to cover up the bad smell, and the driver picked up the shovel and began to clean the carriage full of stains. When the driver was sweating profusely, Su Xiao, like a wild cat, came behind the driver silently. Just when Su Xiao was about to hit the driver, he stepped on a half-broken glass. Click it. A crisp sound came, and the driver's body shook. Wu Su Xiao was also shocked. In this messy waste terminal, there was a deep layer of under his feet, and it was very soft to step on, and he could not detect anything under his feet. Too sure, but at this time the arrow had to be sent on the string. So Su Xiao rushed forward. Chuck, the driver, was not a good man, turned around, pulled out a dagger around his waist, and stabbed directly at Su Xiao. The driver's fierce expression made Su Xiao understand that the other party wanted his life. Su Xiao's eyes began to freeze. In this mission world, either you die or I die, and kindness to the enemy is cruelty to myself. He raised a flintlock in his hand, and Su Xiao aimed the muzzle at the driver's head. If an ordinary person is pointed at a gun, he will definitely stop or retreat immediately. But this driver is different. He actually rushed faster. Su Xiao facelessly pulled the trigger. The hammer behind the gun hit the vermiculite. Mars sputtered out. The gunpowder in the gun chamber was ignited, and a large amount of gunpowder was ignited in a small space, bursting into a powerful with the fire and smoke overflowing. The projectile in the gun chamber erupted. Boom! The smoke rose, a pungent smell of gunpowder spread, and a lead bullet fell directly into the driver's head. The driver's rushing shape stopped abruptly, and he was shot and exited 2 meters away. His body twitched and died. Shrew. Hint: you killed black market merchants. Your talent, Soul Eater, is launched. www.mtlnovel.com permanently increases 5 mana and 65 mana. You get the treasure chest, White. This is your first time killing an enemy. The saving space is open 2 square meters. After returning to the reincarnation park, the saving space can be upgraded with the par currency. The reminder of the reincarnation paradise lets Su Xiao know that this is not a driver at all, but a black market businessman who should use the driver's identity to make some kind of transaction in the scrap terminal. After the death of the black market businessman, a wooden box floated above the corpse. The box was white in size, the size of a palm. Wu Su Xiao tried to pick up the wooden box floating in the air. Although it was only the size of a palm, he started with a heavy hand. Treasure chest, White. Yes/no open. Su Xiao did not open the treasure box, but put the treasure box and the shabby hair gun into the storage space. As soon as I thought about it, a shabby flintlock gun appeared in my hand. Su Xiao was very satisfied with the new storage space. This is a very practical function. If you make good use of this ability, it will greatly help him complete the task. It's not safe here, so Su Xiao didn't choose to open the treasure box. White. If the treasure box is opened, give him a lot of gold, then he is in danger. Now it is first of all to enter the capital city of the kingdom of Goya. Tong Su Xiao took off her shirt and changed into the clothes of the black market businessman. Hesitated for a moment, Su Xiao fell directly on the ground in the stained water. and the stench came. His clothes and cheeks were stained with a large amount of sewage, making it impossible for him to see his face clearly. Sitting in front of the carriage, Su Xiao drove the horses a little rudely, marching towards the city. At this moment, he was holding a dagger in the hand of the black market businessman, but this dagger was a little different from what he had imagined. Chapter 6. This is the real world. While I got the shabby flintlock gun before, Su Xiao got a lot of tips. But the dagger he got did not give any hint, no specific information, and did not indicate whether it could be sold. This made Su Xiao guess that before he got the shabby flintlock gun, it had both luck and intentional arrangement by Reincarnation Paradise. He means that he can get weapons, but he needs to bear some risks. This should be the law of Reincarnation Paradise. However, the dagger in his hand is obviously not in this category. The dagger is very sharp. He can use it, but he cannot bring out the pirate world and cannot exchange for the Paradise coin. This is also a matter of course. If anything can be sold as Paradise coins, the currency mechanism of Reincarnation Paradise is just a joke. He drove the less obedient horse, and Su Xiao gradually approached the gate, and the guards were already in his sight. Suddenly changed his master. This old horse obviously did not listen to the command, which made Su Xiao a little bit embarrassed. He never manipulated the horse, but the guard was right in front of him and could not tolerate him to back. Pulling the saddle rope in his hand, the horse snorted and stopped in place. Wu Su Xiao took the initiative to stop for inspection. According to his guess, it was more lax when leaving the city, but entering the city was not that simple. A few guards stepped forward, seemingly lazy, but their eyes were as sharp as hawksbills. "What's the matter? Have you returned to the city so early today?" The familiar attitude of the guards made Su Xiao's hair rise. These guards may know the identity of the black market businessman, and the two parties may even have an interest relationship. Things are a little difficult. "Sir, just out of town today, Toby's forces have snatched it, vomit." Wu Su Xiao's voice was very vague, and he also carried retching. His voice was different from that of the driver, so he did it on purpose. He cooperated with the foul smell of sewage on his clothes, and the guards did not doubt it, and even avoided Su Xiao for a distance. "Sama, what? Toby? Are they trying to die? Even you dare to grab. Doesn't he know your identity?" The guard in front of Su Xiao was obviously a little angry, but another guard said, "Boss, Toby's power has recently expanded rapidly. According to my eyeliner, Toby has just extinguished Rajal's power. Now, except for the Bersham pirates, there is no power at the scrap terminal to surpass Toby. That's it. What about money?" A few guards looked at each other. Although they were uncomfortable in their eyes, they could not help Toby hiding in the scrap terminal. "Forget it. If there's such a thing next time, you don't have to come back. Just live at the scrap terminal." Wu Su Xiao nodded, pretending that she was only Wenyuo Nuo, but her eyes were very calm. The more you reach the critical moment, the more you need to calm down, and many failures occur in ecstasy before success. Su Xiao drove the horse, and the old brown horse went forward reluctantly. So, just before Su Xiao left, a guard leaned down to glance at the bottom of the car to prevent someone from hiding underneath the car. This is a common method for migrants to enter the city. Su Xiao never thought of hiding under the car, and instead of being a driver, this method took a risk but caught the blind spot of the guard's supervision. The garbage truck gradually passed through the city gate and drove forward smoothly. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. "Carlos, wait." There was a shout from the guard behind Su. Su Xiao's pupils tightened for a while, but immediately returned to normal. "I have arranged your nephew's affairs. With enough sincerity, I can report to the guard today." The guard held up with one hand, rubbing his thumb and against each other. The so-called sincerity refers to money. Sun Su Xiao nodded quickly, thanked him for the gesture, but he repeatedly retched. "Hurry up, it's really stinking. I can smell it so far." Of course, such a good opportunity Su Xiao will not miss. Picking up the whip on the side, and facing the old horses is a whip. Pop! A squeak sounded, and the old horse muttered. His pace stepped up noticeably. He sneaked in successfully, and Su Xiao safely entered the capital of the Kingdom of Goa. Although he has a safer way to sneak in a capital, but that takes time, he does not have enough time now. Alas, and from the words of the guards, he got a lot of useful information. First, The current point in time is before the original protagonist montage D. Luffy went to sea. That is, Luffy's childhood, or Luffy was not born at all. I decided that this was based on the Bersham Pirates group. If Su Xiao remembers it correctly, the Bersham Pirates are the originals who fight the pirates in the fire with Luffy, Ace, and others. Bersham Pirates were used by the king of the Kingdom of Goa in the original work, personally ignited the waste terminal, and then abandoned, leaving it to die in the fire. Second, it was a very unexpected gain. Perhaps this gain is the key to the success of Su Xiao's mission. Ye a word from the guard just now. Su Xiao was overjoyed, and that was the matter of your nephew. I've arranged it. With enough sincerity www.untilnovel.com, I could go to the guard today to report. It seems that this is some kind of transaction between the dead black market businessman and the guards, using money to buy an errand of the guards. If Su Xiao enters the guard by impersonating his nephew, it means that he is one step closer to the assassination target. Although it is risky to do so, it is also the best place to go back to the park right now. He has not been assigned an identity. He's just a black household from outside. Wu Su Xiao drove a horse-drawn carriage on the streets of King Goya King City. Because he has just entered the outer layer of the King City, this is just a residential area for civilians. The streets in Wamping District are neat and tidy, and the streets are full of hawkers. A large group of civilians walked leisurely through the streets, making the whole city bustling, but there were also some civilians with sadness and hurried looks. The only difference between these civilians and the exiles outside the wall is that they do not starve, but also struggle on the edge of food and clothing. The world of pirates is in a time of turmoil. The pirates are full of wars and pirates running around, so the living conditions of civilians are relatively poor. I walked through the noisy streets. Su Xiaoyu was like another generation, as if this is not a mission world, but a real world. Here are humans with blood and people, not the so-called NPC. From the previous guards, we can see that the vigilance of the other party is not low. If Su Xiao is not well prepared and responds quickly, he may have been spotted. In the mission world, don't underestimate anyone. Su Xiao is secretly alert in his heart. But now the first thing to do is to find a place to cleanse the body. The treasure box, white, that he got before must also be opened. He must use all available resources. Only Su Xiao of LV.1. In this world of LV.6, nightmare difficulty, it is really difficult. Chapter 7, Referral Letter. The scorching sun is shining, the ground is scorching, and a high temperature of 30 degrees makes pedestrians on the streets scarce. Su Xiao walked down the street under the scorching sun, and the pedestrians around him all frowned and looked at him in disgust. The carriage has been handled by Su Xiao, and the horse has been sold at a low price. After counting the paper money in his hand, Su Xiao sighed. This is a currency called Bailey. He sold the horse and got 100,000 Bailey. It sounds a lot, but it is actually equivalent to the purchasing power of 6,000 renminbi. Please don't overestimate this 100,000 Bailey. Its purchasing power is far less than imagined. After Su Xiao has tried it, buying a good piece of clothing requires 8,000 Bailey, and if you want a full meal, you need about 900 Bailey. Su glanced around and found that no one was around. Su Xiao slowly walked to a house. I seem to choose randomly. Actually, he has observed this house for a long time. Although the house is not neat, the vines are not attached to the walls, which indicates that the house is inhabited and its facilities are complete. The fine layer of dust on the door handle represents that the owner of the house does not often return to the house, but only occasionally returns, which is an excellent choice for his temporary shelter. Why don't you live in a place like a hotel or tavern? It's because the place is mixed with fish and dragons, and it is very easy to cause unnecessary trouble. He came to the pirate world to complete the task. Now the task time limit is only 68 hours. He will not contact too many people except the task. Contact too many people with unknown background equals trouble equals unknown danger. After confirming that no one was around, Su Xiao took out some simple unlocking tools. Click, click, click. The door of the mortuary room opened at the same time. Su Xiao had learned the unlocking technique. The simple lock like Pirate World was only a pediatrics for him. As if walking into his own home, Su Xiao entered the house and then closed the door tightly. After entering the house, as he expected, there was no one in the room. This is a house of hundreds square meters with a picture hanging on the wall. There is a man, a woman, and a little girl in the photo. It can be seen from the sincere smile of the hostess that this is a very happy family. Su Xiao quickly took off his clothes and went straight to the bathroom. Although his patience was amazing, the stench on his body made him a little sickened. Qing Shui ran down the top of his head, washed away the stains and odors on his body, and after putting on a new dress, Su Xiao felt refreshed. I was sitting on the sofa, and a white treasure box suddenly appeared in Su Xiao's hand. Treasure chest, white, yes/no open. He chose to open it, and the treasure chest in his hand opened silently, and there was no magnanimity or even a sound. You opened the treasure chest, white, and got the following items. Berry, 500,000, only available in this world. Crossdown Guard Captain Luo wins recommendation letter. 100 Paradise coins. Only got 3 items. The harvest is not great, but it is not bad. After all, it is only a white treasure chest. According to the item level of Samsara Paradise, the white treasure chest is only the lowest treasure chest. First put away Bailey, and now this thing is not needed. Su Xiao picked up the letter. Crossdown Guard Captain Luo wins recommendation letter. Quality white. Type, trigger-like props. Score, 5. The item score is the same as the equipment score. 1 to 10, the higher the score, the higher the value. Introduction. This is an impassioned introduction letter. Captain Rowan abuses his right to introduce a bully of a windmill as a guard member. With this letter, anyone can become a guard member, provided you are a male with plenty of Bailey in his hand. After reading the introduction of the letter in his hand, Su Xiao appeared happy, which was exactly what he wanted. Since the king cannot be directly assassinated, at least it is necessary to see each other. The difficulty of the task in the nightmare world can be solved by brute force. Su Xiao put everything in the storage space and left directly from the house. He first went to a restaurant to have a full meal, and then he started to watch the guards on the street. The so-called guards should be patrolling the streets and punishing some thieves. Although they have little power, they can also be regarded as the power department of the kingdom of Goya. I followed several guards, and Su Xiao quickly found the guards' headquarters, which was a 2-story office building, and 2 guards stood lazily in front of the door. Su Xiao had a referral letter in hand, so he went straight to it. Stop, this is the guard, don't run in. A young guard was arrogant. After seeing Su Xiaoping dressed up, his tone was a bit arrogant. I'm a new guard. Su Xiaojing wanted to say his own name, but immediately thought that Su Xiao's name was somewhat inconsistent in the pirate world, and his mind turned sharply. Su Xiao continued to say, I'm a new guard, Bai. The young guard looked at Su Xiao up and down. White Knight, why haven't I said there are new people you don't want to mix in? Reese, do you remember what the captain said before? Don't ask more. Bai, you and me. Another older guard gave a young guard glance, then took Su Xiao into the guard's headquarters behind him. The young guard glared at Su Xiao angrily and muttered something. Such an insignificant role, of course. Su Xiao didn't bother www.novel.com. Following the older guard, he came to an office. Ahem. The elder guard straightened his body, sorted out his instruments, and just wanted to knock on the door of the room. A sudden gasp sounded from the room. Wu Su Xiao and the senior guard looked at each other, and at the same time understood what was happening in the room. The senior guard dropped his hand and stood quietly aside. Chao knocking the door at this time is obviously not appropriate, and will disturb Yaxing, the boss of the senior guard. The senior guard smiled apologetically for Su Xiao. Su Xiao was a person with special care above, so the senior guard did not want to offend Su Xiao either. Wu Su Xiao and the old guard walked aside. He took out a carton of cigarettes in his arms and gave one to the old guard. Slapped it. The cigarette lit, and the two chatted in the corridor. Although it is just a cigarette, it can build some unreliable friendships. Your boy is really lucky. I have upper care. Rest assured, you've already been greeted by the guards. It's no problem. By the way, my name is Hank, and we'll be colleagues later. Su Qian smiled gently, but the emotion in his eyes remained unchanged. My name is Bai. Please take care of me. As Su Xiao talked, she put the remaining cigarettes in Hank's shirt pocket. He's already considering whether the guards in front of him have any useful value. Now he has no idea about the situation of Wangdu. The smile on Han Heng's face was a bit more pleasant, and at that moment, a short growl came from the room. Both knew that it was time. Hank waited for a few minutes and knocked on the door. "Who come in?" A rough voice came out of the office. Chapter 8, Blade of the Dragon. Han smiled charmingly and pushed open the office door. "Boss, it's me, Hank." Hevel walked into the office immediately, a faint fishy smell mixed with the taste of hormones. "Is it Hank? Don't you think Yaxing has disturbed Lousy? Let's say, what's the matter?" In the office, a strong man with a shirtless upper body, shiny bald head, and already fierce momentum can make people feel that the strong man is by no means weak. "This is the new White Knight. It was referred by that. This is a referral letter." The strong man glanced at Su Xiao, took a look at the referral letter, and tore up the letter, one hand still walking around a charming young woman. The original price was 200,000 Bailey, but recently there are major events that happen. The wind is very tight, so at least 400,000 Bailey. Su Xiao's face is still full of smiles. He is still very weak, so he can only hide the real emotions temporarily, although he now wants to give the strong man a shot, and then ask how much Bailey is the strong man. He took out 400,000 Bailey and handed it to the strong man, and Su Xiao said nothing. Wu Su Xiao's simple style made the strong man frown. "It's worthy of being over there. You're generous. You will be a member of the guard team. Remember to call me the boss or an adult." Su Xiao is still laughing, but the smile reveals a weird feeling. "Okay, boss. I joined the guard successfully, so that his mission to assassinate the king took a big step." Hank leaned his head down and stared at the ground in front of him, as if there was some wonderful content on the ground. Actually, this is not the case. Hank is realizing an attitude, which means that he has not seen his boss accept bribes. From this incident, we can see how chaotic the atmosphere of the pirate world is. Only rich people may buy higher positions. Belly means little to him. What he lacks most now is time. None of the problems that Bailey can solve are problems. Int. The hunter joins the guard camp, the plot changes slightly, and the source of the world is 2.1%. I walked out of the office, and Su Xiao received the standard configuration of the guard, a uniform and a musket. In the warehouse, Su Xiao looked at the humble rifle in his hand and stared at Hank. "Hank, can you change a weapon?" Hank's expression was distressed. "This, all are designated supplies. I also..." The tossing tone made Su Xiao understand that the guy in front of him was asking for benefits. He calmly put 20,000 Baileys into Hank's pocket, and Hank's expression on his face changed with a smile. "All my colleagues, if you have any difficulties, you can discuss it. You can choose the weapon yourself, but you can only choose one. This is a rule that no one can change." Su Xiao lowered the rifle in his hand and looked for it in the warehouse. There were all kinds of weapons here. Soon his eyes locked on a long knife. The trowel is more than 1 meter long, and the blade is about 3 centimeters wide. The arc of the blade is very small. Although it is not as good as Su Xiao's, it is also a good weapon. Just it. Su Xiao picked up the knife and returned it to her sheath. When he touched the long knife, the reincarnation paradise appeared promptly. "Wait, hey, you can take other weapons. This knife will not work." The expression on Han's face calmed down, as if the 30,000 Bailey had been confiscated at all. "What did you say?" Su Xiao held the long knife and looked at Hank with his head tilted. His eyes flickered coldly, and forbearance only made others feel weak and deceived. After Han Xiao noticed Su Xiao's gaze, she looked startled, and a coolness appeared in her heart. This guy has killed people, and more than one person. Han struggled internally and wanted to turn face with Su Xiao on the spot. Su Xiao, holding a sharp blade, made Han go very frightened. "Hank, don't care about these things. We are friends, aren't we?" The hilt in Su's hand was aimed at Hank's chest. Either collect the money and shut up, or Su Xiao beheaded Hank on the spot. There are only 2 options, because the long knife in his hand will greatly help him to complete the task. And what has already been obtained, Su Xiao will not give up because of a little threat. Su Xiao believes that even if he kills Hank, as long as he bribes enough money to the strong man, the other person will open his eyes and close his eyes. Only you know this. I know this knife as a friend. Han Han patted Su Zhao's shoulder affectionately. He compromised, and the tense momentum in the warehouse dissipated. I just arrived in Wangdu today, and I need to know something, so I will make a deal with you, friend. Wu Su Xiao sighed in his heart. This is just an ordinary guard. It is so difficult to deal with. What kind of enemy will he meet when he crawls to the king? This challenging feeling made Su Zhao's heartbeat gradually accelerate, and blood rushed in his body. He began to like this feeling. The militant factors in his body were gradually awakened. The reason why Xiao Su Xiao was so tough was because of something. Before he touched the long knife, Reincarnation Park gave a hint. Obtain Dragon Sword. Blade Dragon Flash, white, rare. Origin, 1 piece, Iron Furnace Blacksmith Shop. Durability, 35/40/5. This weapon was severely damaged. Durability -5. Attack power, 516, calculated based on the strength of chopping force. Equipment requirements. 2 points of power can be used, and more than 5 points can be used flexibly. Score, 10. Note, white equipment with a score of 1 to 10 and white equipment with a score of 10 will be marked rare with special attributes attached. Additional attribute, the majesty of the dragon. When holding this weapon, it will cause a deterrent effect on the enemy. Deterrent effect, reduce enemy momentum. Brief introduction. This was the sword that cut Dragon Sword and Dragon Horse when he was young www.novel.com. But after severe damage, the grade dropped after recovery, and after the horse got the black sword in Autumn Water, the sword was kept on the Dragon Horse after the death of Ryoma. In the bedroom, this blade was not enough to bury the Ryoma, and then left. Master, I'm about to rust. Where are you? Please wave me to cut off the dragon. Price, 1,100 paradise coins. This item is a regular item and can bring out the pirate world. The dragons and horses are very talented and powerful in the pirate world. Maybe even the current world's #1 sword Hawkeye, Mihawk, may not be stronger than the other. So how could this strong man be weak when he was young? Su Xiao even suspected that if the cut dragon flash had not been damaged, it might be a green or even a blue weapon. This is why Su Xiao did not hesitate to get the knife with Hank. Fortunately, the two sides did not turn their heads. This false friendship could last for a while. For your good luck, this knife was seized by a group of pirates. Except for me, few people know that this knife is a treasure. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't use the knife, and the warehouse had death rules. Second weapon, this knife I took away long ago. Su Xiao smiled, didn't speak, but just inserted the dragon into his waist. With a sword in his body, his combat effectiveness has increased significantly, which has settled his mind a bit. Leave. There are big things going to happen in 2 days, and then we can't be idle. Hank sighed as if worried. What's the matter? I'm also a bit prepared to give some details in advance. After half a month, it will be the day when the world aristocracy Tianlong people come to visit the kingdom of Goya. So the day after tomorrow, we will clean up the waste terminal. Chapter 9. Pierce them. Han Han's words brightened Su Zhao's eyes. Zhongyud, he finally determined that the current time point is a scene that appeared in the original work, 3 days before the end point of burning waste. In other words, the waste terminal will be burned within the maximum time limit of his mission. This is undoubtedly good news for Su Xiao. The more chaotic he is, the more chances he has, and the muddy water can touch the fish. Hank walked outside the warehouse, as if remembering something, and turned his head and said, "Our boss is called Brandonuka, and you're now a member of the guard. How can you not know the name of the boss?" Su laughed slightly and nodded. The two walked out of the warehouse, at which time it was getting dark, and the streets were full of tired pedestrians. Through chat, Su Xiao found out that the strong man he met before, that is, his current boss, Brandonuka, has been the guard leader for nearly 10 years. Some contact, even called by the king. According to Han Hank's words, Su Xiao was not very convinced that the other party was suspected of slapstick. Brandonuka may not have been a guard leader for 10 years, but his extensive connections have yet to be proven. You know, staying in a position for 10 years also means that his boss is not very good at Wangdu. Han Su-han took the initiative to speak when Hank was going to leave with Su Xiao. How about going for a drink? Today I just arrived in Wangdu, and I have a lot to ask you. Liu Hank was in a difficult position, but under Su Zhao's hot invitation, the two walked into a wine house. After a few glasses of rice wine, Hank's face was slightly red, his mouth full of wine, and his words became more pronounced. I told you that if the boss hadn't been able to control himself, he would have entered the palace for a long time now. You say that the boss is not good to touch. You have to touch. Guh? Hank took a drink, and when he was half stopped, it seemed as if he found something wrong. Su Xiao raised his glass and touched Hank. When Hank drank, his wine was gone. Drinking alcohol in this dangerous mission world is undoubtedly a death-seeking behavior, so Su Xiao did not drink a drop of alcohol. Forget it. Let's not say the boss lives alive and chic every day and is a frequent visitor to Happy Street, which is really enviable. Su Xiao casually dealt with a few words and poured Hank a drink. After 3 rounds of drinking wine, it was about 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Xiao and Hank separated at the door of the pub, and the streets were already brightly lit. Su Xiao lit a cigarette, and the smoke was indistinct. He thoughtfully looked at Hank far away. The other party provided him with a lot of information, and, at night, it was the time for Su Xiao to operate. One-handedly pressed on the handle of the waist, Su Xiao stopped a passerby. The passerby was a bit angry at first, but after seeing Su Xiao wearing the uniform of the guard, he was obviously afraid. Inquire, where's Happy Street? Kushiro showed a smile that all men knew, and then pointed out to Su Xiao. This smile and the name of Happy Street made Su Xiao think of where Happy Street is. His boss is really full of energy. At the beginning of the Hua Hua Lantern, a block of pink and red lights as the main color. The 2 sides of the street are dominated by double or 3-story spires. The top is covered with glazed tiles, and round or square lanterns hang in front of the door. The gentle sound of musical instruments is intertwined with the laughter and laughter on the street, and many men and women snuggle together. In the pavilion on the street, some women who are exposed and holding slender pipes in their hands can be seen faintly. These women are standing in the attic with a smile, try to attract the guests who have finished. Here is Happy Street, the flower street of Pirate World. On the roof of the pavilion, Su Xiao was sitting in a black suit squatting on top, holding chopping dragon flash. After entering the world of pirates, Su Xiao didn't take a lot of shots. Tonight, he is going to assassinate the first target and set the stage for completing the task. A loud laugh came from the street. Yoshie, the familiar laughter immediately attracted Su Xiao's gaze, and the person who laughed was not the boss he had seen during the day. Brandon Oka followed the 2 guards and walked on Happy Street with a big swing. After seeing Brandon Oka, the pedestrians who were passing by hid themselves aside, with a somewhat restrained look. Finally come, Su Xiao hid on the roof, followed by Brandon Oka and others. It didn't take long for Brandon Oka and others to enter a building, and Su Xiao walked through the night to the top of that building. He first waited for a while. Su Xiao jumped from the roof, fell silent, and immediately leaned against the wall to avoid being found. With the cover of night and dim light, Su Xiao began to search in a room. No need to use your eyes to search the room, just the sound. Wu Su Xiao had trained this ability specifically, and he still remembers Brandon Oka's voice. After searching 3 rooms, Su Xiao found his target. There was a conversation in the room, a man and a woman. When can you save me? Do you have the heart to see me here with other men? Soon, very soon. Here is Minister's business. It is not only a problem that money can solve. I have also been working hard recently. Minister Zhua is a man around the king. Su Xiao listened expressionlessly to the 2 people in the room talking, but the content of the conversation between them became more and more nasty, making his brows frown. It's not the time yet. Su Xiao has to wait for Oka to be most vulnerable and give him a fatal blow. Things went well. Before long, there was a wheezing sound in the room. Su Xiao slowly took the long knife out of the sheath, then slowly opened the window and turned into the room without making any sound. There is a man and a woman entwined in the room, slamming. Su Xiao chose this timing because only now is Oka the most vulnerable. www.tillnovel.com. Every step closer to Oka, Su Xiao is extra careful, like a cheetah before predation, walking quietly. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao came behind Oka, slowly raised the long knife in his hand, and pointed the knife at Oka's head. The woman who was enjoying with her eyes closed under Oka somehow opened her eyes suddenly and saw Su Xiao holding a sharp blade. The woman showed horror, subconsciously wanted to scream, and Oka noticed the woman's horrified expression. But everything is too late. Holding the hilt with both hands, Su Xiao stabbed to the back of Oka with all his strength. The long knife penetrated directly from the back of Oka. The sharp point of the knife seemed to pierce a piece of paper and pierce through Oka's mouth. The long knife's castration continued unabated, and the blood-stained blade pierced the woman's eye socket under Oka, and then fell deeply into the tatami below the woman. The two people who were penetrated by the long knife were like a fish on the shore. Their bodies were twitching violently. One was injured in the spine and the oral cavity, and the other was pierced through the brain. Su Xiao's knife was precisely calculated. If you kill only Oka, the woman under Oka will scream for the first time, and the guard at the door will rush into the room, and Su Xiao's situation will be dangerous. The physical values of the civilians of the pirate world are very strong, not to mention the guards. He killed 2 lives with no mercy, and Su Xiao's killing ability surpassed most killers. That's why Reincarnation Paradise will choose him as a hunter. Hunters are not only talented, they also have the courage to kill. Now a new book in pink and tender, so recommend and collect. Chapter 10. Longing for a Strong Heart. After Su Xiao stabbed through the two, he immediately noticed that a light red blood strip appeared above Oka's head. Needless to say, this must be Oka's remaining health. This knife penetrates Oka's spine, putting the opponent in a state of false death, not complete death. The so-called fake death is that the body has lost its ability to resist, but the brain is still alive. This is the first time that Su Xiao has seen a blood strip. When he killed a black market businessman before, the other side was shot by him with no shot at all. The blood bar is undoubtedly a benefit of semi-data, allowing him to judge whether the enemy is dead and the approximate health of the enemy. Our card now has about 5% health left, which is already on the verge of death. Pulled the long knife out of Oka's back of his head. Su Xiao held the knife with one hand and changed from backhand to forehand. He slashed to Oka's neck. The blood splattered a few meters high, and Su Xiao's cheek was splashed with a few drops of blood, making him look extremely cold. After hitting the knife, Oka's head flew up, and the blood strips emptied instantly. You killed the guard leader Brandon Uka. Brandon Uka is an official of the Kingdom of Goa, gaining 3.6% of the world source, and now has a total of 5.7% of the world source. Your talent, Spirit Eater, is activated, permanently increasing its mana value by 10 and the existing mana value by 75. Your talent, Soul Eater, is activated, permanently increasing 1 mana, and the current mana is 76. Successive reminders. Su Xiao just looked at it roughly. It is unexpected for Su Xiao to kill Uka to get the source of the world. If he kills a stronger enemy, the number of sources of the world will increase accordingly. If you kill the Marshal of the Pirate World and the Warring States, or the 4 Emperors' red hair, etc., the number of sources of the world is definitely an exaggerated number. But now I can only think about it. Su Xiao can't see a strong man of that level. Even if he sees Su Xiao, he won't do it because it's a death-seeking behavior. Now the role of the source of the world is unclear. The Reincarnation Paradise was just a reminder. The source of the world is related to the reward when he left Pirate World after completing the mission. So the so-called reward should be the key to his strength. There are indeed many ways to strengthen the Pirate World, but it takes time. He only has 72 hours in total, and now only has more than 60 hours. It is fortunate that he can complete the task within the time limit. Su Xiao has no time to consider other things. As for the devilish miracle, such as the devil fruit, Su Xiao never thought about it. Without a certain strength foundation, he was not qualified to find or the devil fruit. He is just an ordinary person with strong physical fitness, and there is a fundamental gap between him and the strong in Pirate World. According to normal circumstances, Su Xiao's first world cannot be a high-risk world like One Piece at all because of his identity as a hunter. The current situation is like throwing a level 1 novice into the advanced map. The mobs on this map are like boss for Su Xiao. Su Xiao can achieve the current level. It is far beyond ordinary people. If you change to ordinary contract, there's a great possibility that you will die outside the waste terminal of the capital. Xiao forget about the source of the world for a while, but the mana value gained made Su Xiao confused. He does not have the ability to consume mana at all. Even if there are more mana, it is empty talk and does not help the battle. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but you have to rely on yourself. On Oka's body, a white treasure chest floated, the same chest he had opened before. Su Xiao picked up the treasure chest, put it directly into the storage space, and then quickly left the scene. He is now a guard, and this identity is important to him. In killing the guard leader Oka, once known to outsiders, he will become a fugitive in the kingdom of Goya. Biao don't say to complete the task at that time. Avoiding the pursuit of the soldiers of the kingdom of Goa will make Su Xiaojiao's head burned. The cool breeze of the night blew Su Xiao's black hair, gradually diluting the body on him. I went back to the house where I bathed during the day, and Su Xiao checked the security facilities laid before a short branch and a few hairs. No one had come here. After entering the house, Su Xiao did not turn on the light, but instead sat in the dark bedroom and took out the treasure chest obtained by killing Oka. Treasure chest, white, yes/no open. I opened the treasure chest, and a necklace appeared directly in Su Xiao's hands. You opened the treasure chest, white, and got the following items. Get 300 paradise coins. Get the wreck of the dead wife. Pendant of a deceased wife, white. Origin, 1 piece, Garrett Gem Company. Category, jewelry. Jewelry equipment is rare. Durability, none. Jewelry equipment has no durability and requires no repairs. Equipment requirements, anyone can wear it. Equipment effect, strength +1. Score, 8. Note, white equipment with a score of 1 to 10, white equipment with a score of 10 will be marked rare, with special attributes attached. Introduction, I love you, just as you love those little lover Zuka's suicide wife. Price, 1,600 paradise coins. She held the necklace in her hand, and a smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. He finally found a way to become stronger. This gem necklace in his hand can actually increase his strength. Shi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Xiao calmed down and brought dead wife's necklace around her neck. Cha-Kan, check your profile again. The original 6 o'clock power has become 7 o'clock. When a heat current melted into his body, Su Xiao noticed that his strength had become stronger. Puppet power increased to 7 points. Not that his power increased by 1/6, and increased by a large margin. This means that every increase of attributes will bring great changes, and it is not as simple as 1 + 1. Reincarnation Paradise, really a magical place. Su Xiao clenched his fists, the joints rattled, and surging force rushed in his body. This sudden, strong feeling made him a little intoxicated, but not confused. Su Xiao knows clearly that the strength of a necklace promotion is only external. His own strength has not been improved. After losing the necklace, his strength attributes will decrease. The joy of power enhancement did not stun Su Xiao's mind. Ma Shanghe immediately thought that this pendant was an Oka item and might be recognized by others. If that was the case, things would be troublesome. When Su Xiao was distressed, he suddenly noticed that there was an extra line of text in his sight, which was very difficult to detect. Yes/no turn on the hidden equipment function. This function requires 100 paradise coins, which is a permanent ability. The purchasing power of 100 paradise coins, Su Xiao doesn't know yet, but the paradise coins in his hands are all obtained by his life, which is very precious. This function is also very practical. Su Xiao decisively turned on. You started the equipment hiding function www.mtlnovel.com. You can hide the equipment you are wearing, and the weapon equipment cannot be hidden. The pendant on the neck gradually disappeared, but the strength bonus was still there, which made Su Xiao very satisfied. The 100 paradise coins were well spent. Gong when she first entered the reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao had some doubts in her heart about the purpose of this unknown and powerful existence. From the current situation, As long as he completes the task, Samsara Paradise will give him a reward. As for whether Reincarnation Paradise will hurt him, Su Xiao doesn't care much about it now. He was able to recover his mortal wounds and transfer them to One Piece World, which all showed the power of Samsara Paradise. Su Xiao has no habit of worrying about the sky. If Reincarnation Paradise wants to be bad for him, why should he be saved? Even if you use relationships, Su Xiao can benefit from it. The benefit that you will never get in the real world is to become stronger. Perhaps, after he completed his first mission, he would have a better understanding of Reincarnation Paradise. Now, it is the key to become stronger. Cowardice is the original sin. Su Xiaoshan understands that if he is strong enough, he can avoid that tragedy. The white ground infested with blood, the broken corpse, and that. Su Xiao forcibly recalled. A pair of dark eyes opened in the darkness. Tangzhe lying in bed sleeplessly, Su Xiao forced himself to rest. There is still much to do tomorrow. The necessary rest will make him more energetic. The situation is already open. If all goes well, Su Xiao is sure to kill the king of Goya Kingdom. He not only had to kill, but he had to retreat from his body. He was just performing a mission, not an assassin in the land of reincarnation. There was an essential difference. Assassins are just dead men, and Su Xiao has a clear goal. Chapter 11. There's always one day. Early the next morning, Su Xiao woke up early. I washed up and put on the guard clothes. Su Xiao came to the guard's headquarters. Before I entered the headquarters, I saw a large group of guards moving in and out of the headquarters, looking hurried. Caught quickly, Lord Oka was killed. This incident shocked Minister Zhua. The Lord ordered the city to hunt down the prisoners. Han Hank commanded a large number of guards with grief, but his eyes revealed something called ambition. After Oka died, he looked like the boss. Wu Su Xiao noticed that there were 2 guards standing at the mouth of the head office, watching all this coldly. The 2 were the guards behind Oka last night. Needless to say, the 2 were definitely Oka's close friends. Hank's move may have made them suspicious, but this is indeed an opportunity. If it works properly, Hank may also replace Oka's position. The guards are not too big. Except for Oka, everyone is just ordinary guards. Oka is actually just a captain. As for the position of captain, the guard has never had it. Without consuming additional funds, Oka will not allow the power in his hands to be divided. Yesterday, Su Xiao had experienced Oka's arrogant character. The reason why Su Xiao killed Oka was not because the other party put a boss in front of him. He needs to quickly improve his status now, and Oka's immortality has no suitable position at all. As for the inside of the palace, Su Xiao knew that he didn't want to get involved. The simpler the plan, the fewer loopholes he has. He only needs a position that can reach the king and can quickly climb up. Tomorrow is the day when the waste terminal is burned. Of course, this kind of disgraceful thing inside the palace will of course not intervene in person, but only send the people below to do it. Wu Su Xiao investigated. There were 2 groups of guards in Wangdu. One was the guard of Wangdu security, and the other was the guard of the gate. Generally speaking, this kind of thing should be left to the door guards to operate. But when choosing weapons in the warehouse before, Su Xiao saw a lot of explosives. According to clues in the warehouse, Su Xiao judged that those explosives had just been stored in the warehouse. As for the use of explosives, it is self-evident. I want to ignite a small-scale waste terminal station, but it is obviously impossible to set fire. So Su Xiao needs the position of guard leader. As for whether he can see the king, it depends on his personal actions. Hank, what happened? He was directing Hank of the crowd and looked down at Su Xiao. Boss was assassinated, and just last night, these guys found out this morning that you came right away and went to see Minister Zhua right away. Su Xiao felt a cold heart. See Minister Zhua? This Hank may be uneasy. He only became a guard yesterday. This is undoubtedly a handle. Want to make him a scapegoat? It is unlikely. Su Xiao began to think about how to do Hank. Su Xiao smiled. Minister Zhua? What kind of big man wants to call me? Wu Su Xiao pretended to be puzzled, but his eyes kept on Hank. Yes, Minister Zhua wants to see you. I don't know the specific reason. Hank looked envious and even jealous. The sudden good news surprised Su Xiao. He has nothing to do with the high-level palace, and there may be things connected. Only that recommendation letter? It seemed that the letter of recommendation was far more important than he thought. He followed Hank through several blocks. Su Xiao came to a courtyard, and a luxurious villa appeared in his sight. Hank was a little nervous and stepped forward cautiously. 2 guards guarded Hank. "This is the one that adults want to see." Hank nodded quickly. The 2 guards took Hank's weapons. As for Su Xiao, all his weapons were in the storage space, and the guards could not find them. He guarded his way. Su Xiao came to a hall. A family is eating breakfast in the hall. An old man with gray hair and a serious face is sitting in the first place. After seeing Hank, the old man left the meal in his hands and motioned to the others to retreat, leaving only a strong man standing behind the old man. The sturdy man gave Su Xiao an unusually dangerous feeling. Although the other party was unarmed, Su Xiao noticed the thick calluses on the opponent's fist bone and the flat fist bone. This is a master of physical training, the old man's personal guard. "Your Hank, is this the new guard?" The old man speaks slowly, with a relaxed expression, and is a kind of high-weight person. Yes, sir." Hank began to talk hard, very narrow. "You go down." The old man may be a little dissatisfied with Hank's tension, and he does not look at Hank at all. Han Han bowed his head all the way to the door, then disappeared into Su Xiao's sight. "I'm the minister of the kingdom of the kingdom. Carlos gave me a lot of interesting collections. As his nephew, I should have taken care of it. It's a pity that Carlos didn't go out of town very well yesterday, and my collection also fell through. I couldn't find him. Of course, I had to find his nephew, that is you." Su Xiao guessed something about it. Carlos was the black market businessman killed by him yesterday. After Carlos' death, the left minister's dedication failed. When Carlos could not be found, the left minister came to Su Xiao to replace him. Jane black market businessmen are really unlucky, not only to be exploited by the gate guard, but also to worship the minister. Looking at the current situation, the other party wanted him to buy goods instead of Carlos. Su Xiao didn't understand the transaction between the 2 sides. If it wasn't for someone's protection behind him, Su Xiao would have controlled the minister. But this kind of opportunity to reach the top of the kingdom is also rare. There is no problem with the collection. I know all about my uncle's channels. Yesterday, he was seriously injured and is recovering, but Minister Chanzo raised a brow and faced Su Xiao, saying, "I can get the collection I need, and I will let you mention at www.untilnovel.com. I heard that your captain died yesterday. Things are going well. I will let you be the captain of the guard." 25 hours later, Su Xiao left the courtyard of Minister Chan and strolled down the street. Things are going well, but the conditions proposed by ministers will have given Su Xiao a headache. Not only that, after ministers will propose the conditions, a new mission appeared at the same time in Samsara. Trigger quests. The minister's collection. The collection of Minister Chan. Difficulty level LV.2. Mission. Minister's collection is very rich. All valuable collections will be seen by this greedy old guy. Quest information. Kill the owner of Mount Kalpo and get its teeth. The owner of Mount Kalpo. The ferocious beast of Pirate World. A huge feline. Duration. Within 10 hours. Mission reward. Guard leader status. Failure penalty. Eviction from the guard and wanted for unnecessary charges. Su Xiao understood what the owner of Mount Kalpo was. That huge tiger almost killed Luffy in his youth. Wu Chang sighed. After entering the pirate world, his opponents were too strong, which made Su Xiao helpless. One day, he will kill him all the way with the long knife in his hand. But the pirate world is too dangerous. He doesn't even have the qualifications to work hard. I'm still too weak, and learn to forgive properly before being strong. The owner of Mount Kalbo is very strong. At least not Su Xiao can now face up to it. But no matter how strong, it is just a beast. The fact that can't compete with the front face does not mean that Su Xiao cannot kill the tiger. Recommended favorite. Chapter 12. Layout and Estimation. He walked on the streets of Wangdu. Su Xiao paid attention to the shops on both sides of the street until a shop called Mumble's Shop appeared and his footsteps stopped. This is exactly what he was looking for. Su Xiao walks into this grocer's business with a sluggish business. Hey, Lord Guard, the shop has paid the security fee 3 days ago. What? The grocery store manager's eyes seemed to be looking at a plague, and it seemed that he was not usually squeezed by the guards. I'm not here to collect security charges. Do you have such a plant here? 25 hours later, Su Xiao left the grocery store with a smile. The shop owner sent him out enthusiastically. It seems that Su Xiao bought a lot of things. It is not easy to kill the owner of Mount Kalpo. According to Su Xiao's memory, the tiger's body size is at least several times that of an ordinary tiger. It has a height of about 4 or 5 meters, and it is a complete monster. Su Xiao did not go directly to the field to find the owner of Mount Kalpo, but first returned to the guard headquarters. After strolling around the guard's headquarters for a while, Su Xiao came to the warehouse where the supplies were stored. Because of Oka's death, the current guards have no heads. Only in the morning, the guards have a vague tendency to pull out. Liu Hank and Aka's two close friends are in separate groups, and they are fighting openly. Tomorrow night is the time to burn the waste terminal. So today, a new guard leader will be selected above, otherwise it will affect the major events. Under this chaotic situation, Su Xiao easily sneaked into the warehouse. After staying in the warehouse for a while, Su Xiao left the guard and walked towards Kalpo Mountain. I looked at the gate in the distance. Su Xiao had infiltrated from this gate before, but now he wants to figure out the city is very simple. Just need to walk forward with a bright light. After seeing Su Xiao, the members of the door guard nodded to Su Xiao and let it go without any questions. After crossing the city gate and passing the waste terminal, Su Xiao saw a large forest. This is where Kalpo Mountain, where the original protagonist Lu Fei grew up. Entering the forest, Su Xiao clearly felt that the air here was more fresh and exuding the smell of various plants. Some unknown birds howled nonstop on the tree forks, and occasionally some docile herbivores. Animals shuttle between vegetation and are not too afraid of humans. Although Kalpo Mountain is beautiful, it is equally dangerous, and there are often beasts and animals, and most people dare not go deep inside. I walked in an unmanned forest. Su Xiao's hand was placed on the handle of a knife, seemingly leisurely, but she was wary of the wind and grass moving around. The large area of dense forest around him is not suitable for Su Xiao's hunting ground. He needs a clearing. Open space does not need to be too large, but must meet the following 2 points. The first is to have a water source. The kingdom of Goya is located on an island. Water shortage is the most common condition on the island. Therefore, there is not much water source in Kalpo Mountain. As long as the water source is found, the chance of finding that giant tiger will increase a lot. The second is that there should be vegetation cover on the open space, which makes it easier for him to arrange traps. Of course, the traps laid out by Su Xiao are by no means a pit to entice the owner of Mount Kalpo to fall into it. The soil layer of Kalpo Mountain is not hard. Unless the walls of the soil pit are filled with cement, there will be a collapse phenomenon. At that time, there will be a dead end, and you will not be able to run. The trap layout point Su wanted was very difficult to find, but Huang Tian did not bear the painstaking efforts. After 3 hours of searching, Su Xiao finally found a satisfactory terrain. That is an open field surrounded by trees. There is green grass on the open field, and there are some wildflowers of various colors, exuding a faint floral fragrance. After smelling the fragrance of flowers, Su Xiao frowned. The fragrance of flowers may have some influence on his plan, but there are advantages and disadvantages. The fragrance of flowers can cover up the smell of some items he arranged. I took out a shovel in the storage space. Su Xiao took off her coat and started digging in the open space. 2 hours later, Su Xiao hid in a large tree near the open space. The open space looked normal, except for a few extra dried fruits on the ground. Sweat dripped down Su Xiao's cheek, and he showed strong muscles behind his shirt. His muscles were not exaggerated, and he was very smooth. In fact, those strong men with explosive muscles are not suitable for fighting. Strong muscles will indeed increase strength, but they will also affect speed and flexibility, which is very detrimental to combat. Su Xiao tried it. He found a well-known boxing gym to discuss with the strongest combat coach there. According to Su Xiao's estimation, the combat coach with muscular muscles all over his body is at least twice as strong and punches very fast. Only 5 minutes later, the combat coach who reportedly won the free combat championship in a certain city collapsed to the ground. His body was still convulsing, and some female students were sympathetic. Su Xiao honed killing skills, but the combat coach practiced how to compete. There is a fundamental difference between the two. If the rules are set, Su Xiao may not be an opponent, but if the two fight against each other, Su Xiao can kill each other within 2 minutes. Kandog, after the fighting coach saw Su Xiao's 1'8", not a strong body, he said there is no need for rules, so he was doomed to tragedy. Su Xiao sits on a thick tree, holding a shabby flintlock gun, which has 3 rounds of ammunition. Su Xiao tried to reload the gun before, but the reincarnation park reminded that because the gun was severely worn, the reloading may cause the entire gun to be damaged and eventually unusable. This is probably a restriction www.ntlnovel.com because this gun was picked by Su Xiao, not from the treasure chest. Kai cheat after opening 2 white treasure chests. Su Xiao roughly understood the rules of some reincarnation parks. The items obtained through the treasure chest are basically regular items, which can bring out the pirate world, and the items picked up or obtained during the mission have a certain chance to bring out the pirate world, such as chopping flash. Chubu, through preliminary exploration, Su Xiao reached some conclusions. The semi-data of the creature is just a hint. For example, his concept of increasing his power from 6 to 7 is very intuitive to show that he is becoming stronger. As for things like life, it is impossible to quantify them at all. At most, it is a percentage calculation. It will not happen how much blood the enemy drops. Though the blood bars appearing above the enemy's head are more used to show the vital signs of the enemy. The more blood bars are lost, the weaker the enemy is. Giran, after being fatally injured, the enemy will die directly. Even if there is 100% health left, the blood bar will be swept away and then die. The digitization of equipment or items is even more interesting. For example, Zhanlong Shan around his waist, the durability and additional attributes can be understood by Su Xiao, and the attack power, 516, refers to the sharpness of this weapon and the attack strength. The rating of the equipment is the most important data, and the value of the item can be seen intuitively from the rating. After a few battles, Su Xiao understood that although it was semi-data-based, it was only for the convenience of estimating strength. Everything was based on reality, and there was no gamification. The semi-datization is to more intuitively reflect his strength and the value of the items. This is the biggest help that Samara has given to Su Xiao. Chapter 13. Feline Weaknesses. Half data has many benefits, such as allowing him to understand his strength intuitively. Shang, if you think of it this way, the method of becoming stronger is a lot simpler. As long as you improve the physical properties of the body, you also increase the actual combat ability. No matter how strong the puppet attribute is, if it cannot be played out in battle, it is meaningless. And Su Xiao guessed that since he could be teleported to the pirate world, he would surely be teleported to other worlds, and there would be a lot of opportunities to become stronger. His current attributes are 7 strength, 7 agility, 5 strength, 6 intelligence, 3 charisma, and lucky, only poor 1 point. The strength and speed attributes do not need to be explained, and the effect is very intuitive, which is closely related to his melee ability. Physical strength represents the strength of vitality, as well as the ability to resist attack. Intelligence is a spell type, and its role is not yet clear. Charm makes people more confused. Does improving charm make him more handsome? Su Xiao shook her head. The charm attribute should not be the same. It should be the promotion of communication or calling. As for the last lucky attribute, it should be a very important attribute, which is very bad, but it should be difficult to improve. Su Xiao is good at using knives. The future development may be related to attributes such as strength and agility. He has not yet determined the direction of development. After all, this is the first derivative world he has experienced. It is too early to think about such problems. So in Su Xiao's thoughts, the sound of branching and crackling came from the forest in the distance, and a huge beast was approaching. Coming, he gradually approached the owner of Mount Kalpo, a huge giant tiger. This giant tiger looks similar to an ordinary tiger, except that it is huge in size, more than 4 meters tall, and at least 7 or 8 meters long, which is larger than an elephant on the earth. This guy has the size of a house. The deep yellow hair of the giant tiger is very rich in texture, and the hair is shiny and bright, reflecting the shimmer in the bright sunlight. Su Xiao hid in a big tree, staring closely at the giant tiger below, even lowering the sound of breathing. This beast, even the slightest sound, may be noticed by it. So Su Xiao is extremely cautious. Kao Jin, after approaching the trap set by Su Xiao, the giant tiger's nose shook his head, as if he was smelling danger. He refused to approach the trap. But the dried fruits on the trap have a fatal appeal to this giant tiger. These dried fruits were bought by Su Xiao at Wangdu grocery store. Tachijai Tenba is a dried fruit peculiar to the pirate world. In the real world, there's a plant that has similar effects to Muxianchi, which is catnip. Although the owner of Mount Kalpo is huge, he can't overcome the instincts of cats. He has no resistance to catnip like catnip. You know, catnip has a cat poison name, which has a fatal appeal to most cats. Judging from the drooling eyes of Giant Tiger, Su Xiao knew that his plan was very successful. The giant tiger paced around the trap and was very cautious. It smelled a strange smell, but did not feel the danger. Finally, under the temptation of Mu Qianyu, this giant tiger gradually approached the center of the trap. Juhu took a few steps cautiously, then stopped immediately and actually turned around and glanced around. Su Xiao's eyes twitched on a lime tree, and she sighed at her heart that the IQ of pirate world animals is much higher than that of ordinary beasts. Judging from the performance of the giant tiger, the IQ of children at least about 10 years old is even higher. Time passes between fingers, and a long stalemate begins. This is a patient competition. Eventually, the owner of Mount Kalpo could not resist the temptation of Mu Tianyu and rushed forward. Boom! The dust surged, and the owner of Mount Kalpo took all the wooden tentacles on the ground in his mouth and began chewing. The taste of Tachijai teppanyaki was not good. It was bitter and astringent, but the owner of Mount Kalpo chewed it with flavor. After chewing for a while, the owner of Mount Kalpo began to react, changing from the original lying position to 4 legs up, his back rubbing against the grass. The master of Mount Kalpo is snoring. After eating a lot of catnip, the domestic cat is reacting now, hallucinating and rolling around. Although the master of Mount Kalpo was mighty in appearance, he could not restrain this instinct. From the corner of the drooling mouth, he could see that it was in an illusion. The time is ripe. Su Xiao raised her flintlock and aimed at the ground under that giant tiger. That's right, it's the ground. Even if the firing gun in his hand is fired at the eye of the owner of Mount Kalpo, the giant tiger is still undead. With his marksmanship, he can't guarantee that he can hit the giant tiger. Eyeball. Su Xiao buried a lot of explosives in the soil under the giant tiger. And above the explosive, he also made some other hands and feet, enough for this giant tiger to drink a pot. He stretched out his arms and pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Boom! A gunshot spread through the forest, breaking the forest calm and startling a large swarm of birds. After the burning of gunpowder, a scorching bullet flew out of the muzzle, pushing the air waves in the air, spinning into the earth. A green grass was interrupted, and the broken leaves splashed. The red bullet penetrated the earth's surface first, and then submerged into a powder gun buried underground. The high temperature of a few hundred yuan instantly ignited the gunpowder. This sudden gunshot made the owner of Mount Kalpo, who was snoring on the ground, shake his body, immediately remembered to run, but it was too late. Boom! The loud noise spread in the forest, and all the animals within 1 kilometer were frightened. They looked at the source of the source www.mtlnovel.com. More than 10 explosive barrels buried in the ground were detonated one after another and formed the chain explosion exploded into a bang. The soil on the ground of Master of Kalpo Mountain splashed and spewed around in a spattering form. In the spattered soil, some iron nails were still faintly seen. Su Xiao placed it on the explosive barrel, increased the lethality of the explosion. Master of Mount Kalpo is a giant with a weight of several tons. It was lifted by the impact of the explosion underneath and was 3 meters high. Hundreds of iron nails were deeply submerged into the body by the impact of the explosion. Hello. A fierce tiger howl came, but the nightmare did not end there. The blaze of fire rose into the sky, engulfing the master of Mount Kalpo in the air, and a scorched smell of hair came. Bang! The owner of Mount Kalpo landed, and the smoke from the burning of the gunpowder engulfed the giant tiger, and there was a sound of burning noise. Su Xiao stood on the big tree in the distance, watching all this coldly, but his face was not good-looking. It wasn't that he had a sympathetic attack, something he had already fed to a dog. The reason why his face is ugly is because the giant tiger has not died. At least no reincarnation has been given a hint. The plan went smoothly, but the power of pirate world creatures was scary. He jumped from the tree, and Su Xiao, who was shirtless, pulled out the cut dragon flash around his waist and walked towards the smoke with one hand. Since it will not explode, he will be hacked. As long as there is a glimmer of hope for victory, he will have the courage to fight. He never fears fighting. From a certain perspective, Su Xiao is a keen fighter. The feeling of life and death in battle will make him forget hatred, forget his misfortune, and devote himself to the battle until he kills the enemy. Chapter 14. The Beauty of Fighting. The thick smoke rose into the sky, and the smell of gunpowder burning mixed with the scorched smell of hair, and a strange smell appeared, which made Su Xiao's brows frown. His sight was blocked by heavy smoke, making him unable to determine the specific position of the giant tiger. Hello! An angry tiger howl came from the thick smoke. After hearing the tiger howl, Su Xiao's attention was highly concentrated, but his whole body muscles were in a relaxed state. Tight muscles can cause sluggish movements and can cause fatal flaws during combat. The long knife dangled naturally in his hand, and the tip of the knife was against the ground. The giant tiger has not yet appeared, hiding in thick smoke, but Su Xiao can feel that the giant tiger has found him. A strong wind blew through the jungle, and the rising smoke was booed. At this moment, a huge figure with a little green smoke bursting out of the thick smoke was the giant tiger. The giant tiger that appeared in Su Xiao's sight was no longer as prestigious as before. Large hair on his body was burnt, and the scorched hair was clinging to the skin. The huge body was also scarred, and countless iron nails were embedded in the flesh. The most serious injury was an eye of the giant tiger, with iron spikes around that eye, and black-red liquid flowing out of the eye socket. After discovering the injury of the giant tiger, Su Xiao smiled at the corner of his mouth. Even if this injury was not dead, the combat effectiveness dropped by at least 90%, and his trap was very effective. Sure enough, human beings are the most dangerous creatures in nature. The giant tiger clip rushed to Su Xiao with a whistling wind, and rushed to Su Xiao in a few steps. Compared with giant beasts such as giant tigers, Su Xiao is not as tall as his opponent's front legs. I don't know why. Su Xiao's heartbeat started to accelerate, and this huge opponent made him a little excited. I didn't wait for the giant tiger to rush forward. Su Xiao slammed the ground, and the dead leaves splashed. He rushed to the giant tiger in a few steps, and the sword in his hand was cut to the tiger's front paw. The blood splattered, and the giant tiger's front paw was cut out of a wound. Cut Dragon Flash is indeed a weapon with a score of 10. It actually broke the giant tiger's skin without effort and cut deeply into the muscle. The giant tiger roared, and the previous explosion injury caused it to relax a bit, and its brain is still groggy. So just when the giant tiger was about to fight back, Su Xiao had already jumped to the side, just on the left side of the giant tiger, which was the blind spot behind the giant tiger's blindness. Two tiger claws with large grinding discs continued to scratch forward. The discovered tiger claws actually flashed a metallic luster. Once Su Xiao was arrested, he would definitely pay a bitter price. The giant tiger has not hurt him at all. Taking this opportunity, Su Xiao stepped forward, clenched the handle with both hands, and cut it on the tiger's claw again. The reason why Su chose to slash tiger claws is that Su Xiao is helpless. The height of the giant tiger is at least 4 meters. It is very difficult to attack the tiger's throat or head. With the threat of the two tiger claws, Su Xiao did not dare to attack the vital parts of the giant tiger. But this is nothing. There are still a few hours before the time limit of the side mission. Su Xiao still has time. But the giant tiger is different. This is only a short battle. The nearby ground is infected with a large amount of blood. It won't be long before the giant tiger will fall due to excessive blood loss, and then he can only be slaughtered by him. Giant Tiger also found this, while one-eyed hatred stared at Su Xiao, began to retreat. This is the case of the tadpole beast. In extreme conditions, most beasts will choose to escape unless there are cubs behind that need to be protected. It's not just human nature to take advantage and avoid harm, but also beasts, not to mention that this giant tiger has a high IQ. The giant tiger gasped heavily, his claws sinking deep into the soil, ready to escape at any time. Puppet battle has reached this level. How could Su Xiao let the tiger escape? He may spend precious time setting up traps. Just when the giant tiger had resigned, Xiao Long shone. In the hands of Su Xiao continuously struck, leaving a few and fuzzy knife marks on the giant tiger. Watching the giant tiger with only 8% of blood strips left, no accident will cause the giant tiger to die. In the reincarnation paradise, there is no case where the blood volume is less than 10% and it will become crazy. After the blood volume is less than 10%, any creature will be very weak. Don't talk about madness. The giant tiger is now running unfavorably. The attack is even more chaotic, and he wants to escape. When the tiger tried to escape for the 6th time, Su Xiao pierced the long knife in his hand into the tiger's hind leg, then clenched the handle with both hands and dragged outward. The sound of the blade passing across the muscle was very special. Su Xiao, who gripped the handle of the knife, clearly felt that when the muscle was split, the slight vibration transmitted to the knife body. The giant tiger mourned a cry, and a deep wound appeared on the hind legs. Before the blood soaked the wound, Su Xiao saw a cut muscle in the wound. The broken tendon means that the giant tiger has lost the chance to escape. It is dead today. Perhaps the giant tiger also found this out and changed the previous appearance, facing Su Xiao constantly, making threatening growls. Su Xiao stood in front of the giant tiger, and his shirtless upper body was stained with a large swath of tiger blood. The slippery and warm feeling of Su Xianxue stimulated Su Xiao's fierceness, making him particularly fierce at this moment. I stood in front of this house-sized beast, and Su Xiao was smiling very mildly. Master of Mount Kalpo has dominated Kalpo for many years and has never feared any creature. But at this moment, this giant beast is a little afraid of Su Xiao, because this smiling human might take its life. Hello! A roar with a little anger and fear www.mtlnovel.com spread throughout the Kalpo Mountain. Su Xiao swiftly rushed towards the giant tiger, changing position from time to time. Giant tiger lowered his body. It seemed to be ready to fight with Su Xiao. A tiger claw hit Su Xiao's face with a fishy wind. This claw was fast and anxious. The giant tiger actually hid the speed and showed itself at the dying moment, preparing to give Su Xiao a fatal blow. If hit by this claw, even if Su Xiao is lucky, he can only choose to escape. Su Xiao seems to have an advantage. In fact, otherwise, the gap between his strength and the giant tiger is too large. Even if he was cut by more than a dozen swords, the blood strip on the top of the giant tiger has only reduced by about 1%. To count the giant tiger is losing blood quickly. But if he hits the claw of a giant tiger, the battle may be over. This deadly claw has been photographed in front of him. Su Xiao still keeps the momentum of the forward, actually took the initiative to step forward. When Su Xiao was about to be hit by tiger claws, his legs were spread out into a kneeling position, his body center of gravity was lowered, and his entire body was leaned back. With thick tiger claws, Xian ran across the tip of Su Xiao's nose, and the strong wind blew his broken hair. Suddenly, the leaves on the ground dripped from his knees, and Su Xiao avoided the tiger's claws dangerously. One-handed slap on the ground. Su Xiao jumped up. He was just under the giant tiger's head, and the tiger's fragile throat was exposed. Of course, Su Xiao is not polite. It is just a knife. A large swath of blood spewed out, and Su Xiao took a bath of blood. When Su Xiao fought with the giant tiger, a small figure was hiding in a bush in the distance, and she was a child from a body. Okay, so strong. The shrub shook, and the child's head protruded out of the bushes, with a few green leaves on the straw hat above his head. Chapter 15. Elite Creatures. After Su Xiao cut off this almost fatal sword, the giant tiger's body began to soften, and the huge body pressed against him. Su Xiao, who was next to the giant tiger, felt a dim overhead and immediately realized that something was wrong, and his body rolled to the side. Boom! The dust surged, and the giant tiger collapsed to the ground as if dead. Su Xiao, full of blood, stood up and watched the fallen giant tiger with vigilance. He was not close to the other side, because in the blood strip above the giant tiger's head, there was still 5% health left. The owner of Mount Kalbo was not dead. This clever giant tiger actually knew how to pretend to numb Su Xiao. Really intelligent beast. The long knife was flicked lightly, and the contaminated blood on the blade was flicked away, forming a half-circle splash blood on the ground. A heavy gas came, although it was only a few rounds of fighting, but it was a danger which caused Su Xiao to consume a lot of physical strength. His physique is 5 points, which means that his endurance is not strong, but just as normal. In the real world, it is difficult to ascend to 1 point. Su Xiao's hard training for 3 full years only allowed him to increase 1 point strength and 2 agility. Only with this 3-point attribute that is higher than ordinary people, Su Xiao has the power to crush ordinary people, and it can be seen how great the changes are after each point of attribute improvement. For 1 minute and 2 minutes, 1 person and 1 tiger started to stand dead. The master of Mount Kalpo was still pretending to be dead, and Su Xiao had not attacked the opponent. He now needed to restore his strength. The giant tiger, slumped in the pool of blood, suddenly opened his one eye, and there was some despair and unwillingness in that one eye. It's hard to imagine that a beast would have such complicated emotions, but it's not surprising that the animal IQ of Pirate World is high. In a desert country in Pirate World, there is even a lascivious camel carrying a woman. The master of Mount Kalbo reluctantly stood up and stared at Su Xiao with one eye, the black and red blood flowing from the corner of the mouth. He recovered some physical strength of Su Xiao and slowly approached the master of Mount Kalpo. Hello. The threatening roar came, and a tiger's claw tentatively grabbed Su Xiao. Su Xiao stepped back immediately, but moved forward a few seconds later. I didn't choose to fight with the giant tiger in front of me. Su Xiao knew very well that even if the giant tiger looks like it, he still has the ability to kill him. The order of the pirate world is too high, and Su Xiao can only deal with it with caution. He noticed that after Su Xiao's delay, the owner of Mount Kalpo was completely desperate, and he encountered an experienced hunter. The master of Mount Korbo shook his limbs, stood upright, and then made a loud roar. This may be the last time it roared the mountains. After snarling, the owner of Mount Kalpo dragged his dead body and rushed directly to Su Xiao. Boom, boom. With the running of Mount Kalpo, a few hundred meters of ground nearby gave a slight vibration. Here comes the beast in front of him. The master of Mount Korpo is indeed as powerful as a rainbow, but his scarred body is not enough for its power. The attack method it chooses is very simple, that is, to bite open the mouth and bite Su Xiao openly. However, due to a broken leg injury on the hind leg, the owner of Mount Kalpo fell to the ground without taking a few steps. His snapping action immediately deformed from the original attack to death. The big, open tiger's mouth was brought to Su Xiao, which made him a little surprised, but the movement in his hand was not slow, and the knife was stabbed forward. John cut Dragon Flash, first pierced the giant tiger's soft mouth, then passed through a layer of bones, and sink deeply into the giant tiger's brain. Chopping Dragon Flash, as a white equipment with a rating of 10, it belongs to the top of the white equipment. Even if it exceeds some green equipment, the sharpness is definitely trustworthy. Suffering in such a severe way, the giant tiger's eyes finally began to dim, and the blood strip above his head slipped to the lowest moment, and it was about to be emptied. Suffering this kind of injury, the giant tiger is not dead yet. This is such an amazing vitality. Then, an unexpected scene happened. The giant tiger who pierced his brain actually took the initiative to straighten his body, which made the blade stab deeper and deeply into the brain, but Su Xiao's face changed. As the giant tiger leaned forward, one of his arms entered the giant tiger's bite range. The tiger's mouth was closed, and Su Xiao's right arm was bitten by a giant tiger. Ma Shanghe immediately felt that the right arm of the knife was pierced by a sharp weapon. First, he felt numbness, and then he felt sharp pain. Although the whole arm began to numb, Su Xiao did not release, chopping Dragon Flash. Sun Lengan ran down the forehead, and Su Xiao's free left hand gave out an extra flintlock. Su pinned his firing gun on the giant tiger's eye, and Su Xiao pulled the trigger. Boom! One-eyed burst, body, fluid splashed. This shot became the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. The tiger's blood strip was emptied, and the big mouth of the blood basin that bit Su's arm was loosened. Su Xiao took the opportunity to withdraw his arm. The position of the upper arm of his right arm was already blurred, and he tried to move the arm. Fortunately, the bone was not injured. Although it was painful, it did not hurt the bone. The giant tiger, biting out this bite, is already at the end of the crossbow. The injury looks very serious, but it is not. You killed Elite Creature, the owner of Mount Kalpo. The owner of Mount Kalpo is an elite creature, gaining 3.2% of the world source, and now has a total of 8.9% of the world source. Your talent Soul Eater is activated, permanently increasing the mana by 15 points. The existing mana value is 91 points. www.hentilnovel.com, the hint of Reincarnation Park. Let Su Xiao relax a bit. The master of Mount Kalpo has completely death. A large amount of blood loss and release force made Su Xiao's body soft and slumped. I took out a cigarette in the saving space, and it ignited with a pop, and the tiny green smoke floated. Su Xiao, who was full of blood, sat on the grass, trembling with her head and shoulders down, and he was fascinated by the feeling of life and death in battle. The winner is born, the loser is dead. Although cruel, it is also very simple. He spit out a green smoke, and Su Xiao looked at the giant tiger's body. Above the corpse of the giant tiger, a pale green treasure chest was floating, and the treasure chest was flashing a charming green shimmer. Su Xiao, who was full of blood, stood up strenuously. This was the first time he saw the green treasure chest. When you open the white treasure chest, you can get the dead wife's pendant. This magical equipment is more precious than the white treasure chest. What can you get? Su Xiao's heart was hot, but it was not the time. In this forest full of unknowns, there may be other dangers at any time. The nearby ground is infected with large bloodstains, and the smell may attract other beasts. Su Xiao put away the green treasure chest, knocked out all the tiger teeth with the handle, and then went to the nearby water source to wash her body. At this moment, Su made a subtle sound in a bush 10 meters away from him. Su Xiao's eyes sharpened immediately, holding, chopping Dragon Flash in his hands, and looking at the bush. Who come out? Su Xiao gave stop drinking. If there were beasts in the bush, she would definitely respond. But in contrast, the bush was very quiet, which made him vigilant. There may be someone in the shrub. Chapter 16, The Blade from the Cage. Su Xiao slowly approached the bushes, his left-handed flintlock aimed at the bushes, and there was the last bullet on the gun face. Don't wait, I'm not a bad person. A clear child's voice came from bush. Child? Su Xiao looked at the bush in doubt. How to have children in this dangerous Kalpo mountain, which made him vigilant. Give you 3 seconds to come out, otherwise you don't have to come out. The trigger of the flintlock was gradually tightened, and if the opponent did not come out within 3 seconds, he would shoot. Really? Then I won't come out. Perhaps. The children in the bushes misunderstood Su Xiao's words. Su Xiao's eyes twitched. He can now be sure that the bush is really a child, and that child's IQ is not high. I retracted my gun. The last bullet in the gun may be used for other purposes and should not be wasted here. Give me out. Su Xiao rushed to the bushes in a few steps and kicked them in front of the bushes. He didn't kick the human touch, but he felt a spring. Banger. Sun Yin, as if the sound of kicking a ball came, a thin body was kicked and flew far away. Banger. After the figure fell to the ground, it bounced a few times before finally lying on the ground. Wow. Though the child kicked by Su Xiao may be kicked and hurt, sitting on the ground and crying. This weird elasticity made Su Xiao's eyes slightly narrowed. He fixed his eyes on the child. With yellow skin, black hair, and dark eyes, and with that weird elasticity, Su Xiao guessed the identity of the child. Boo, isn't this the main character in the original work? Manhwa Luffy, who was still wondering before, how could a child appear on Mount Kalpo? If it is Luffy, then it can be explained the other party lives in Mount Kalpo in an hour. Su Xiao walked in front of Luffy and looked at each other. Luffy was sitting on the ground, crying. His nose was flowing out of the elder. It seems that Su Xiao kicked and hurt. Luffy's fruit ability was basically undeveloped in childhood, so he was immune to attack, not strong. Luffy now is a little fart, totally without the style of the original. You devil, don't cry, otherwise you will be killed. Now Su Xiao is full of tiger blood, showing very cruel, so the crying stopped abruptly. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Su Xiao smiled and shook her head. It was a straightforward answer. He didn't pay attention to each other because he was the protagonist of Pirate World. He just wanted to observe the demon fruiter. He grabbed Luffy's cheek. Su Xiao lifted Luffy, and Luffy's face was pulled by the elder. Kushiro blew her nose and looked at Su Xiao blankly, looking very funny. At this moment, Samsara Paradise suddenly gave a series of prompts. Caveat. Caveat. The hunter is touching the sons of the plain. Please keep the hunter away. Caveat. Caveat. The hunter is touching the sons of the plain. Please keep the hunter away from each other. Caveat. Caveat. The hunter is touching the sons of the plain. Please keep the hunter away from each other. The hint that appeared this time was not the light blue in the past, but the blood red, giving a dangerous feeling. Jingao. Warning, there is a super creature approaching, and after testing, the super creature is Manhwa. Cap. Please kill the hunter as soon as possible. Trigger quest, Stifling of Legends. Legendary Strangle. Difficulty level, LV.79. After seeing difficulty level, LV.79, Su Xiao threw away Luffy in his hand and then walked towards the water source. He did not even see the rewards of the missions, nor would he pick up the so-called Legend Strangling. Don't think about it. The reward of LV.79 is definitely amazing. But for Su Xiao, this level of tasks is too early, and now he is struggling to complete LV.3 tasks. When he entered the pirate world, the difficulty of the pirate world was shown as LV.6, but this was not the real difficulty of the pirate world. The so-called LV.6 refers to the regional difficulty of King Gaia. Su Xiao didn't care too much about Manhwa. Carp, the other party should be far away from him, otherwise he had no chance to leave. He came to a small river, and Su Xiao started to wash his body. The blood was washed away by the clear river water. After Su Xiao cleaned his body, an area of the river had turned red, and the smell attracted a large group of fish. A big fish jumped out of the water, and Su Xiao subconsciously stabbed the knife, pierced the big fish more than 2 meters long. His arm was strong, and the big fish was picked ashore. Jiao, the angle of this knife is very tricky, and the strength is very good, which made Su Xiao himself somewhat surprised. His sword skills have actually increased a lot. You know that he just experienced a battle. The reason why Su Xiao has this leap in swordsmanship is related to his exercise in the real world. In the real world, Su Xiao rarely has the chance to fight all out. This time, he fought against the giant tiger and activated the results of his 3 years of hard sword practice. The real world is like a cage. His hard-working killing techniques have no use other than revenge. And when revenge is basically a beheaded kill, there is no chance to fight. But Reincarnation Paradise is different. It is full of dangers. Even in the real world, if you are rich or powerful, if you're not strong enough, you can only wait for death in Reincarnation Paradise. He emerged from the cage, and Su Xiao felt relaxed. The Reincarnation Paradise is indeed dangerous. Weak meat and strong food are like a virgin forest, but he likes it more than the real world. Perhaps he was born to reincarnate paradise. Only here can he show his talents. Hoida, gaining strength while taking risks in another world may be a good experience. Su took a deep breath, and he decided to make a good break in the Reincarnation Paradise, becoming stronger, and constantly stronger than anyone else, because only then can he break the shackles. But before fulfilling this magnificent wish, he must fill his stomach first, and the big fish struggling on the grass is undoubtedly the best lunch. www.untilnovel.com Bloodletting descaling, pulling off the internal organs, making fire. After 10 minutes, the big fish, more than 2 meters long, had been grilled on the fire. Without any seasoning. This big fish may not be delicious. And he also noticed that killing this fish did not get mana. It should be that this fish is too weak to meet the standard of his talent, Soul Eater, at all. This is very reasonable. If you kill any creature to get mana, then Su Xiao only needs to step on a nest of ants to directly increase 100 mana, which is the maximum limit he can get in each world. As for the role of mana value, Su Xiao is not clear at present, but may have a key role in the future. After the tree branch burned, it made a few crisp sounds, and the big fish was grilled quickly. Oil and water overflowed from the crispy skin and dripped in the fire. I cut out a piece of fish, and Su Xiao stuffed it directly into my mouth. Although the sales are good, the taste should not be too good. After chewing a few mouthfuls, Su Xiaowei shivered. The fish in the mouth is soft, tender, and smooth, and there is an original flavor, which is the rich flavor of the fish itself. Any seasoning is to add to the snake. Delicious, very delicious. This should be the most delicious food he has ever eaten. I swallowed the fish in my mouth, and Su Xiao watched the big fish swallowed. Perhaps he could not only gain strength in the derived plane, but also taste various foods. After enjoying an unusually delicious lunch, Su Xiao left unwillingly until he couldn't eat it completely. The branch line mission has been completed, and the identity of the guard leader can be obtained if there is no accident. It is time to prepare for the assassination of the king. That's his ultimate task, and everything he's doing now is just foreshadowing. Chapter 17, Initial Success. After returning to the capital, Su Xiao went directly to Minister Zuo's house. In the study, Minister Zuo was examining the tiger teeth. Well, that's right, good. Minister Zuo put away those tiger teeth and looked at Su Xiao meaningfully. I didn't expect that you could really do that. Although the tiger is not too strong, it is very difficult to hunt and hide in Cobble Mountain. You are better than your uncle, so you will replace him in the future. Just in the words, Su Xiao replaced the status of the black market businessman. It can be seen how ruthless the minister left. The worship of the black market businessman before him has been left behind. The mission has been achieved. I'm going to take over the post of guard leader. I don't know Minister Zuo. Wu Su Xiao looked at Minister Zuo, and with this old guy's cool character, it was not impossible to settle accounts. Guard chief? What are you talking about? I haven't said. Minister Zuo's words came to an abrupt end, and those sly old eyes suddenly began to dim. Minister Zuo violated the regulations on reincarnation parks, and reincarnation parks are being rectified. Icy voice appeared next to Su Xiao's ear. This was the first time he heard the sound of reincarnation park. It was a mechanical sound, without emotional fluctuations, and revealed cruelty in the cold. After being silent for a short time, Minister continued, "Since you have completed the task, the position of the guard leader will belong to you. I will go to the palace to help you with the operation in a while. You will be the current guard leader." Minister Zuo's stiff tone and inconsistency made the guard behind him a little confused. Su Xiao carefully observes Minister Zuo. The strangeness of the other party cannot be separated from the reincarnation paradise. Minister Zuo did not keep his promise. Su Xiao had already guessed that the reason why he went to hunt and kill the owner of Mount Kalpo was entirely because of the mission of Samsara. So far, although reincarnation paradise has been very cold and has no emotional fluctuations, it has never spoken without faith. Cold and cruel, but fair, this is what Immortal Paradise gave Su Xiao. So Su Xiao also wanted to test what would happen if Minister Zuo breached the contract. You know, his side mission reward is guard leader status. From the current situation, the reincarnation paradise is to choose to directly control the minister of the left and force the task reward. As for what will happen to Minister Zuo in the future, then it is hard to say. Maybe it will be restored in a while, or it will become an idiot. Not only that, Su Xiao had wondered one thing before, whether the world of pirates in which he lived was the real world or the fictional world created by Samsara. If it is a fictional world of Samsara paradise, Minister Zuo is equivalent to the role of NPC and will not break promises at all. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that this is the real world, At least everything that Su Xiao touches is very real. The so-called derived world may be derived from people's fantasy and finally become the real world. I left Minister Chan's house, and Su Xiao began to think about how to assassinate the king. Although he has now become the guard leader, this status does not help him to see the king, and even if he does, he cannot be assassinated directly. The king must have a lot of guard around him. Even if Su Xiao fights with a 1 in 10,000 chance of success, he will die. I have been warned in Reincarnation Park before. If he dies in Pirate World, he will die completely without a second chance. It seems that Su Xiao is in a dilemma. In fact, otherwise, he already has the capital to assassinate the king. There are 2 key points to the successful assassination of a king. The first is to sneak into the palace. Su Xiao has never worried about this. The second point is to ward off the guards around the king. This is the most critical point. The guards around the puppet king must be very strong. Under what circumstances can those close guards be led away? That is, there's a strong enemy in the palace. Moreover, a strong enemy is likely to threaten the king's safety. If the guard is under last resort, he will take the initiative to attack. At that time, it was Su Xiao's time to start. As for the strength of the king himself, Su Xiao is not worried. If the king is strong, the possibility of completing the task is too low, and the difficulty of the mainline task cannot be only LV.3. As for where to look for a powerful enemy that can threaten the king, it depends on the burning of the terminal. That's why he worked hard to obtain the status of guard leader. Nothing more than to get the decision-making power when burning the waste terminal. Although the aristocrats of the Kingdom of Goya do not treat the refugees outside the city as a person, such things as the burning of waste terminals will not be left to the kingdom department. The reason is simple: that will tarnish the image of the kingdom. Therefore, the end point of burning waste products will only be handed over to some black forces, and the black forces in Pirate World are nothing more than pirates in the nearby seas. Some large pirate groups in the waters around the town have received news that the Kingdom of Goya has a big sale. If it is done well, it can obtain the nobility status. The aristocratic status has a fatal temptation to those desperate people, and most people are helpless to become pirates. So there are several groups of pirates who have come to the waters near the Kingdom of Goa, waiting for this opportunity. And tonight, the Kingdom of Goya will choose one of these pirate groups, and let the pirate groups burn the waste terminal at tomorrow night. As an armed strength within the capital, Su Xiao's current status is to be responsible for contacting and negotiating with those pirates. If you make good use of your current identity, you will definitely have a chance to successfully assassinate the king. According to the original plot, the king did not want to test the identity of those pirates and nobles, but only use those pirates. In Su Xiao thinking, he has returned to the guard headquarters. Compared to the guard headquarters a day ago, the confusion here is unbearable. The guards standing in front of Yamen have disappeared. After entering the guards' headquarters, Su Xiao saw that there were actually a dozen guards in the lobby gambling, and even a few people gathered around a drink. Inferior tobacco, alcohol, and sweat odor permeated the lobby. Maybe there is no boss here. Although Su Xiao is now the boss here, he will not manage the guards. He just needs his current identity. As for the guard headquarters, he has nothing to do with him. When he came to Oka's office, Su Xiao pushed in. There are 3 people in the office www.mtlnovel.com. There are 2 close friends of Hank and Oka. Han Han sat on the sofa, and 2 of Oka's close friends stood on either side of Oka's seat. The 3 were facing each other, but no one dared to sit on that chair. Su Xiao walked into the office and surprised the 3. Hank didn't speak, but 2 of Oka's close friends spoke. Is this where you should come? Go out. Su Xiao's eyes were lowered. She didn't go to see each other at all, but walked to Oka's seat and sat down directly. You bastard, can you sit here? What are you? One of Oka's cronies walked towards Su Xiao with an angry expression. Well, you're not a guard now. Give you a minute to disappear. Su Xiao still didn't go to see the other party. He was thinking about the next countermeasures, like this kind of goods. He didn't want to bother. It was a waste of time. Oh, Oka's cronies first stumbled in place, then looked at Su Xiao with a sneer. To assure at this moment, the door of the office was pushed, and a herald came in with some documents in his hand. Mr. Bai Yi, here is the notice of your guard leader's appointment and identification. Minister's was efficiency is faster than expected. The Oka's cronies froze, staring at Su Xiao blankly. You two don't have to go. Stay here forever. Su Xiao looked at Oka's two subordinates, and Hank on the other side suddenly turned his thoughts and yelled. Everyone downstairs will come up to me and congratulate our old and new avenues. Han Han was very reluctant, but there was nothing he could do about it, and he dared not openly resist the kingdom's orders. Recommendation tickets, collections. Yesterday's recommendation tickets are very few, Sado. Chapter 18, Pirate. Intensive footsteps came, and a large group of guards rushed to the office. Because of the large number of people, the guards crowded in front of the office. Listen well, this is our new boss, Lord Baiyi. Han Han stood beside Su Xiao, expressing his attitude. The guards around him were a little confused, but after Su Xiao raised his power of attorney, the guards knew what was going on. Boss is good. Master Baiyi, I'm Kaba. Boss, brothers will listen to you in the future. Congratulations continue to come. Su Xiao just nodded and looked at Oka's two close friends. These two were intimate with pirates, with the intention of disrupting the order of the king. Before Su Xiao's words were finished, the two Oka's relatives actually took out weapons and aimed at him. Brothers, don't listen to him. Oka is our boss. Su Xiao looked for a moment, looked at the two in wonder. Didn't the two guys have a brain? In fact, it wasn't that the two had no brains, but that Su Xiao's current identity and the words just now made them a little daunting. But Su Xiao said before, let the two stay here forever. Song, go up. These two guys have been communicating with the pirates, and now they are exposed. They actually want to openly resist. Hank was very alert and immediately realized the situation. Really stupid. Su Xiao sat behind his desk and didn't move. Now he doesn't need to do anything. A large group of guards swarmed up. At this moment, two of Oka's close relatives were completely desperate. Dung, wait, we just want to... I didn't wait for the two to explain that the large group of guards had chopped up. The sound of weapon collision, gunfire, and the sound of flesh being split came one after another. 30 seconds later, two more dead bodies appeared in the office, and the guards in the room were all bloody. The smell spread. This looks ridiculous, but it's not. In the office, the herald of the palace swallowed, and Su Xiao's fierceness made the herald a bit timid. The idea of wanting some benefits had disappeared. Clean up, you go down. Before long, there were only 3 people left in the office, Su Xiao, Hank, and Harold. Han Han didn't go out, but stood beside Su Xiao straightly. Wu Su Xiao just looked at Hank and stopped paying attention. He was too unfamiliar with the guard headquarters, so he needed an old fritter like Hank. Tong Ming is smart and ambitious assistant. He needs it very much. Master Baiyi, please your subordinates to avoid. I have something to tell you. No, he's my close friend. He heard a smile on Su Han's face when he heard Su Xiao's words. Well, that's the way it is. You should hear something about action tomorrow night. The actions of the Luan Lingling officials were to burn the waste to the end. Here's something. That's good, I just said it directly. This means that there are now 3 groups of forces suitable for doing this. We have initially contacted these 3 groups of forces, and now you need to contact these 3 groups of forces, choose a group among them, and perform the action of tomorrow night. Su Xiao looked at the herald, with a strange look in his eyes. I'll decide who does it. Yes, it's up to you to decide. After all, those pirates we just heard about, and need to make actual decisions before making contact. I got a clear answer, and Su Xiao was so pleased that he did not make the wrong choice. His current identity played a vital role. I see. I'll get in touch with the 3 groups of forces in a moment. The emissary officer smiled at Su Xiao and wanted to turn and leave. Yes, there is one more thing. Although there are 3 groups of forces, only one group can be selected to execute tomorrow's plan. As for the specific information, all are in the file. Xin Chuanlin left at Hank's courtesy, and Su Xiao picked up the documents on his desk. Inside the radon is a detailed plan for the incineration waste terminal, which roughly means I choose a group of pirates and then provide the group of pirates with explosives to ignite the waste terminal. There are 3 pirates to choose from. The first group was the indigenous forces of the Kingdom of Goya. The Bursum pirates were the pirates who fought with the young Luffy and Ace in the original work. The second group is the pirates who have recently sailed into the nearby waters. I saw Su Xiao's information. Su Xiao was a bit surprised. This was also a group of pirates he was familiar with. Creek Pirates is a relatively famous pirates in the East China Sea. In the story of the original sea restaurant, the Clar pirates were destroyed by the Hawkeyes, then fled to the sea restaurant and fought with Luffy pirates and finally defeated. Although it is 10 years before the beginning of the plot, the strength of the Clar pirates is not weak. The entire fleet has about 600 people. As for the third group of pirates, called Skeleton Pirates, they're not very powerful and were directly ruled out by Su Xiao. According to the original information, the strength of the Bersham pirates was average. They were defeated by the young Luffy, Ace, and a group of pirates, showing their strength. Kurelite and the Clark pirates, Su Xiao had high hopes, so he had to see the pirates first. Hank, get in touch with the Clark pirates. Han Han smiled awkwardly. Jerga this, sir. Su Hank's attitude made Su Xiao clear. It's entrusted to you, www.mtlnovel.com. You must meet someone today. Obviously, Hank could contact the Clark Pirates group. As for the relationship between the two sides, Su Xiao was not interested to know. Government officials and pirates colluded with each other. This is a common phenomenon in the pirate world. There are many possible exchanges between the two. Hank did not let Su Xiao down, and in just 2 hours he and the Clark Pirates agreed on a meeting place. Of course, the location was in Wangdu, and no one would trust a group of pirates. In a civilian alley, in a dirty alley, several men in wide black clothes with hoods on their heads stood in the alley, looking around vigilantly. Boss Clark, this is it. The old warehouse in front is the agreed place. A pirate with a thin figure and a sailor knife hung around his waist stood carefully behind a tall man. The man is also wearing a large black suit and a hood, but he can be seen vaguely in the gap between the clothes. The man is wearing a gold armor. Well, you are waiting for me, akin, you and me. Click's voice is low, and the sound of armor collision is made when walking. Yes, boss. Ajin is also dressed in the same way, with weapons hidden in his sleeves. Boss, it is said that the new guard chief is very hot. We are still cautious. Creek tilted his head and looked at Akin. Feeling well? Am I still unable to deal with a guard leader? If it weren't for the nobility, it would bring a lot of convenience, and I wouldn't work for the kingdom of Goya. Arrogance is a common problem of most pirates. Ajin was speechless, and the two walked towards the warehouse. Chapter 19. The Night Before. In a rundown warehouse, Clark and Akin waited a little anxiously. Click. The warehouse door, which had not been open for a long time, made a harsh sound. Clark and Akin are alert at the same time. Both of them are pirates, with their blades licking blood. Su Xiao stood at the door of the warehouse and did not go directly in. Wait for me here. After speaking, Su Xiao walked into the warehouse, and Hank's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he didn't say a word and could only guard outside the warehouse. When I entered the warehouse, there were wooden boxes laid randomly, and the ground was covered with dust. It seems that this warehouse has been abandoned for a long time. It's too slow. Is this the attitude of the kingdom of Goya? Click was the first to speak, and his tone was a bit bad. Su chuckled and looked at Clark in front of him. Tall figure, looks hidden in the hood. Although a few meters away, Su Xiao smelled a strange smell. It is a kind of very poisonous taste. Su Xiao sometimes poisons the knife, so he is familiar with the taste. It's up to you, and when it's done, the kingdom will test your aristocracy. Su Xiao went straight to the subject. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these pirates. That's it. Not that there are 3 groups of forces competing. Click was half said and was interrupted by Su Xiao. No, those 2 forces are in the dark. I have the right to make decisions. You only need to answer yes or no. Speaking of halfway interruption, Clark was obviously a little dissatisfied, but now in the territory of King Goya, the pirate was not too arrogant. Su Xiao didn't go back to see Clark alone and ambush hundreds of guards near the warehouse. Click hesitated a little. It seemed that he didn't trust Su Xiao, or that Click didn't trust Goya Kingdom. First, explain what you want to do. Except for the people inside Wangdu who burned the terminal of burning waste, people outside the city did not know. Click belongs to the exile force, so it is not clear what the specific situation is. These guys were attracted by the nobility. The waste terminal will be ignited at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. The time must be on time. Su Xiao began to narrate the specific situation. The more serious Clark and Akin listened to each other. All burned down? This is a bit difficult, and the range of the waste terminal is not small. Don't you know, is there something called an explosive? Wu Su Xiao stared at Click, guarding the other side at any time, and the negotiation reached the most critical moment. Just a joke, that amount of explosives, unless you're willing to provide them, I choose to give up. Click's attitude, Su Xiao had already guessed. Really, that's a pity. After finishing talking, Su Xiao was ready to turn around and leave without talking to Clark at all. And many more. Ajin shouted at Su Xiao, after which Ear whispered to Crick, "Boss, if you ship all the explosives on board, the quantity will be enough." Click stared at Su Xiao angrily. Of course he knew that the explosives on board were enough, but he was reluctant. Do you really think that as long as you ignite the waste terminal, you can obtain the nobility status? Of course, the explosives are provided by you, otherwise you won't talk. 25 hours later, Su Xiao stepped out of the warehouse, leaving behind two people, Crick and Akin. As a benefit of the booking, Su Xiao left a voucher, which was the closed test file of the kingdom aristocracy. As long as he signed the document and notarized the kingdom, he could become a noble. And this document cannot be unilaterally broken, with the seal of the world government on it. Pirates are not fools. If they don't come up with real bait, they will never die. Master Bai Yi, have things been settled? Hank tentatively asked. Su Xiao's footsteps suddenly stopped. Are you sure you want to know? Su Xiao's cold gaze made Hank step back subconsciously. There. At this moment, Hank regretted it very much, and he regretted that he had not killed Su Xiao when choosing weapons. Hank, there is something I need you to do, and it is important. After speaking, Su Xiao motioned for the ambush guards to show up. Hundreds of guards gathered behind him, and he took everyone back to the guard headquarters. As night fell, Su Xiao sat alone in the office of the guard's headquarters, and the room was dark. The sudden appearance of the Clark pirates did not destroy Su Xiao's plan, but made his plan more smooth. Elbowed against the desk, Su Xiao lightly pressed his forehead. Saron, although he is quite clever, he knows that the current plan is not perfect, and there may be unknown loopholes in it. But this is also helpless. Now he is too weak, and can only achieve his purpose by layout. In Su Xiao's style of acting, he prefers to use his knife to solve problems. Soon, just leave this high-risk world. Although the first world he experienced was a high-risk world like One Piece, he believed that it was impossible for Samsara Paradise to throw him into a world above him 5 levels. So the reason why he will enter the pirate world may be the test of Samsara Paradise, the test of his hunter status. Or, before completing the main task, he was not considered a hunter at all. It was just called a hunter and had no function. Su Xiao slept in the office that night. The next morning, Su Xiao woke up early and began to prepare for the operation tonight. This is the last day of the main mission time limit. At 12 o'clock tonight, it is the maximum time limit of his mission. Tonight, he will assassinate the king of the kingdom of Goa. For a whole day, Su Xiao was constantly busy. He is now the main person in charge of the terminal for incineration of waste products. So, no matter what department he is facing, the other party will give and make way. The left minister has been completely abolished. Su Xiao saw the other side once, and those abyss eyes made him feel cold. I was busy until 4 p.m. Su Xiao did everything. Then he entered the office of the guard's headquarters and disappeared from everyone's sight. Now he just had to waiting for the pirates outside the city to ignite the waste terminal. As for the purpose of the Kingdom of Goya to burn the waste terminal, it is ridiculous. In the next 10 days or so, it will be the day when the world aristocratic Tianlong people come to visit. In order to prevent the Tianlong people from seeing the large mountain of garbage outside the city, the Kingdom of Goya chose to burn the waste terminal and burn it with the refugees outside the city. There are at least a few thousand refugees outside the city. This is the ruler of the pirate world. In order to prevent the upper levels from seeing the stains, thousands of people can be burned. Wu at 5 o'clock in the evening. The sky was gradually getting dark, and the night breeze was blowing slowly. There was 1 hour left, and it was time to burn the waste terminal. The city was extremely quiet. In the dark office, only Su Xiao was sitting behind his desk, and suddenly a green treasure chest appeared in his hand. This treasure chest was obtained after killing the owner of Mount Kalpo, but he has been too busy recently and has not had time to open it. The green treasure chest filled Su Xiao with anticipation, and a smile appeared on the tired face. Treasure chest green. Yes/no open. Choose to open. Several items appear in Su Xiao's hands. You open the treasure chest, green, and got the following items. Get 1,000 paradise coins. Soul crystal small. Get tiger claw. I didn't launch equipment, but this was expected. Su Xiao has opened several treasure chests and has some understanding of the rules of the treasure chest. The item level obtained by opening the treasure chest is related to the color of the treasure chest, and the quality he now knows is only white. As for the equipment or items in the treasure chest, it is related to the person or animal who dropped the treasure chest. www.mtl novel. For example, Su Xiao killed a tiger, and the tiger's treasure chest will never open a sword or shields. To kill a tiger, it is most likely to obtain tiger's claws or tiger skins, as well as to kill humans. Killing the black market businessman. Su Xiao got a referral letter left by the black market businessman. Suddenly killed Oka. Su Xiao got the pendant worn by Oka. Su Xiao looked at the items in her hand. Xinyuan coins are directly deposited in the brand. Although they are called paradise coins, they are a formless currency. Tiger claw. Quality green. Type material. Score 16. Note: green materials are scored from 10 to 30, and materials with higher ratings will be more precious. Introduction. The claws of elite creatures can be used to forge equipment in the reincarnation park, or as an enhanced booster. Soul crystal small. Quality none. Type: soul concentrate. Score none. Introduction. Soul crystals are rare and have many uses. Insufficient permissions to get the following. Playing with his soul crystal in his hand, Su Xiao was completely confused about the two newly acquired items. But he had a feeling that this piece of crystal in his hand was only flexible crystal, the size of small nails. Maybe it was the highest value item he had ever obtained. Everything will be clear after returning to the reincarnation paradise, and his priority now is to complete the task. In a hurry, he had unknowingly reached 6 o'clock in the evening. Su left the office, disappeared into the night, or completed the task tonight, or died in the palace. There's no third case. Article 20. Deception and Money. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a blast of explosions came from outside the city. The Clark pirates ignited the waste terminal, and his mainline mission had only a few hours left. I spent 3 days in a row, and finally it was time to harvest. Su Xiao walked through the gradually falling night and began to approach the gate. Outside the city, waste terminal. At this moment, the explosion here has been connected into one piece. The flames are rising into the sky, and a large piece of burning garbage is blown up. The refugees who had rested in the obsolete terminal were awakened by the sudden explosion, and the fire began to spread in the garbage mountain. When the refugees reacted and wanted to escape from the house, the fire had spread completely. The screams of screams echoed the sound of explosions, showing a scene of hell. If there really is hell, then the current waste terminal is hell. Everyone in the Clark Pirates group, watching the fire that gradually filled the waste terminal, began to approach the city gate quickly. They have discussed with Su Xiao before. Once the waste terminal is ignited, they will immediately go to the gate, and Su Xiao will send someone to open the gate. Curly Click certainly would not agree to committing his life to the hands of others. So after the meeting, Su Xiao sent his cronies Hank to follow the Clark Pirates. At this point, Hank had disguised himself as a pirate and followed behind Clark. Caught quickly, the fire is about to spread, and then we will be in danger. Click yelled, and the men behind him accelerated. After 3 minutes, the Clark Pirates arrived outside the gate. When I came to the gate of the city, all the pirates showed smiles on their faces. They had done things, and then they just had to enter the city to welcome a better life. In particular, Clark himself has been thinking about his life after becoming a noble. Luxurious residences, exquisite food, already a large group of tender women's bodies. At this moment, Clark even wanted to completely give up his identity as a pirate. Bang, bang, bang. Clark knocked at the gate. Cut. Open the door. We are the Clark Pirates, and the scrap terminal has been ignited by us. After Clark knocked on the city gate, it was a deadly silence. There was no sound in the city except the sound of flames blowing in the night wind. Wei Hey, open the door quickly. The fire will spread soon. He was still silent, and there was some panic in Clark's mind. Behind him was a fire that engulfed everything, and in front of it was a solid city gate, and they were trapped. It won't be long before they will be burned to death. What's going on? Why didn't the gate open? There was a large bloodshot in Click's eyes, like an enraged beast, turning to stare at Hank. Hank's lips were a little white. He was sent out of town by Su Xiao. Hank was just an ordinary guard who knew nothing about the king's failure to keep his promise. No, it won't wait. Wait for me, I'll try it. Hank said everything badly. He vaguely guessed. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I'm Hank of the Guard by Yi. Come out for me, come out. Hank began to growl. As for the adult, he was omitted. White Knight, I will kill you. Click has understood that he was deceived by Su Xiao, and now they are just chess pieces victims. Look at those bloodshot eyes, and look at Hank. Burn, die. Curly, after Clark said this word by word. The men next to him immediately tied Hank up, and several people joined forces to throw Hank into the sea of fire not far away. Ah, it's none of my business, Bai Yi, you must die. The flame began to kiss Hank's skin, and the scream screamed for 10 seconds before disappearing. When the Clark Pirates were almost desperate, a low male voice came from a wall. Wait, hey, the people below, do you want to survive? Everyone in front of the city gate shook. Who is it? Come out. Crick was a bit irrational and looked at the wall above with the help of a firelight. It was a thin, middle-aged man. Curly, when Clark was about to speak, he dropped successive dynamite barrels on the wall. When I saw the dynamite barrels that fell to the ground, Clark was creepy, and there was a sea of fire behind him, trying to kill them. Explode the city gate, you have a little hope. After speaking, the middle-aged man on the city wall retracted and disappeared into the darkness. Budak, after hesitating for less than 2 seconds, Akin rushed to the dynamite barrels first and placed those barrels at the gate of the city. Anxiously speaking inside the gate, it seems that something outside the gate was discovered. Clark ripped off his black robe, exposing a yellow armor, raising his arms, and a bullet shot at the explosive barrel. Boom! The impact of the plutonium explosion brought back the crowds of the Clark Pirates, and some unlucky pirates were penetrated by the wreckage of the explosion and fell to the ground. Hundreds of pirates killed at least a dozen people because of the explosion. But it's worth it because the gates have been blown open. After the blasting of the city gate, several broken bodies were scattered. These were the guards of the gate guard. Like pirates step on the broken city gate and walk into the capital. This is a group of angry pirates, so they will burn and plunder in the king's city. Hello, stop me. Creek looked at a dark corner, his arms raised flat, and the muzzle on his shoulder pointed forward. Be a doing shoot, I save you. The middle-aged man on the city wall, before walking out in the dark with some fear in his eyes. Why save me? I really don't know you. Crick did not lay down his arms. I have enmity with Bayit, www.mtlnovel.com. The enemy of the enemy is my friend. Creek smiled cruelly. Where's Bayit? In the palace, he is receiving a reward from the king and is said to have been awarded aristocratic status. The words of reward, aristocracy, etc. stimulated Crick because it should be his thing. Bang! The gunshots sounded. The middle-aged man's chest was pierced, and a blood hole with the thickness of his fist appeared. You bastard, dare to throw explosives at me. Do you want to kill me? After speaking, Clark led someone to rush towards the palace. He wanted to kill Bai Yi, kill the king, and loot the palace to make up for today's losses. The middle-aged man was lying on the ground, his mouth was bleeding, and his body was convulsing. Looking at the rising Clark pirates, the eyes of the middle-aged man began to dim. Too sure, at this moment, a young man smoking a cigarette emerged from the dark corner. Give my wife and daughter money. I have done as you ask. Su Xiao squatted in front of the middle-aged person and spit out a green smoke. Good job. The money has been given to them. It's great. Thank you, thank you. After I finished speaking, the middle-aged man's eyes were completely dim, and he died under the shot of Clark. Zhong, this middle-aged man, was a death sentence rescued by Su Xiao in prison. The previous thing was just a transaction. Su Xiao pays money, middle-aged people pay their lives, and it is a fair and unfair deal. I watched the Clark pirates in the distance. Su Xiao discarded the cigarette in his hand and stepped out. Clark pirates, don't let me down. Su Xiao disappeared into the night and hurried towards the palace. Chapter 20. Deception and Money. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a blast of explosions came from outside the city. The Clark pirates ignited the waste terminal, and his mainline mission had only a few hours left. I spent 3 days in a row, and finally it was time to harvest. Su Xiao walked through the gradually falling night and began to approach the gate. Outside the city, waste terminal. At this moment, the explosion here has been connected into one piece. The flames are rising into the sky, and a large piece of burning garbage is blown up. The refugees who had rested in the obsolete terminal were awakened by the sudden explosion, and the fire began to spread in the garbage mountain. When the refugees reacted and wanted to escape from the house, the fire had spread completely. The screams of screams echoed the sound of explosions, showing a scene of hell. If there really is hell, then the current waste terminal is hell. Everyone in the Clark Pirates group, watching the fire that gradually filled the waste terminal, began to approach the city gate quickly. They have discussed with Su Xiao before. Once the waste terminal is ignited, they will immediately go to the gate, and Su Xiao will send someone to open the gate. Curly Click certainly would not agree to committing his life to the hands of others. So after the meeting, Su Xiao sent his cronies Hank to follow the Clark Pirates. At this point, Hank had disguised himself as a pirate and followed behind Clark. Caught quickly, the fire is about to spread, and then we will be in danger. Click yelled, and the men behind him accelerated. After 3 minutes, the Clark Pirates arrived outside the gate. When I came to the gate of the city, all the pirates showed smiles on their faces. They had done things, and then they just had to enter the city to welcome a better life. In particular, Clark himself has been thinking about his life after becoming a noble. Luxurious residences, exquisite food, already a large group of tender women's bodies. At this moment, Clark even wanted to completely give up his identity as a pirate. Bang, bang, bang. Clark knocked at the gate. Cut. Open the door. We are the Clark Pirates, and the scrap terminal has been ignited by us. After Clark knocked on the city gate, it was a deadly silence. There was no sound in the city except the sound of flames blowing in the night wind. Wait, hey, open the door quickly. The fire will spread soon. He was still silent, and there was some panic in Clark's mind. Behind him was a fire that engulfed everything, and in front of it was a solid city gate, and they were trapped. It won't be long before they will be burned to death. What's going on? Why didn't the gate open? There was a large bloodshot in Click's eyes, like an enraged beast, turning to stare at Hank. Hank's lips were a little white. He was sent out of town by Su Xiao. Hank was just an ordinary guard who knew nothing about the king's failure to keep his promise. No, it won't wait. Wait for me, I'll try it. Hank said everything badly. He vaguely guessed. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I'm Hank of the Gar by Yi. Come out for me, come out. Hank began to growl. As for the adult, he was omitted. White Knight, I will kill you. Click has understood that he was deceived by Su Xiao, and now they are just chess pieces victims. Look at those bloodshot eyes, and look at Hank. Burned eye. Curly, after Clark said this word by word. The men next to him immediately tied Hank up, and several people joined forces to throw Hank into the sea of fire not far away. Ah, it's none of my business, Bai Yi, you must die. The flame began to kiss Hank's skin, and the scream screamed for 10 seconds before disappearing. When the Clark Pirates were almost desperate, a low male voice came from a wall. Wait, hey, the people below, do you want to survive? Everyone in front of the city gate shook. Who is it? Come out. Crick was a bit irrational and looked at the wall above with the help of a firelight. It was a thin, middle-aged man. Curly, when Clark was about to speak, he dropped successive dynamite barrels on the wall. When I saw the dynamite barrels that fell to the ground, Clark was creepy, and there was a sea of fire behind him, trying to kill them. Explode the city gate, you have a little hope. After speaking, the middle-aged man on the city wall retracted and disappeared into the darkness. Budak, after hesitating for less than 2 seconds, Akin rushed to the dynamite barrels first and placed those barrels at the gate of the city. Anxiously speaking inside the gate, it seems that something outside the gate was discovered. Clark ripped off his black robe, exposing a yellow armor, raising his arms, and a bullet shot at the explosive barrel. Boom! The impact of the plutonium explosion brought back the crowds of the Clark pirates, and some unlucky pirates were penetrated by the wreckage of the explosion and fell to the ground. Hundreds of pirates killed at least a dozen people because of the explosion. But it's worth it because the gates have been blown open. After the blasting of the city gate, several broken bodies were scattered. These were the guards of the gate guard. Like pirates step on the broken city gate and walk into the capital. This is a group of angry pirates, so they will burn and plunder in the king's city. Hello, stop me. Creek looked at a dark corner, his arms raised flat, and the muzzle on his shoulder pointed forward. Be a do and shoot. I save you. The middle-aged man on the city wall, before walking out in the dark with some fear in his eyes. Why save me? I really don't know you. Crick did not lay down his arms. I have a vengeance against Bai Yi. You reading www.youcounshu.com. The enemy of the enemy is my friend. Creek smiled cruelly. Where's Bai Yi? In the palace. He is receiving a reward from the king and is said to have been awarded aristocratic status. The words of reward, aristocracy, etc., stimulated Crick because it should be his thing. Bang! The gunshots sounded. The middle-aged man's chest was pierced, and a blood hole with the thickness of his fist appeared. You bastard, dare to throw explosives at me. Do you want to kill me? After speaking, Clark led someone to rush towards the palace. He wanted to kill Bai Yi, kill the king, and loot the palace to make up for today's losses. The middle-aged man was lying on the ground, his mouth was bleeding, and his body was convulsing. Looking at the rising Clark pirates, the eyes of the middle-aged man began to dim. Too sure, at this moment, a young man smoking a cigarette emerged from the dark corner. Give my wife and daughter money. I have done as you ask. Su Xiao squatted in front of the middle-aged person and spit out a green smoke. Good job. The money has been given to them. It's great. Thank you, thank you. After I finished speaking, the middle-aged man's eyes were completely dim, and he died under the shot of Clark. Zhong, this middle-aged man, was a death sentence rescued by Su Xiao in prison. The previous thing was just a transaction. Su Xiao pays money, middle-aged people pay their lives, and it is a fair and unfair deal. I watched the Clark pirates in the distance. Su Xiao discarded the cigarette in his hand and stepped out. Clark pirates, don't let me down. Su Xiao disappeared into the night and hurried towards the palace. Chapter 21. Humanoid Tank. Small boys, punch me. Kill, shatter Bai Ye's body. A large group of pirates ran on the streets of Wangdu. After seeing this scene, the civilians in Wangdu screamed and ran away. When the pirates rushed towards the palace, all the hot pirates started to set fire on the way. The fire was soaring outside the city, and the smoke soon thickened inside the city. Su Xiao walked through the night, and soon surpassed the pirates, and came to the palace in advance. The kingdom of Gagosian can only be considered a small country in the pirate world, so the palace is just a small castle. I was hiding near the kingdom, and Su Xiao started waiting for the Clark pirates. The King of Kings is divided into 3 areas. The outermost layer is the civilian area, followed by the central street, and the most central is the palace. There is a city wall outside the palace area, but the wall is not very high. The Clark pirates can quickly break through the city wall and enter the palace area. The guards in the king's palace area had already started to pour out their nests. It didn't take long before the shouting and killing came. Su Xiao is still waiting. According to his understanding, the guards in the palace area are completely foreign and strong, and those guards who have not seen blood before are not the opponents of the pirates. The fact is the same. Only half an hour later, the guards in the palace area were repelled and retreated to the palace. These guards were very embarrassed, their looks were hurried, and they suffered heavy casualties. Some of them were fleeing on the spot. Little ones, the palace is right in front of us, Click has already killed his red eyes, first deceived by Su Xiao, then killed all the way, making this pirate completely crazy. Kill, don't leave one. Click ordered, and hundreds of pirates behind him rushed to the palace to fight the guards. The most violent white-bladed battle began, and from time to time, the sound of gunfire like bursting beans came, blood splattered, and the residual limbs fell to the ground. In the king's palace, the rested king was awakened by sounds outside the castle. The king of Lagoa Kingdom is a man who is 60 years old, with black hair and a beard. Because of the luxurious diet, the superb doctor in the palace has made the king not old. What's going on outside, suddenly so noisy? King Philip Herbert stood up impatiently, and the princess beside her sat up blankly. Your Highness, there seems to be gunfire outside. What's going on? The princess was very young and snuggled in the king's arms. Come here. The door of the bedroom was pushed open, and a big man rushed in. On the face of a strong man, there was a very deep scar. The scar straddled the entire face, making the strong man look particularly sloppy. Hausen, what's going on outside? Zhang, this strong man, called Hassan, is the personal guard of the king. But on Hausen's neck, there's a metal collar. The collar is iron black, and there are some precision organs at the link. If Su Xiao is present, this collar will be recognized. This is the slave collar of Pirate World. This strong man named Hassan is actually a slave. The life and death are in the hands of the king. No wonder the king will make him a close guard. Hausen didn't speak, just made a few gestures. Hassan had no ability to speak. His tongue was cut off by the slave merchant. If he was not physically strong, he might have been killed by the slave merchant. Pirates? How can there be pirates in the palace? Right, Minister? You have to send someone to solve these pirates. Although the king felt that something was not right, he didn't care too much. It seemed very confident in the security forces in the palace. Hausen stood in the room. The slave collar on his neck restricted his freedom. This collar could be detonated, and he would die by then. Outside the king's palace, Su Xiao is waiting for the opportunity. It's not the time yet. Although the fighting in the palace is fierce, it hasn't reached its peak yet. And the melee lasted for about an hour. The king in the palace finally couldn't calm down, and the king obviously felt that the shouting and killing was getting closer. At this moment, the king realized the seriousness of the matter. With a bang, the door was knocked open, and the right minister rushed into the bedroom. Your Highness, the big thing is not good. The pirates have come up, and they have rushed to the 3rd floor. The king's face changed dramatically. Bu Kunung, it's impossible. What about the king's guards? Those guards have been carefully selected and just rejected. The right minister was kneeling on the ground, all huddled, and did not dare to answer. The king's palace is not an elite guard at all. It's just some young people who have spent a lot of money. Hausen, you go wait. The king of puppets was tangled, and Hausen was indeed strong. But if Hausen was sent out, his own safety would not be guaranteed. But if you don't send Hausen, the pirates will soon kill him, and the bullets will not be long-sighted. Resolve the pirates as quickly as possible, and then come back immediately. Even if you are injured, it doesn't matter, you understand. If your king is dead, you will be buried. There was no wave in Hausen's eyes. He just nodded dully, and then left the room. Su Xiao, who was waiting outside the palace, soon heard a loud noise from the palace. On the 3rd floor, a large purple poisonous gas spread. Finally, wait till this moment. Su Xiao leaped up, and the whole person climbed on the outer wall of the castle like a gecko. Climb up flexibly. Su Xiao directly past the position of the 3rd floor. The puppet fighting position is on the 3rd floor, so the king cannot be below the 3rd floor. After arriving at the 3rd floor location, untilnovel.com, Su Xiao saw through the window that 2 people were at war, and it was Clark and a strong man. But what surprised Su Xiao unexpectedly was that Clark was beaten badly, with one arm hanging down softly, and it seemed that it would not last long. Zhang, that strong man, is a humanoid tank. Each charge will break a large wall. If Su Xiao fights with this monster, he will lose in less than 2 minutes. He didn't assassinate the king directly, which is undoubtedly correct, and he was totally trying to die against such an enemy. Zhang, this strong man, conservatively estimates that the strength attribute should exceed 20 points. Crick has been unable to hold fast, so time is short. Su Xiao must act as soon as possible. There are many rooms in the king's palace. Su Xiao quickly checked through the window. No trace of the king was found on the 24th floor, and then 5, 6. After a quick search, Su Xiao finally found the king through the window. The other party was not in a certain room, but ran away in a corridor. It seemed that he wanted to escape to a higher place and reduced the chance of being found by pirates. Shocks came from below the castle, causing the king to mess up. The white moonlight came in through the window, and the king ran quickly in the corridor. "Your Highness, I can't run anymore. Take a rest." The princess, who followed the king's escape, sat panting on the ground. The face of the king puppet has changed one after another. This woman has some freshness, so it is not like abandonment, but compared with life, a woman is nothing in his heart. That concubine is here to rest. After saying that, the king was ready to turn around and leave, leaving the princess sitting on the ground stupidly. Sure, at this moment, the glass window by the corridor crackled, and a figure with a sharp blade broke through the window. Chapter 22. Return and Reward. After the glass debris splashed, Su Xiao rushed into the corridor, adjusted the center of gravity in midair, and slashed to the king of the kingdom of Goa in front of him. The king of kings was facing Su Xiao. Without realizing Su Xiao behind him, his face was full of wrong expression. The shining sword light glided across, and the moonlight shone to discard shimmery, and the sharp blade cut through the air and made a whine. Su Xiao slashed across the king's waist, blood splattered, and blood beads formed in the air. After contacting the ground or wall, the blood beads broke apart. With this knife, the king was cut directly. The king's legs were still standing, but the upper body and two broken hands had already flew up. Suddenly in midair, the king was surprised and looked at both legs on the ground in confusion. Suddenly the king felt that these two legs were somewhat familiar. Crackling, the king's upper body fell to the ground, and then the severe pain seemed to engulf him. With his mouth wide open, the king just wanted to scream, and Su Xiao's second knife had arrived. I was still so fast, accurate, and fierce the blade passed, and the head rolled out. Mission completed. With the light blood on the sword, Su Xiao used only one person to assassinate a king without any damage, in a world full of monsters. How to do this requires courage and courage. You killed King Goya, Philip Herbert. Philip Herbert is the target of the mission, unable to obtain the source of the world, and now has a total of 8.9% of the source of the world. Your talent Soul Eater is activated, permanently increasing 2 mana and 93 mana. After the death of the Puppet King, a white treasure chest floated on the body. Shag Su Xiao, who has opened several white treasure chests, chose to open it directly. You opened the treasure chest, white, and got the following items. Get the World Tree Ring. There is an extra ring in Su Xiao's hand. This ring is transparent, as if made of some kind of spar. World Tree Ring. Quality white. Rating? Introduction. This is a ring made of atom wood. Please don't underestimate it, because its material is the core of atom wood, and the atom tree can also be called the tree of the world, which is the world of pirate fulcrum. Jaeger, this ring has no attributes, and the quality is white, and the profile is not clear. Su Xiao threw it directly into the saving space and prepared to study it later. A scream came from the princess. Su Xiao frowned and screamed to attract other enemies. He stomped forward and then screamed abruptly. Being kind to the enemy is a kind of extreme mental disability. Su Xiao knows this. As long as he is included in the ranks of the enemy, he will not relent. A man who is indecisive is not suitable for fighting, and it is not suitable for wandering in reincarnation paradise. The hunter completes the main task, assassinate King Goya. Main quest difficulty LV.3, world difficulty LV.6, exclusive trial success for hunters. The identity of the hunter is officially unlocked, and the hunting mission is started. Will be released in the next world. The main mission is completed. The hunter will leave the world after 30 seconds and return to the reincarnation park. Please prepare the hunter in advance. I was over, and after many hardships, Su Xiao finally completed the task. As long as another 30 seconds, he can leave the pirate world. Although it is not a bit safe in Samsara, it should not be dangerous. Unless Samsara wants to kill him, he will not be thrown into danger all the time. Boom! A loud noise came from below, and with this loud noise, the entire castle began to tilt to the side. This should be the guard of the king, caused by the battle with Click. Yinlad, It turns out that humans can really be so powerful. Su Xiao was not afraid of the strength of the two, but smiled at the corners of her mouth. He has a feeling that maybe he will still come a pirate world, but next time he comes here, he will never complete the task in a small country like it is now, or participate in the top battlefield, or participate in maritime hegemony. The premise of all this is that he is strong enough. After 30 seconds, Su Xiao felt dark in front of her eyes, and her head seemed to be hit with a hammer. Staggering in consciousness, he vaguely felt that he was wrapped in a transparent film and was moving at a high speed, as if there were fuzzy stars around him. While transmitting, Su Xiao felt a shock around her, and she was conscious. This is reincarnation paradise? What a joke. Wu Su Xiao looked around with a little confusion, and the scene that caught her eyes was a large area of darkness. A blast of sky and sword cut through the darkness. In the darkness, a large thunderbolt spread. Thunder and lightning, as if can swallow everything. Even the darkness around them is swallowed. The lightning is spreading to Su Xiao. Humans? How can there be humans in a void? Interesting. This power of time and space is quite strong. That consciousness, come out. Fight with me. I heard a voice. Yes, it was bloody. Although Su Xiao did not see what the other party was, he felt that kind of power. Stood up in the darkness. Su Xiao looked at the source of the sound. Caveat. The teleportation was interrupted by an unknown, powerful creature. The suspected extremely dangerous creature is Void Swordman. Repairing. ZZ. Repair is complete, and teleportation continues. Wu Su Xiao's eyes turned dark again, and he returned to his previous feeling. In the sky, a man with a sword, his eyes sharply around him. Did you escape? It's really boring. I wanted to fight again. Forget it. The bald man named Shi was okay, so I want to fight him. The empty space is full of unknowns and dangers. Su Xiao is unlucky and encounters such dangers. When Su Xiao regained consciousness, he was already in a room. The room is a bit weird. The walls are completely closed on all sides, and there are no windows or doors. The ceiling is exuding low light, which makes the room very bright, and the temperature is right. As Su Xiao looked around for 4 weeks, the prompt of reincarnation paradise appeared. The teleportation is completed. The hunter returns to the exclusive room. Exclusive room is an absolute security point. No one can enter unless the hunter allows it. The hunter returns to the reincarnation paradise and starts to settle mission rewards. Derived world, One Piece. Difficulty, LV6, Nightmare. Get the source of the world, 8.9%. Sulang number of tasks completed, 2. Main task, assassination of Goya Kingdom, side task. Ministers was collection. Comprehensive evaluation, a dash. Note, the score is from E to S+. The comprehensive evaluation is calculated based on the sum of the world sources and the number of tasks completed. Because the world level exceeds the hunter level www.mtlnovel.com for nightmare difficulty, the reward is doubled. Began to collect the source of the world. So cheer the collection of the source of the world is completed, and the reward is started to be sent. Get rewards for attribute points, 10,000 paradise coins. This reward is doubled. Comprehensive evaluation is A-, hunter level +1, upgrade to LV.2. The level is increased according to the score because the world is a trial world and the upper limit is LV.1. After the settlement is completed, the reward has been automatically stored in the hunter's brand. Su Xiao immediately opened the brand to see what the attribute points were. It really didn't disappoint me. This is the hope of getting stronger. The corner of Su Xiao's mouth is raised because of the attribute point. It can actually enhance any attribute except luck. As long as you can become stronger, even if you can let your life go. In fact, the most desperate thing is not to be in danger, and even a chance to take risks. Su Xiao immediately wanted to use the attribute points, but the reincarnation park suggested that it can only be used in the attribute enhancement hall, which is a certain facility in the reincarnation park. The settlement is over. Su Xiao looks blankly around. He is surrounded by airtight walls. How can he get out? At this moment, a somewhat strange reminder appeared in his eyes. Yes/no, selling World Tree Rings. Selling 50,000 Paradise Coins. World Tree Ring is an item obtained by Su Xiao after killing the king, and now, Reincarnation Paradise actually offered him to sell this item. Looking at the current situation, if he refuses to sell, Reincarnation Paradise will not let him out and will keep him in the exclusive room. He hesitated, Su Xiao chose not, and he was about to die. Chapter 23. What is the difference between not making death and salted fish? The hint disappeared, and the room was silent. Oh, I don't believe I will be stuck here. Su Xiao simply sat down and began to stand dead with samsara. He now understands one thing. That is, the World Tree Ring in the saving space is a very precious item. Score from World Tree Ring? It can be seen that Reincarnation Paradise seems unwilling to show the value of this item. Please, hunters, sell the World Tree Ring so that the Reincarnation Park absorbs the power of the world. The prompt appeared again. Su Xiao thought about it and asked, Transfer me to the derivative world. What is your purpose, and what exactly is this ring? Unexpectedly, Reincarnation Paradise actually gave him the answer. Reincarnation Park and the hunter are in a symbiotic relationship. The hunter or other contractor enters the derived plane to explore and obtain the source of the world. Reincarnation Park needs the power of the world to evolve and maintain the normal operation of the Reincarnation Park. World Tree Ring contains a lot of world power. Please, hunters, to sell immediately. The following content cannot be viewed due to insufficient permissions. Although there are not many hints given by Samsara, Su Xiao understands the most important thing. The reason why the Reincarnation Paradise transmitted him to the derivative world was to gain the power of the world through him. The so-called power of the world should be extracted by the source of the world, so the Reincarnation Park will give him a corresponding reward according to the amount of the source of the world. Reincarnation Paradise should follow certain rules, otherwise he will not be allowed to sell the World Tree Ring, but will be forcibly collected. The identity of the killer. That is, one thing is that under normal circumstances, the Reincarnation Park cannot directly execute the contractor. Unless the law of reincarnation is violated, reincarnation cannot punish him, not only for him, but also for other indentured people. So there is a hunter. The so-called hunter is to deal with those who violate the rules in the derivative world, but have not violated the law of reincarnation. Biru, for example, a contractor found loopholes in the rules of Reincarnation Paradise for profit. At this moment, it was Su Xiao's debut. Don't think about it. Those who violate the rules should be strong and very cunning. Su Xiao is still sitting on the ground, playing with Chance Dragon Flash as if nothing happened. He has a bold idea, then extortion Reincarnation Paradise. Although it seems a bit of a death in his identity as a hunter, Reincarnation Paradise will not treat him. Su Xiao is betting on whether the identity of his hunter is important. If it is not important, then he is not a world of difficulty in experiencing nightmares. The time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and finally, 2 hours later, a reminder of Reincarnation Paradise appeared before his eyes. Special task choice. Difficulty level. Mission briefing. Give World Tree Ring to Samsara Paradise. Mission information. None. Task duration. 5 minutes. Quest reward. Highly inherited with hunter talent. A smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. It seems that his identity as a hunter is more important than he imagined. Reincarnation Paradise actually released a mission. I thought about it, and Su Xiao chose to accept the task. Shaq Su Xiao also has no idea about the cold and ruthless Reincarnation Paradise. He will still survive in the Reincarnation Paradise in the future. Toasu, special mission. Decision completed. Ready to release rewards. Please, hunters, prepare. Ready? It seems this reward is not simple. Just after the Reincarnation Park gave a hint, a light appeared in the room, wrapping Su Xiao. Su Xiao sat motionless, looking forward. Her eyes lost focus, and blue light flashed from time to time. At this moment, Su Xiao's consciousness has arrived in a vast hall. The hall is so vast that you can't even see the margins. Su Xiao glanced around and found 6 stone sculptures hundreds of meters high in front of them. They were human statues, but they were magnified many times. Heirs, come forward. A majestic voice came. Su Xiao's body tightened, and the voice was actually issued by a stone sculpture in front of him. The original agreement has come to fulfillment. He was another stone sculpture talking. Su Xiao's arrival seemed to cause a chain show, and the 6 stone sculptures started to speak. You are the last successor. Our inheritance will end here. Whether we should disappear in the long river of time, or those casters, it is up to you to verify. The caster breaks the balance between the world and the material. The so-called spells consume the power of rules. Stupid casters, even if I wait for my body to be destroyed, my consciousness will remain. Qi Su Xiao stood in place. His scalp was numb, and the talking stone sculptures in front of him were far stronger than he imagined. And these stone carvings are not creatures, just some consciousness left by their powerful existence. Pull of a destruction, birth, destruction, recovery, all in this sanctuary of birth. Heirs, remember the names you and I share. We are the shadow of annihilation, the natural enemy of all casters. 26 stone sculptures opened their eyes and looked at Su Xiao at the same time. He felt a violent energy flowing into his body, and then turned around in circles, with buzzing in his ears. Buho! Su Xiao in the room woke up, breathing heavily. He is still in the exclusive room. The previous scene seems to be illusory. Reward ends. Exclusive room is activated. T-shirt after the reincarnation park prompted. A door appeared on one wall of the exclusive room, which meant that he could finally go out. But Su Xiao can no longer take care of this. He feels that his body is full of energy, and this energy is going to explode him. www.mtlnovel.com. How? Su Xiao has been unable to speak normally, and the energy in his body is rapidly changing his body. The blood is flowing at a high speed. The unknown energy is not destroying his body, but strengthening his body, but in an abnormally rough way. The cells in the tadpole have undergone metamorphosis. The most obvious change is his hair. The black hair faintly started to turn gray, but the change was small and very difficult to detect. Tong Tong collapsed to the ground. Su Xiao felt he could not hold on, and if he continued, he would soon die. Anomaly of Hunter's life characteristics detected. Ready to start the recovery function. This function will consume the paradise coin held by the hunter. Yes/no start. The sound of the reincarnation paradise at this moment is no longer cold in Su Xiao, like the sound of nature. Kai move. Wu Pai filled his body and was gradually devouring his consciousness. As soon as Su Xiao's words fell, the green light wrapped him, and at the same time his paradise coins began to decrease rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, the recovery function consumed thousands of paradise coins. After 10 seconds, the energy in the body disappeared. All of it was absorbed by Su Xiao's body, and the recovery function was closed at the same time. Su Xiao sat up and tried to move his body. He immediately noticed the abnormality. I looked at my hands with some disbelief. After absorbing that energy, he seemed to be stronger. No, it is a lot stronger. However, this kind of strengthening is not through the help of Reincarnation Park, so there's no prompt for Reincarnation Park. Open, personal information. Su Xiaoling is in place. Though the rewards for this World Tree Ring are far more amazing than he imagined. Chapter 24. Unexpected People. Contractor number 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a false number, and the hunter cannot be locked by any means. Name, Su Xiao Hunter. Grade, LV.2. Level 1. Every 10th level is a level, and the level increases without any attribute bonus. It is the authority of the hunter in paradise, corresponding to the world difficulty and task difficulty. Health, 100%. This attribute cannot be fully digitized and changes depending on the degree of injury. Mana value, 153. Intellect, X10, current mana recovery speed, 4 points per hour. Strength, 12, related to attack power, weight bearing, etc. Agile, 10, movement, attack speed, etc. Physical strength, 6, health, defense, abnormal resistance, etc. are interrelated. Intelligence, 12, related to spell damage, mana value, perception, etc. Charm, 3, social, summoning, etc. Lucky, 1, related to item opening, manufacturing, etc. This attribute is extremely difficult to enhance. Please hunters to cherish the opportunity for improvement. Note, the standard attribute for an adult male is 5 points, and luck is 1 point. Killing talent, Spirit Eater, after killing the target, will permanently capture 1 to 15 mana. This talent captures up to 100 mana per world. Hoida, after acquiring the inheritance of Shadow of Destruction, Su Zhao's attributes change dramatically. Puppet power increased directly from 7 points to 12 points. The change of agility is not small, from 7 points to 10 points. And the intelligence also increased from the original 6 points to 12 points. The increase in strength and agility immediately shows the effect. Su Xiao made a tentative punch, and the sound of a breaking wind came. The power of the punch was many times stronger than originally unknown. I ran a few steps forward at will. Su Xiao stopped immediately, because he almost hit the wall, and the sudden increase in speed made him somewhat uncomfortable. This sudden increased power made his heart beat faster. If in the pirate world, he has the current attributes, then the assassination of the king is as easy as a palm. It doesn't take 3 days to give him 6 hours, and he can complete it. This is powerful. How fascinating, even if you spare your life to chase. However, this sudden enhanced attribute, he still needs some time to adapt. If he is now allowed to fight, he will be very unaccustomed. Once he adapts to his current attributes, his combat effectiveness will reach an amazing level. Is the Shadow of Annihilation law really amazing? Just as he was about to close his personal information, he suddenly discovered that his skill options were flashing. Open the skills panel, and the changes in the skills panel are not small. From the original blank, a skills tree appears. Through the prompt of Reincarnation Paradise appears. The only occupation obtained by the hunter, Shadow of Destruction. The skill list changes accordingly. Shadow of Oblivion, only. Skill 1. Qing Ganging. LV.1, active skills. Conditions of use. After turning on Steel Shadow, the hunter consumes 2 mana every minute. The mana will automatically turn off when the mana is below 1%. Skill effect. After turning on Steel Shadow, each melee attack will eliminate the enemy's 10 mana value and cause the same amount of real damage. The enemy will bear the strong pain after the mana burns. Skill 2. Sword Specialization. LV.1. Passive. Skill effect. Increase melee attack power by 10% and proficiency of sword weapons. Do note, the technical ability is divided into basic proficient, Skill 3. Devil's Constitution. LV.max. Skill effect. Unable to master/learn all spell skills. Skill 4, not unlocked. Unlocking requires Soul Crystal, small, 1,000 Paradise Coins. Su Xiao understands what he got before. He got some kind of complete professional heritage. Triath, this kind of occupation, is called Shadow of Destruction Law. Seeing the above skills, Su Xiao realized that this occupation is the natural enemy of Mage class. Kai Cheat, after turning on Steel Shadow, each of his melee attacks will burn the enemy's mana. When a mage has no mana value, it is completely useless and can only be knocked with a stick. But what puzzles Xiao Xiao is whether there is such a creature as a mage in Reincarnation Paradise. Although Shadow of Destruction has improved a lot of attributes and also allowed him to master 2 very strong skills, it is not without its disadvantages that he will not be able to learn spell skills in the future. Now it is too early to consider these 4 skills of the Shadow Eliminating method. Su Xiao is not in a hurry to open it. He wants to see what the Reincarnation Park looks like first. He pushed open the door, and a loud noise came, and the appearance of Reincarnation Paradise appeared in front of him. Large buildings appeared in Su Zhao's sight. The buildings looked different. Some were made of metal, some were built of masonry, and some seemed to be formed by some kind of organism, and the surface exuded liquid from time to time. Because of this row of buildings, the Reincarnation Park forms a street. Looking up at the sky, The headspace of Reincarnation Park is a layer of milky white film, like a big wrist with a buckle, covering the entire Reincarnation Park. The ground beneath the lame feet was a pale yellow gelatinous material that was not soft but was very flat. The Reincarnation Paradise is very large. At least Su Xiao didn't see the end. People in various costumes walked along the streets. Some people wore full body armor, and some were wearing robes and wearing robes. They were dressed like a mage. Wu Su Xiao felt that he might have entered a diffuse exhibition in a certain place, and various people in strange costumes appeared one after another. He even sits on the side of the street with a carpet in front of him and starts to sell. White 6-scored firearm, 700 paradise coins, poor forced. 5% life recovery elixir, 1,000 paradise coins, 20% off 3 bottles or more. Heavy money for the protection of Fae. I'm going to the next world difficulty LV.3. The price is easy to negotiate. The tone of these people allowed Su Xiao to find a familiar feeling, which made him can't help guessing that maybe these people in the Reincarnation Park are from the real world. The words and Fae are rarely heard in the derivative world. Su Xiao stepped out of the room and began to wander in the Reincarnation Paradise. He needs to understand it as soon as possible. White, hey brother, do you want to see my goods? It's really cheap. I'm going to enter the derivative world right away. I need the paradise coin for help. A man in a suit with a hazy-faced www.mtlnovel.com shouted Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked sideways and found that the other side didn't cover his face, but he couldn't see how the other side looked. Stopping in front of the suit man's booth, Su Xiao began to check the items sold by the other party. The merchandise is placed on a black cloth and placed directly on it, without any fear of being snatched away. Su Xiao picked up an item and immediately understood the reason. Bone. Quality white. Type material. Rating. Note. White materials are scored from 1 to 10. The higher the rating, the more precious the material will be. Introduction. The skeleton of a common beast. This item is owned by others, cannot be taken away within 1 meter, and cannot be saved into the saving space. You need a purchase to gain control. It seems that in the Reincarnation Park, the sale of goods has been guaranteed. However, to be honest, the items in front of the man in the suit are not good. This thing is really useful. The man in the suit laughed twice, but his expression was a little displeased. I got it at the risk of my life. I almost lost my life to kill that rhino. Brother, 30 paradise coins. Although this animal bone has a low rating, it is a material for making weapons. Su Xiao shook her head and dropped the animal bones to continue hanging out. Wait, hey, the new guy over there, yes you. A little blue-eyed, little lowly shouted at Su Xiao. After seeing the little lowly's appearance, Su Xiao was petrified. Cool, no? P.S. Wow. I cried. I made 2 changes every day from time to time and want to make changes. In the new book period, I see I ain't really updated too fast. I promised everyone that it will break out after the release, and it will be restored 3 times a day. Chapter 25, dedicated to various turrets. Xiao Zai ran to Su Xiao in a few steps and looked at him with a smile on her face. It's even I'm Connor. How about it, cute? Xiao Zai's personality is very lively, and she turned around in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked carefully and found that the little lowly in front of him was not the Connor who ate everything. You are not Connor. Is it discovered? Sure enough, pay attention to the tone. Little lowly no longer sells adorable. Simug, and, well, if you want to make a deal with me, I will help you understand the Reincarnation Park, and you pay me 50 park coins. Su Xiao is now in need of understanding Reincarnation Paradise, and the fake Connor in front of it is undoubtedly the best choice. Yes, how can I trade you paradise coins? Xiao Su Xiao, simply surprised, little lowly. Aren't you afraid I lied to you? You know, there are a lot of scammers in Reincarnation. Clash of Dragons appeared in Su Xiao's hands, and he looked at Xiao Lowly coldly. If you lie to me, I will kill you. Xiao Lowly laughed slightly. It really is a newcomer. Except for the Reincarnation Paradise, the contractor and other places cannot attack each other. This is an absolute security point. Really, that should be fine in the derivative world. Su Xiao's grim cold eyes made Xiao lowly take a few steps back. Hey, we're not enemies, and I won't lie to you. Su Xiao's icy eyes made Xiao lowly beat the drums. The guy in front of him was not easy to mess with. He was a kind of ruthless character who did not blink. Mindful of anxiety, little Lowly decided to withdraw first and not to do business with Su Xiao. Drop, you received the contractor 13,013.50 paradise coins. Xiao Zilai's face was immediately bitter, and she looked at Su Xiao bitterly. There's so many people here, let's talk to a cold drink shop. Xiao Zilai sighed helplessly and walked ahead. Su Xiao followed. Hey, I didn't want to do business with you. Since I have already paid the Parkland coins, I will introduce it myself. My name is Shi Huan. I am a worker in the park. Staff? Su Xiao was puzzled, but did not speak. Soon, Xiao took Su Xiao to a cold drink shop. The name of the cold drink shop was strange, and it was actually called Cats and Dogs. Welcome to the light. It turned out to be Xiaoxi. Have you recruited new customers? Xingang, a mature lady with appearance, greeted her. The mature lady had a big breast, long legs, and wearing black stockings. After putting on high heels, her height even caught up with Su Xiao. Boss, I want watermelon juice, Mr. Client. What do you drink? White water. Su Xiao just dealt with it casually. He would not drink drinks provided by strangers. Rest assured, we are workers, unlike your contractor, don't have so many bad eyes. Su Xiao tapped the index finger on the table and asked, What is a worker? Wu Shiqi coughed and started to help Su Xiao answer, and soon Su Xiao understood what a worker is. There are two kinds of people in the reincarnation paradise. The first is the contractor, and the other is the worker who hopes. The contractor needs to perform dangerous tasks frequently, but the workers are different. They are service personnel in the reincarnation park, or they sell goods or engage in service industries, such as catering. Workers are contractors who have failed due to the failure of the First World Mission. Without these workers, it is a problem for the contractor to eat. You have to know that Reincarnation Park does not provide functions such as redemption. These workers are needed for daily needs. One of the benefits of becoming a worker is that you only need to enter the spin-off world once every 2 months. The reason why Shizhen jealous of Su Xiao is because she also has to enter the derivative world. If she encounters Su Xiao, unfortunately, with her touching combat power, there is no possibility of surviving. Wu Shizhen took out a transparent tablet and handed it to Su Xiao. This is the specific information of the Reincarnation Park. Look at it first. This is notarized by the Reincarnation Park. You're not bullying. Su Xiao took the tablet computer. This thing is full of science and technology. It can actually project 3D stereo images. Zhu Jianhe gradually learned the general situation of Samsara Paradise. Reincarnation Paradise is very vast. No one has counted its population, but there are definitely more than 100,000 people. The reason why no one counts is because the contractor in the Reincarnation Park has a very high mortality rate. According to the information given by Shi Yi, the contractor's mortality rate in the first world is 80%, the second world is 60%, and the third world is 50%. There's a large row at the back. Su Xiao did not go to see it in detail. From this horrible death rate, we can see how hard it is for the contractor to survive in the Reincarnation Paradise. Dabu Fun in the Reincarnation Park. Most of the shops are opened by workers. These shops are needed to maintain the daily life of the contractor. In the center of the Reincarnation Park, there are more than a dozen buildings opened by the Reincarnation Park, among which there is the Attribute Enhancement Hall mentioned earlier. Surely the dozen or so buildings are very important to the contractor, and wanting to improve their strength is closely related to these buildings. After reading the last message on the tablet, Su Xiao put down the tablet. It is mentioned here that the contractor can stay in the Reincarnation Park for 3 days and then return to the real world to wait for the next task. Can I still return to the real world? Luo bite the straw and put away the tablet. Yes, each contractor can stay in the Reincarnation Park for 3 days after experiencing a derivative world, and then the Reincarnation Park will transmit the contractor back to the real world. Generally, after returning to the real world, after staying for about a week or so, you will receive the call of Samsara Paradise, return to Samsara Paradise, and start the next derivative world. Speaking of this, Xi's face was sad and looked at Su Xiao with envy. The workers are different from the contractors www.mtlnovel.com. They can only return to the real world for 3 days each month. I miss my family. Loa, holding his chin in both hands, and pursed his mouth. Dirt, one more thing. You can hide your appearance through reincarnation paradise, so as not to be retaliated or killed by other contractors in the real world, and it may also affect your family. This is a blood lesson. The way I am now is to modify it through the reincarnation park and spend 500 park coins. Su Xiao just said yes and didn't care. Don't you hide your features? Now you can. Sheila. Loa looked at Su Xiao strangely. No, I can't get involved. Su Xiao's reply made Shua Log silent. This alert little lowly dare not sprinkle salt on Su Xiao's wound. You have already read the data, so the transaction has been concluded, and I would like to remind you in good faith that in the derivative world, do not provoke Fae. Those guys are monsters, and the battery is generally there. Folding her neck, she looked dreadful. Mage? Is the mage strong in reincarnation? The smile of Su Xiao's mouth as if it was nothing. Mage Xiao shook her head. It's not very strong, it's super strong. Any adventurous mission will enroll the Dharma unrestrictedly. You know, I've experienced 2 derivative worlds, and they all paid for the protection of the Dharma. Su Xiao nodded, and his heart could not be calm for a long time. His current occupation is the shadow of annihilation, the natural enemy of the mage. Turan he suddenly had some expectations, if those princes would still be so strong in front of him. Su Xiaojiang accepted the inheritance of the shadow of annihilation. He did not understand the strength of this profession. Now, it's not a question of whether the master is strong or not in front of him, but whether the master can survive after meeting him. Chapter 26, Growth. I left that cold drink shop, and Su Xiao thoughtfully walked on the streets of Samsara Paradise. According to the information provided by Shi Xiao, his first thing is to go to the center of the reincarnation park and learn about the dozens of important buildings. He first became familiar with reincarnation paradise, and then strengthened his attributes. After that, he consumed the paradise coins he obtained. He now has a total of 8,400 paradise coins in his hands. Originally, more than this, but it cost more than 3,000 paradise coins to recover the injury before, and he paid 50 paradise coins to He. Chu Bu, after preliminary exploration, Su Xiao has understood the value of paradise coin. After the first contractor experienced the first derivative world, they generally received 1,000 to 2,000 paradise coins and could only buy one weapon. The derivative world he experienced was very dangerous, so he obtained a lot of paradise coins, more than 10,000. I walked on the streets of the reincarnation paradise and looked at those contractors with different looks. Su Xiao suddenly liked it a bit. Reincarnation paradise is like a virgin forest, in which the cruelty tears everyone's hypocrisy mask to show their true appearance. Although cruel here, it is even simpler. If some people are complaining, then they will be separated into life and death. The arena in the reincarnation park is just for these people. After walking for about an hour, Su Xiao came to the central area. Because he didn't hide his appearance, many people set their sights on Su Xiao along the way, but there were no passers-by from the brain to challenge. There are several possibilities to hide your face, either a newcomer or a very powerful monster, and you don't bother to hide your face. What Su Xiao didn't know is that he now includes these 2 points, that is, a newcomer and a super monster. The inheritance of the shadow of the annihilation method has increased his attributes by 14 points. Obtaining attribute points is not easy. The ordinary contractor needs to go through 4 to 6 worlds to barely obtain 14 attribute points. This is still in good luck. Arrived in the center of Reincarnation Park, a dozen magnificent buildings came into view. Unlike those workers' shops, these dozens of buildings are much taller, and they have the feeling of standing tall. Attribute Enhancement Hall, Equipment Enhancement Hall, Trial Field, Arena. Wu Su Xiao can only see these 4 buildings. The other buildings are covered by the fog. It should be that he does not have permission to use. Su Xiao walked directly into the Attribute Enhancement Hall. As soon as she stepped into the gate, Su Xiao felled a flower in front of her. By the time he recovered, he had already appeared in a steel square with a few square meters. Click, click. There was a sound of mechanical operation around him, and a screen appeared in front of Su Xiao. Welcome to use Attribute Enhancement Warehouse. Please pay the opening fee. The opening fee is 100 Paradise Coins. In this case, he already knew that everyone would be transferred to an enhanced warehouse immediately after entering the Attribute Enhanced Hall, and then they would need to pay to use the enhanced warehouse. Deliver 100 Paradise Coins. A prompt appears on the screen in front of you. Strength, 12 to 1. Equipment bonus is temporarily invalid. Agile, 10. Physical strength, 6. Intelligence, 12. Charm, 3. Hunter can assign attribute points by himself. Existing attribute points 4. Drip. Check that the affinity properties of the hunter are strength, agility, and intelligence. Please ask the hunter to increase the 3 attributes first. Su Xiao was not surprised by the hint given by the reincarnation park. After inheriting the shadow of annihilation, he received a reminder that when his 3 affinity attributes reach 20, there will be additional changes. Each contractor chooses the affinity attribute, but generally chooses it by himself. For example, the melee contractor chooses strength or agility. The mage chooses intelligence, and so on. Sun Su Xiao's situation is somewhat special. After he inherited the shadow of the annihilation law, his affinity attribute has been solidified, and very painful. His affinity attribute has a characteristic that the difference between the 3 attributes cannot exceed 3 points. Otherwise, high attributes will not be able to improve in the Attribute Strengthening Hall. This undoubtedly limits Su Xiao's rapid growth. If only 1 attribute is strengthened, his attribute can quickly reach 20, but is not without benefits. While developing a variety of attributes, as long as he can keep up with the contractor of the same order, he is definitely a top-notch existence. Su Xiao now has 4 attribute points. After thinking about it for a while, Su Xiao assigns 1 attribute to power and the remaining 3 points to agility, so that his attributes become balanced. Enhancement starts because there will be huge pain when strengthening, whether to use anesthesia function. This function is free. Don't start. Su Xiao replied decisively, and hoped that he had inadvertently raised it before. When strengthening attributes, it is better not to choose anesthesia function, which will affect the strengthening effect. However, most contractors will choose anesthesia function because the feeling of strengthening attributes can be described as a life debt. If you want to be stronger than others, you have to endure what ordinary people can't. The fortification warehouse began to gradually operate, and a kind of deep pain came to the bone marrow. Don't others choose anesthesia? Su Xiao's whole body skin began to gradually turn red, and cold sweat exuded on his forehead, which strengthened his feelings. After 10 minutes, Su Xiao, who was soaked in sweat, walked out of the Attribute Enhancement Hall. Although it is extremely painful when strengthening attributes www.mtlnovel.com. As long as it survives the initial pain, the feeling of gradually getting stronger afterwards is also very good. Su Xiao didn't know what others felt, but he liked it very much. Only the strength obtained after suffering is the most reliable strength. The so-called anesthetic function he will not choose, not today and in the future. In fact, just mention it casually. Except for a few perverts, most contractors will choose anesthesia. Changhua, after strengthening the attributes, Su Xiao's naked attributes become Strength 12, Agility 13, Intelligence 12. If the bonus of Dead Wife's Necklace is added, Su Xiao's power also reaches 13 points, which is equal to agility. Although Su Xiao is much stronger now, he is not satisfied. Suddenly increased attributes, he can't adapt at all now, and now walks a little awkwardly. His consciousness is not adapted to the strong body now, which requires a lot of exercise and no shortcuts. But this is not a problem. The trial field in Reincarnation Park is his best choice now. I glanced at the testing ground in front of me, and Su Xiao shook her head. After leaving the derivative world, he is not rested, and in the derivative world, it is impossible to rest at all times in order to guard against all dangers. Activate the imprint on the arm. Su Xiao disappears in place and appears in the exclusive room. This is a benefit provided by Samsara Paradise. As long as he is in the samsara paradise, he can return to the exclusive room at any time. The comfortable temperature in the exclusive room made Su Xiao drowsy and lay on some soft ground. Within 5 minutes, he had fallen into deep sleep. Chang Shijian, the long, tense spirit in the derivative world, made him unable to hold on any longer. Chapter 27. The Secret of Not Passing. Shiji, after more than 10 hours of deep sleep, Su Xiao was woken up by hunger. If it wasn't for the uncomfortable burning of the stomach wall, he would like to sleep for a while. Before walking out of the empty exclusive room, Su Xiao frowned. It was too rude here, not even a bed. It seemed that it would take some paradise coins to decorate it. Reincarnation Park only provides the function of expanding the exclusive space and cannot be exchanged for furniture. This also needs to be purchased by Su Xiao himself. It's really troublesome. Resolve these things as soon as possible today. I found a restaurant set up by a worker, and Su Xiao had a full meal with only 3 yuan coins. The rice dishes taste good, and the staff owner is very enthusiastic. From that enthusiastic attitude, it can be seen that workers are not easy to survive in the Reincarnation Park. After eating a meal, Su Xiao looked for the stalls on both sides of the street. It is not difficult to buy the furniture you need every day. A worker once invented a compression capsule. The volume of various furniture is compressed to the size of a finger, which is very easy to carry. After paying 200 yuan of coins, Su Xiao purchased the daily furniture. The problem of food and accommodation was solved. Su Xiao went straight to the center area of the Reincarnation Park and came to the trial ground. He can stay in the Reincarnation Park for 2 days, during which he has to adapt to a sudden strengthening of his body. Welcome to the trial field is welcome. Please select the mode. Auxiliary mode / combat mode. Su Xiao groaned a bit and chose the assist mode. Auxiliary mode has been selected. Please select summoning mirror level. There are 3 options in front of Su Xiao. These 3 options are low-level mirroring, intermediate mirroring, and advanced mirroring. The prices of the 3 options are marked below. The primary image is 100 paradox coins per hour, the intermediate image is 1,000 paradise coins per hour, and the advanced mirror is 10,000 paradise coins per hour. After a while, Su Xiao chose intermediate mirroring. Before he observed in the Reincarnation Park for a long time, the equipment sold by those contractors was basically white equipment, and the score was very low. The only green-grade firearm I saw was priced at 4,000 yuan, and it was sought after by many contractors. And the attributes of that green equipment are not as good as the cut dragon flashes of Su Xiao's waist. The items sold by the contractor may have good things, but they're not easy to come by and require some luck. Compared to purchasing equipment, Su Xiao is more inclined to enhance his own strength. The inner strength is the real strength. After Su Xiao paid 1,000 paradise coins and summoned an hour of intermediate mirroring, a cloud of white light appeared in front of him, and the light dissipated. A middle-aged man wearing a white exercise suit holding a sharp blade appeared. The surrounding scenes also changed, turning into a sword hall dojo. To summon Goshiro Mirror from Pirate World. After seeing the hint of Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao felt ecstatic. He is not clear about the strength of Shirji Shiro, but if teaching ability is mentioned, Jayashiro is absolutely strong. Sauron is a living example. Although Shirji Shiro did not teach any of Sauron's moves, he helped Sauron lay the foundation for becoming a strong man. Hello, I'm Kenshiro. I don't have much time. Let's start now. After appearing, Gung Shiro appeared naturally. This is not Gung Shiro himself, but a mirror image. Jingshiling glanced at Su Xiao's waist and nodded. Are weapons similar to mine? Then things will be simple, and you will be beheaded with all your strength. Wu Su Xiao didn't say nonsense. The summoning fee of 1,000 paradise coins per hour made him very painful, so he slashed him to Jinshiro. With Su Xiao's current attributes, this knife can be described as fast and anxious, and the angle is very tricky. What surprised Su Xiao happened. Gung Shirelang did not even pull out the weapon, but used a scabbard to block, and then changed the scabbard angle. Su Xiao felt that the long knife in his hand shifted to the side uncontrollably. Because he applied too much force, he also took 2 steps to the side. Su Xiao's attack was so easily resolved. Su Xiao was a little reconciled, but could not help it. The real world he is in, and the pirate world where Jingshiro is located, is not a level of force at all. All the sword skill he practiced in the real world is not worth mentioning in Jinshiro's eyes. The real world may have superb sword skills, but the rapid advancement of technology has made those sword skills useless and lost. Yes, your understanding of swordsmanship is lower than I thought. The sword technique in the slashing of Shurgang Shurlang is actually the sword technique, but it is only called differently. It is a kind of thing. Wu Suxiao's heart was full of frustration. His hard-working sword technique was not worth mentioning in others' eyes, and he had no room for refutation compared to Jingxilang. It is not shameful to be inferior to people. As long as it catches up, it is the most shameful thing to be hard-mouthed. What do I need to do to practice the basics? Su Xiao cut out several knives at will, and several white lines flashed. No, you have a good foundation and are far better than most people. Few people are willing to spend a few years practicing the simple and hard action of chopping. Answer me, what do you think of the blade in your hand? Gung Shiro, wearing a white exercise suit, sat on the floor and looked at Su Xiao with a smile. With the eyes on the bridge of his nose, Gung Shurlang gave a gentle feeling. What do you think of the blade in your hand? A tool for killing. Su Xiao's answer. Gung Shurlang shook his head again and again. If you have this concept all the time, even if you practice hard for 100 years, you're just swinging. It is not sword art at all. Su Xiao looked at Zhanlong Sha in her hand, but did not speak. Perceive the blade in your hand and turn him into an extension of your limbs. If you can't even do that, then I can't teach you anything. The words of Yin Jingshilang made Su Xiao's face dark. He spent 1,000 paradise coins to summon Jinshiro, and the other side made him feel www.himtailnovel.com. Su Xiao immediately communicated with the reincarnation paradise and wanted to pause the practice until he felt the knife in his hand before continuing the training. Unfortunately, the reincarnation park gave a hint that he could not pause during training. He can now leave the trial field, but the parkland coins that he spent cannot be returned, and Koshiro will disappear. In desperation, Su Xiao could only sit on the ground in the same position, put Cut Dragon Flash on his knee, and begin to perceive. Don't imagine your weapon in your mind. Feel it. Feel its sharpness and feel. It's already unique. Gung Shiro is not a summoning. When Su Xiao perceives the sword in his hands, Gung Shurlang begins to give detailed instructions on the side and impart some experiences to Su Xiao. Those experiences, Gung Shurlang, can only be taught to Saran's disciples of his optimism, and now Gashishiro is a mirror image of Su Xiao's summons, so he passed on these valuable knowledge to Su Xiao without any possession of private property. The time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and after half an hour, Su Xiao vaguely felt the Cut Dragon Flash on her legs. Your subconsciously picked up Cut Dragon Flash and cut out knife, and the air hissed. Gung Shurlang, who was next to him, nodded with satisfaction and began to guide Su Xiao. After an hour, Jingxiling dissipated in the air, but Su Xiao still sat on the ground and cut a knife from time to time. Ganja, he felt that a door was gradually opened to him. The sword technique he practiced before was simply swinging a swing. It had no use except for mastering the basic swinging posture. He drew his sword and retracted it. Su Xiao was immersed in his own world, and even Gung Shurlang disappeared without notice. I can practice a chopping action for 3 years, which shows Su Xiao's obsession with the sword technique. Sun Zheng's so-called thoughts can communicate with the gods. Su Xiao's 3 years of hard work, after getting the guidance of Gung Shurlang, began to gradually sublimate. Chapter 28. Yellow Sand and Death. Su Xiao held a long knife and stretched her arm straight. Although the weapon did not reach the extent of the limb extension, at this moment the blade of his opponent felt different. It is by no means overnight to reach that level. Although it took 1,000 paradise coins in just 1 hour, Su Xiao believed that the value of the 1,000 paradise coins was spent. Sure, Jino Shiro did not teach him any moves, but opened a new door for him. Summon Kinshiro again. Shag Su Xiao is in a good condition now, so she summons Jinshiro again. Cannot summon specified mirror. Gi, drip. Hunter permissions are activated, Please select the summoning duration. Sun Su Xiao smiled at the corners of his mouth, and it seems that his identity as a hunter has some uses. 3 hours. Gung Shiro, mirror summoning. The summoning is complete. Gung Shiro reappeared. Gung Shilang nodded to Su Xiao after he appeared and did not introduce himself. Su Xiao was a little surprised. Gung Shilang seemed to recognize him. Well, continue with the last practice. You have initially felt the blade in your hand. The words of Kingo Shiro made Su Xiao understand why Reincarnation Paradise does not provide the same mirror call. After the same mirror appears, it will continue the last memory, which is undoubtedly a good thing for Su Xiao. Now you are qualified to discuss with me. Come on. Shurgang Shiro pulled out his weapon for the first time, and the sword Su Xiao recognized. Su Xiao got up and rushed to Jingsalang with a knife. Now, that time is precious. He has to hurry to become stronger every minute. The crisp sound of the collision of Xing Bing's blade came, and it was undoubtedly a very valuable experience to play against such masters as Jinshiro. Su Xiao would not have had this opportunity if it was not a reincarnation park. During the battle, Su Xiao paid attention to every action of Jinshiro, like a dry sponge, quickly absorbing the sword skills. Churshiro, after an hour of continuous study, the sweat soaked Su Xiao's clothes, and his body became hot. Now he started to rest. There are a few points you should pay attention to. On the break, Gung Shilang began to point out Su Xiao's shortcomings. At this time, Gung Shilang, because it is a mirror image, does not have any private teachings about Su Xiao. 23 hours passed quickly, and Su Xiao was still a little interested. It's time. See you next time. Gung Shiro gradually disappeared. Su Xiao wanted to summon Gung Shilang again, but after seeing the only 4,027 paradise coins left, he could only give up temporarily. Su Xiao took a deep breath. The feeling that it could break everything before disappeared, which is the sequela of the rapid improvement of attributes. Wool with one hand fisting, the crunching sound of Kaba, and Kaba came. He has become accustomed to the sudden growth of attributes. Now he only needs to complete the last step. Paradise Start Combat Mode. Practical mode consumes 10 paradise coins per minute. Yes/no pay. Pay. The actual combat mode is turned on, and the robot puppet will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare in advance. Though the surrounding scenes began to change, from the original Sword Museum into a desert. The Sword Museum is a scene that was automatically generated after Gung Shilang appeared, and the current scene is a combat mode. The actual combat mode will not end until Su Xiao's combat death. Of course, death in the trial zone does not really die. The violent wind blew the yellow sand. All around was yellow, and a silver-white iron ball emerged from the sand. That's not an iron ball at all, but the head of a robot puppet. A robot doll made of steel was drilled out of the sand, and dozens of pairs of red electronic eyes stared at Su Xiao. More and more robot puppets soon increased to hundreds, surrounded by Su Xiao. Time is up. The practical exercises begin. Kakaka, the neat metal collision sound came, and the robot puppets quickly surrounded Su Xiao from all sides. The densely packed robot puppets around him made Su Xiao dare not to carelessly and quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm. An innumerable number of weapons struck around and wrapped Su Xiao in a heavy package. A few silver knives flashed, and large robotic figures broke apart. Su Xiao has been different from before. Now he has greatly improved both in physical fitness and sword skills. The metal was broken, the yellow sand splashed, and the fierce assassination began. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao was teleported to the gate of the proving ground. As soon as Sun appeared, Su Xiao groped on his head and determined that his head was complete. He was broken by the siege of those robot puppets just now. It's realistic. Su Xiao left the trial ground with a smile. Although he spent more than 4,000 paradise coins, he has adapted to his current body. And the harvest is not only this, his sword mastery has also improved. Skill 2. Sword Specialization. LV.2. Passive. Skill Effect. Increase melee attack power by 12% and proficiency of sword weapons. Sword Mastery has been improved by 1 level. According to Su Xiao's understanding, the promotion of Sword Mastery is very difficult. It requires a soul crystal small, which has 1,000 paradise coins. He wants to upgrade the skills of Shadow of Destruction. In addition to exercising on his own, he uses soul crystal and paradise coin to upgrade. Shaq Su Xiao now understands the value of soul crystals. He happened to kill elite creatures, and he only got one soul crystal small. He looked for the crystal of soul in the trading market of reincarnation paradise, but nobody sold it at all. Don't say sale. Most contractors don't know what the soul crystallizes. Therefore, the crystal small of this soul in his hands is very precious. Returning to the exclusive room, Su Xiao spent 100 paradise coins to expand the bedroom, bathroom, and other rooms in the exclusive space and put the purchased furniture in a proper place. Drew after some decoration. Su Xiao's exclusive room changed. Not only became spacious, but also luxurious. Sitting on the soft big bed bought by 40 yuan, Su Xiao was lost in thought. He now has a soul crystal small in his hand. Now he has two options, either to upgrade existing skills or open new skills. From the current situation www.mtlnovel.com, Su Xiao has not much combat skills except for Blue Steel Shadow and Blade Specialization. However, he already has the general goal, which is to use the sword as the main force of combat, supplemented by other abilities. This is a very promising route, and it is found in many derivative planes. Yan Eagle I Mihik, the world's largest sword fighter in Pirate World, fights with swordsmanship. Although it is called sword art in Pirate World, Hawkeye uses a knife, not only Hawkeye, but also Red Hair and others. From this we can see that it is very promising to specialize in one kind of ability. Wu Su Xiao's use of Qin Gang Ying is not familiar, so he is not in a hurry to acquire new skills. Shang to think of it this way is to choose one of the skill upgrades in Blue Steel Shadow and Blade Specialization. Hesitated for a long time, Su Xiao finally chose to upgrade Sword Specialization, which will make his strength increase even more obvious. Consumption of Soul Crystal, small, 1,000 Paradise Coins to upgrade the Blade Specialization. Su Xiao stunned for a few seconds, and then felt that there was some more knowledge in the brain, which was the knowledge of swordsmanship. Check out the Sword Specialization again. Skill 2. Sword Specialization, LV.3. Passive. Skill effect. Increase melee attack power by 14% and proficiency of sword weapons. Use Soul Crystal to upgrade skills. There is no sense of hardship, and you don't need to adapt, but directly grasp it. No wonder Su Xiao's crystals are so rare and so anti-sky items can be obtained in the green treasure chest. Actually, it is not just good luck. In the world of nightmare difficulty, Su Xiao's gain from killing his enemies has greatly improved. Such good things may rarely happen in the future. Chapter 29. Think about your death. In the reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao spends most of his time with the exclusive space in the trial ground. He didn't summon Jinshiro's mirror image anymore. He just chose the actual combat mode and practiced the actual combat skills. Although there were several battles during this period, Su Xiao also learned a lot. Between 3 shots, Su Xiao received the reminder of reincarnation paradise. The hunter is about to return to the real world. Please keep in mind the reincarnation paradise. You can't reveal anything in the reincarnation paradise in any way in the real world, otherwise you will be warned, and the war will be forcibly executed. A hunter cannot use the abilities obtained in Samsara paradise in reality, except for personal attributes and passive skills. Most of the equipment or items obtained in reincarnation paradise cannot be removed in the real world. They are locked, and they will be restored after returning to reincarnation paradise. Teleport started. Location, real world. The sense of familiarity appeared. When Su Xiao regained consciousness, he was already lying in a cold cabinet. The temperature in the cabinet was very low, and it was a little narrow. Su Xiao's face turned black. There is only one possibility for her position. Stomp on the low door of the cabinet door, and with his current strength, directly deform the cabinet door and bounce outward. Su Xiao's foot not only flew the cabinet door, he also slid outward together. The cabinet he was in was like a long metal drawer. Don't long. The chest of drawers fell to the ground, and made a loud noise in the silent room. Su Xiao looked at the room where he was located. The incandescent lamp reflected the room extremely cold. His guess was correct. This is the morgue where the body is stored. Before he was shot dead, his body was stored here. He entered the reincarnation park after his death. The reincarnation park locked his vitality. He was not considered dead. This loud noise from the morgue attracted the attention of others. A young nurse during the internship was shocked by the loud noise in the hospital's duty room. The little nurse in a white coat heard that the voice came from the lower morgue, but her colleague on duty went out to buy supper, and she was alone on the first floor of the nightly empty hospital. The others had already rested, and she was afraid to go out. No, it won't be haunted. Don't think about it. The teacher once said that there's no ghost, and in the world, no. The little nurse named Irual was a nurse who had interned for 2 months. There was a loud noise in the morgue, and if Iro screamed in fright, the pink hot water cup held in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. The loud noise was Su Zhao's violent opening of the door to the morgue. He walked in the narrow corridor. The rooms on both sides were marked with various departments. The smell of acrid disinfection made Su Xiao judge that it was a hospital and the hospital in the city. Su Xiao has been here once and has some impressions on this small public hospital. He is not in a hurry to leave here. He must find the knife passed down from his family. I can lose everything except that knife. Su Xiao looked around for the staff of the hospital. He doesn't have any clues about the knife. Soon, Su Xiao came to the door of a duty room. The light inside was on, and a beautiful little nurse was watching him blankly. Su Xiao pushed the door into the duty room, and before he could talk, the little nurse sitting on the chair actually rolled his eyes, passed out, and slipped from the chair to the floor. He wondered, looking at the little nurse who fell to the ground. Su Xiao stepped forward and slammed the other person. The little nurse, she woke up, but after seeing Su Xiao, panic appeared in her eyes, and she wanted to scream subconsciously. Su Xiao immediately covered the little nurse's nose and nose. After touching the little nurse's fair cheek with her palm, a soft feeling came. Don't say anything, or someone will kill you. Su Xiaojiang was very murderous shortly after leaving the derivative world. Nurse Xiao nodded quickly and looked at Su Xiao with tears in her eyes, looking extremely pathetic. Which police station brought me here? Xiao Zhao's previous reactions made Su Xiao guess that the other party might have seen him, so she would have the current reaction. Oh. Pu Xiao nurse pointed at Su Zhao's hand, signaled that she could not speak yet. Su Xiaosong's hand. There was a heavy gasp first. Aren't you dead? It has nothing to do with me. Don't come to me. The little nurse trembled slightly. Her whole body was softened, and tears twitched under the eyes. Su Xiao still looked at the little nurse coldly. Answer my question. Su Zhao's frosty voice made the little nurse shake. Yes, it was the Dongsheng branch that brought you here. I got a clear answer. Su Xiao got up and left directly and rushed to the Dongsheng branch. He was born in this second-tier city. Of course, he knows where the Dongsheng branch is. Lon stopping a taxi on the street late at night. Su Xiao went straight to Dongsheng branch. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao arrived in front of the Dongsheng branch. He will not enter the Dongsheng branch at the main entrance. Now he belongs to the Black household, and he should have committed his murder. With Su Zhao's sneaking ability, after half an hour, he sneaked into the exhibit room of Dongsheng branch. The more Sun rummaged in the exhibit room, the more ugly Su Zhao's face was, and his knife was not here. Su Xiao has begun to get impatient. The longer he drags on, the less likely he will find a knife. He goes straight out of the pragmatism and starts to look for the police in the police station. Sounds crazy, but with his current strength, he doesn't care about the police here. Soon, a young police officer on duty was spotted by Su Xiao. Su Xiao gradually approached the policeman in the rear. After a short distance, he suddenly violently struck the policeman's neck with his left arm and left fist in his right hand, forming a guillotine in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This trick can be described as extremely brutal, and it will completely block the blood supply to the brain. If the strength is sufficient, it only takes 2 to 3 seconds to stun a person, and it can cause death in less than 10 seconds. The young policeman didn't even have a chance to shout, and his body was paralyzed. Su Xiao picked up the young policeman and left the police station from the same way as before. www.untilnovel.com. This late-night police station couldn't be easier to get in and out. In the dark alley, young policeman gradually woke up. If you don't want to die, answer my question honestly. Who are you? The young policeman hasn't finished speaking yet. Su Xiao has already punched him in the chest. Moaning in pain, the young policeman sat paralyzed. Where's my sword? The young policeman looked at Su Xiao in doubt, but his face was full of pain. Su Xiao's punch gave the young policeman the feeling of being hit by a train. What knife? Who are you? Su Xiao. Su Xiao stood in the dark alley and said his real name without concealment. To the extent that it is now, there is no need to cover it up. He can be sure that tomorrow he will be promoted to become a wanted criminal. Sure, it's you. Your sword was taken away by the general administration. The tone of the young policeman was gentle and unremarkable. Lying, Su Xiao grabbed one of the young police's hand and clicked. After a crisp sound, a squeal screamed in the alley. This time is 5 fingers. Next time is your neck. After you die, I will ask other police officers. There is more than one police officer in the police station. Think of your family. Is it really worth your insistence? After you die, your beautiful wife is played with by strange men. Others will fall asleep on your wife and will hit your children. The young policeman's face was twisted. His eyes seemed to be breathing. He seemed to be married. Your knife was taken away by our director. It has nothing to do with me. Very good. Take me to your director. Chapter 30, Lawless. Su Xiao was driving on the street at midnight, and the first officer was the young policeman. At this time, the young policeman was tied to his throat with a belt, and the belt was firmly fixed on the back seat. When Su Xiao removed the brake, the young policeman's eyes turned white. How far is it? Su Xiao has stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The speed is at least 160 or more. It is midnight, and there are few vehicles on the street. Under this rapid speed, Su Xiao found one thing. Even at this speed, he is still very capable. Not only does his agility improve his speed, but his nerve reflex speed also soars. Hurry up, my friend. Please slow down. My son is only 2 years old. The young policeman had some despair in his eyes, and he felt that he might escape today. The young policeman was familiar with the kind of gaze before Su Xiao. It was the gaze that appeared only after the killing. The young policeman also noticed that Su Xiao is different from ordinary murderers because Su Xiao's eyes are too fierce, even more fierce than the serial murderers he saw a year ago. Help me find my knife, and you will live. Su Xiao lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. The young policeman sighed and finally nodded. Shack after driving into a community, Su Xiao came to his destination. Get off. Wu Su Xiao held a dark pistol in his hand, which was the gun of a young policeman. According to the guidance of a young policeman, Su Xiao came to the other director's house. Knock at the door. The young policeman hesitated and glanced at Su Xiao's gun, which was already loaded. In desperation, young policemen can only knock on the door. I knocked on the door several times in succession, and a slight footstep came from inside the door. Who? This is the middle of the night. A slightly tired female voice came through the door. It's me, Xiao Zhang. 20 seconds later, a charming middle-aged woman opened the door. Come in, what time is it? There is something in the bureau. The questioning of the middle-aged woman came to an abrupt halt, and a black pistol arrived on her head. Slow back slowly and don't speak out. The middle-aged woman was frightened and looked at Su Xiao blankly. After a short while, she slowly backed away. Su Xiao dragged aside the young police officer, entered the room, and then closed the door softly. Middle-aged woman accidentally bumped into a half-meter-high vase behind her when she stepped back. Crap! The shattered ceramic sound was even harsher in the quiet living room. Don't be impulsive. I didn't mean it. Wu Su Xiao ignored the middle-aged woman. His eyes were locked on the coffee table in the living room. The table was equipped with a knife holder, which was a saber he had already sheathed. He stepped forward and Su Xiao picked up his saber. The familiar feeling came, and he couldn't help smiling. Mom, so noisy. The door of a bedroom in front of Su Xiao was opened. A young girl wearing a suspender rubbed her eyes and stood at the door. The young girl looked at Su Xiao blankly. Her mouth opened slightly, and she wanted to shout. Su Xiao raised her muzzle. The muzzle shook and signaled the girl where to go. The girl nodded quickly and closed the door with a slam. The knife was found. Su Xiao went away under the gaze of the two people in the living room and quickly left the community. Xiao Zhang, let's call the police. Middle-aged women are frightened and want to call the police. The police officer, Xiao Zhang, smiled bitterly and looked at the middle-aged woman helplessly. I immediately informed the provincial office that the guy was well-trained and I didn't even know how to be subdued. Such a dangerous guy is by no means an ordinary person. When Su Xiao was informed of the provincial department, he had already boarded the high-speed rail to the neighboring city. At this time, Su Xiao's face has changed a lot. He looks like a student. With his age, he could pretend to be a college student with a little makeup. I rushed to the neighboring city, and Su Xiao didn't stop and just took a coach. With the bumps of the long-distance bus, Su Xiao's body is also swaying slightly. He seems to have closed his eyes and took a nap, but is actually alert to the situation around him. The cries of children, the youngsters with two ears talking and laughing in front seats, and young people wearing headphones constantly swinging forward. Insert a piece of news: a vicious murderer appeared in the neighboring city. The movie on the LCD screen in front of the coach was suddenly interrupted, and Su Xiao's photo appeared. Crime suspect. The passengers on long-distance coaches were attracted by the news and turned their eyes. Su Xiao sighed really fast. Less than 6 hours later, his wanted order has been issued. But for Su Xiao, this kind of wanted threat is not big, let alone his strength. It is difficult for the police to find him because of his hiding ability. After several turnovers, Su Xiao hurried for 4 days in a row. In the end, he didn't know where he was before stopping to continue. I took out a new mobile phone positioning, and Su Xiao found that he had arrived in DL City, a coastal city. Nice place. DL City is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Even if it is searched by a large number of policemen, he will at best smuggle abroad. What's more, his case was only a murder case, not terribly bad. At most it was that he was resurrected after death. As for his abduction of police, it will not be announced at all. Without getting into the worst, Su Xiao didn't want to escape abroad. Shanghai now, the most important thing, is to find a place to settle down. Su Xiao, a hotel-like residence, doesn't want to go. The kind of people in this kind of place is very complicated and unsuitable for a long stay. I stand on the streets full of traffic. Su Xiao feels a sense of hunger. These days, I'm basically hurrying, and I haven't had a good meal at all. Su Xiao looked for a restaurant and ordered the local barracuda. At this time in May, it is the season with the most plump crabs. The size of the crabs is at least a pound. Remove the hard crab shell and dip it in the secret sauce made by that shop, and then take a bite of it. The meat is thick and delicious. The smooth crab meat stimulates his taste buds, the unique flavor of seafood. Let him remember forever. The boss checks out. Su Xiao put down the last crab shell in her hand and hit a full belch. The restaurant owner walked forward with the ledger and looked at the crab shell on the table in amazement. This stuff. The boss was stunned by Su Xiao's appetite, because Su Xiao ate more than ordinary people's food by 7 or 8 servings. The enhancement of physical attributes means that Su Xiao needs more energy. www.mtlnovel.com strength will not appear unnecessarily and requires a lot of energy. A total of 789, you can give 780. Su Xiao took out a few $100 bills and handed them to the boss. Is there a renting house nearby? I am a student who just arrived here and need to find a place to stay for a few months. The boss took out his mobile phone, fiddled with it for a while, and pointed it at Su Xiao. The mobile phone said DL City Rentals Network. The restaurant owner looked at Su Xiao at this moment, as if to say, "Young man, no one is looking for rent on the street now." Su Xiao laughed, noted the website address, and left the restaurant. I walked on the bustling street. Su Xiao quickly tapped his thumb on the screen of his mobile phone and looked up that website. This is a small social networking site dedicated to housing agencies. Taoshan, after choosing for a long time, he found a strange information about renting a house. Excellent geography, convenient transportation, rent start at 100,000 yuan per month. In DL City, although the monthly rent of 100,000 yuan is not common, it is not uncommon. What is doubtful is that this advertisement does not indicate too much housing information, but just leaves a phone call. Wu Su Xiao is not sure of money. She simply dialed the phone, and the housing for 100,000 rents per month should be in good condition and should be the specifications of a luxury villa. The call was quickly connected and a husky male voice came. Interview 37 Tian High Road. After a simple sentence, the phone was hung up. Su Xiao made a mistake, then shook his head. It was too troublesome. There may be other hidden feelings. The monthly price of 100,000 yuan is a bit strange. He didn't want to participate in it, so he chose another place. Recommendation ticket, by the way, to collect it. Chapter 31. The Spirit of Terror. After some screening, Su Xiao chose a house, and in the afternoon of that day, he arrived at the district where the house was located. This is a slightly dilapidated community located on the edge of the city. Fortunately, the traffic is quite convenient. There's a little desert in the community, and only a few old people were sitting around and playing chess. This is the case in the older districts, where the elderly are mostly, but the greening here is good. Compared to the dirty air in the city center, it is obviously much better. A long distance, Su Xiao saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes, as if waiting for something, and glanced at the arm on his wrist from time to time. Su Xiao stepped forward, and the young man noticed that he was approaching. His eyes brightened, and he immediately greeted him. "Hello, is this Mr. Su? I'm Xiao Ji, an agent of Sunshine Housing." Su Xiao nodded. At this time, he changed his name to Su Xiao. This name had a legal identity, and his ID was readily available. His ticket was available. Phone cards and other items are handled with this identity. In the present age, it is difficult to move without legal status. "It's me. Take me to the house." The attitude of the intermediary Xiao Ji immediately became eager and began to introduce housing with Su Xiao. "Mr. Su, don't hide from you that the monthly rent of 800 is a very good price. With the prospect of real estate in DL City now, if you have sufficient funds, buying this house is also a very good choice." The warm introduction began, and Su Xiao coped with a smile. He won't bide here, just as his wanted criminal. How long he can live here is unknown, ready to run at any time. Although his strength is soaring now and he doesn't care about the police, it doesn't mean he can ignore the power of the country. The police just maintain the law and order of the city. The real power of the country is the army. If there is really an army to block Su Xiao, he can only choose to avoid its frontiers. The real-world army is different from the incoherent people in the pirate world. The technology in the real world is advanced, and the military's weapons and equipment are even more advanced. Unless he has more than 30 attributes, he cannot compete with the army. And from the attitude of Samsara Paradise does not want the contractor to interfere in the real world. This may be the basis of Samsara Paradise. According to Su Xiao's previous observations, most of the contractors should come from the real world, so Reincarnation Paradise can prevent the contractor from interfering with the real world. I was thinking in Su Xiao. He had come to the door of that room. "This is it, Mr. Su, please." Intermediate Xiaoji opened the door of the room, but he moved quickly and seemed to be in a hurry. "You have an urgent matter to deal with." Su Xiao looked at the look of the intermediary Xiao Ji. The other party is not abnormal, but a little anxious. "It's okay. Emergency. I'm sorry, Mr. Su." Su Xiao walked into the room and entered into a spacious living room, which has been renovated, and the decoration is not bad. The warm decoration style is very suitable for a long stay. Su Xiao looked around the room. The room was well ventilated, and Xiangyang had all the facilities. He didn't need to prepare anything, and he could move in directly. Hitting the wall, Su Xiao roughly judges the thickness of the wall. The walls of this old-fashioned community are generally very thick, which means that the sound insulation is more excellent. "Not bad. I rented it here." The intermediary's small season showed joy, but this is performance. "Well, Mr. Su, because the price is relatively favorable, the minimum rent here is 1 year. This is a contract. Look at it." Su Xiao looked at the contract. There was no problem. He paid the money and signed it. He rented the house. After everything was done, the intermediary Xiao Ji and Su Xiao said goodbye, but the other party's next move was a bit strange. Intermediate Xiao Ji first opened the door of the room and left quickly after making sure there were no people in the corridor. This scene fell into Su Xiao's eyes, and he had previously felt that the agency was strange. Now it seems that it is not that this room is faulty, but that there are some people in the building who make this agent afraid. Interesting. Su Xiao chuckled a little. Before that, it was very strange to encounter a house with a rent of up to 100,000. Now, he rents a house in an uncommon neighborhood. But Su Xiao doesn't care about this. He is a wanted criminal himself. Would he be afraid of others? Tian Fong Yitan. Su Xiao, sitting on the sofa in the living room, suddenly didn't know what to do. Before he slaughtered the enemy, he was the last enemy he could find, and now that he is outside, the revenge can only be postponed temporarily, which is also helpless. Although he now has inhuman strength, it does not mean that he can walk sideways. Revenge is not something that can be accomplished with a hot head. He has endured for 3 years. And Su Xiao believes that as his strength grows stronger, the more ways he can find enemies. Sun gradually calmed down, and Su Xiao began to plan for the future. A stable residence has been found. The next thing is to wait for the reincarnation paradise to enhance its strength in the reincarnation paradise. OM. The phone suddenly vibrated. Someone called Su Xiao. He didn't use the ringtone. Pick up the phone. It is unknown number shown above. Pick up the phone. Su Xiao is not talking. Friend, wait a long time for you. Why haven't you arrived yet? Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the voice of the man who had rented 100,000 yuan before. It's too much trouble to rent your house. It's gone. After finishing speaking, Su Xiao made an effort to hang up. Wait. The voice on the phone was slightly sharp, and Su Xiao's fingers stopped in the air. Pungo, friends, they're all killed in paradise. How about seeing each other? Su Xiaohu stood up, and the paradise in his mouth reminded him of reincarnation paradise. Not interested in. Su Xiao's voice was dull, but he suddenly felt abnormal. Why did he make that call before? Son, although he is not sure of money, the rent of 100,000 yuan is too outrageous now. He is not stupid. The mind was turning in succession. At this moment, Su Xiao realized that there might be a problem with the advertisement for renting a house. Before that, he actually made a terrible call to the other party. At the time, the idea in his mind was that there was not much 100,000 in the quality of the house. It must be good. But now I want to come. This can't be more outrageous. Hypnosis? No. Su Xiao immediately denied this view and hypnotized Su Xiao's experience. It was never so magical. The advertisement was similar to a psychological hint. Don't give up your face. Come and see me right away, or I'll kill you sooner or later. The man on the phone www.mtlnovel.com has begun to threaten nakedly. The sorrow of the hyena said harshly when stepping on the enemy's head, not on the phone. After speaking, Su Xiao hung up the phone, without any worries about the other party tracking his location. Manhwa, the phone he is using now, costs a lot of money to block tracking. In a small courtyard in the rural urban fringe, a shirtless brawny man sits on a small horse and twists his hands tightly to the phone. 5. Have you traced the location of this phone? The strong man roared, touching the scarred face. A thin figure emerged from a bungalow in a few steps. Boss, the other party is not small, completely anti-tracking. It may be a military person. The response given above is to give up. The man with the scarred face was obviously fierce. Fong Chi, give up? You know how much Lao Tzu spent the paradise coins? The advertisement that I got was enough to make 10,000. Those masters in the Department of Psychology are really black. The man with the scared face said so, but he gave up half of it. Guanggal, the advertisement can only be seen by the contractor, and the contractor with intellectual property over 20 can be immune. The other party only called him once, indicating that the other party's intellectual property should not be low. If the other party is Fei, Scarhan feels a cold heart and doesn't want to continue to provoke Su Xiao. After Su Xiao signed a contract with Reincarnation Paradise, the real appearance of the real world began to gradually appear in front of him. Although the Reincarnation Paradise does not support the contractor to interfere in the real world, under the temptation of huge benefits, some people always take risks. What they don't know is that there's a kind of existence in the Reincarnation Paradise called Hunter, specially to clean them up. Chapter 32, The New Spin-Off World. Tick, tick. The sound of chirping clocks sounded in the quiet living room. Su Xiao sat on the sofa and placed the knife over her legs. He was meditating. This meditation is not the meditation of a mage, but a way that Gung Shilang imparted to Su Xiao, allowing him to feel himself more clearly. Practicing swordsmanship is not just a chop. It is also a powerful physical and mental process. This process may be boring for others, but Su Xiao is happy. Chengdu, the degree of enthusiasm for one thing, also represents how high this matter can be. If you don't even have the basic enthusiasm, then you might as well choose to give up, especially practicing sword surgery. Wu Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiao ended his meditation. Although he did not exercise, he felt hungry. Picking up the mobile phone, Su Xiao ordered the takeout for 8 people. With his current appetite, the average person's share is not enough for him to scatter his teeth. After half an hour, the door was knocked. Looking at the sweaty takeaway brother, Su Xiao smiled bitterly. The other side took 8 takeaways to go upstairs, which was hard enough. Click! The other's room door opened, and a serious man with sunglasses stepped out. The man in sunglasses took a look at Su Xiao and the takeaway brother. After seeing Su Xiao, the other party was clearly alert because Su Xiao lived in the door opposite him. New resident. New tenant. Greetings ended. The man in sunglasses went downstairs. After having a full meal, Su Xiao recalled that the previous sunglasses man had a strong pace and a stable order. It was by no means an ordinary person, but he would not investigate the origin of the other person, which was nosy. I only stayed in the real world for a few days, and Su Xiao didn't know why he felt a little irritable. He was desperate to enter the reincarnation paradise, which made him laugh bitterly. Maybe he wasn't born in peace. D-drop. A new spin-off world is about to open, and the hunter will return to Samsara paradise. Please make sure there are no witnesses around. Transferring. The transmission is complete. Su Xiao felt conscious, and his ears were buzzing. After everything recovered, he was already in the exclusive room. A new spin-off world is coming. Su Xiao can't help but look forward to what world he will enter this time. If it's still the nightmare difficulty of One Piece, then things will be difficult. Jinru entering the derivative world this time. Su Xiao will not only receive the mainline mission of Reincarnation Paradise, but also receive the hunting mission. If the difficulty of spawning the world is too high, he is unlikely to succeed in hunting. Paradise, what derivative world will I enter? Slayer level. LV.2, you can be notified 10 minutes before entering the derivative world. The hunter will enter the derivative world 1 hour later. Please be patient. Wu Su Xiao knew that he could know in advance what derivative world he entered, but he needed a level. The higher the level, the earlier the time, the more preparation time he had. Now it can only be 10 minutes in advance. Not short, but not long, and it is too late to prepare something. Leaving the exclusive space, Su Xiao walked toward the trading market. That is a circular square. Although there are people selling items around Reincarnation Park, there are the most people there, and some of them have good goods. The green firearm that Su Xiao saw before was at the exchange square. Encyclopedia of Skill Materials, 4 months old shop. You are too expensive, 700? Why don't you grab it? Acquisition of derived world output materials at fair prices. Don't miss passing by. All kinds of restoration products are sold exclusively. The crowd was hustle and bustle, barking and bargaining. Su Xiao has 2,827 paradise coins left, which he intentionally left to prepare for the coming derivative world. Standing in front of the stall where the recovered goods are sold, there are already a few contractors gathered here, and they look a little embarrassed. This stall, Su Xiao has seen it several times before. The owner of the stall should be a worker and often set up a stall here. Compared with the contractor's booth, Su Xiao is more optimistic about the employee's booth. Many contractors are treated as treasures after getting items in the derivative world, and the price is extremely high, which is simply outrageous. The employees are different. They are mixed in the trading market all year round, and they know the prices of reincarnation parks very well. If a large number of contractors have recently entered the world with dark creatures, the price of some bright properties will increase significantly. The price increase will change according to the needs of the contractor. This is an iron law. Workers are afraid to drive up prices. They also have to enter the derivative world and may be retaliated. At the stall selling the recovered goods, Su Xiao found several good ones. Salt rice ball. Origin, captive of gourmet. Quality white. Type, restoration. Effect, after eating, it can slowly recover 10% of the health value. Rating, 3. Note, white items are rated from 1 to 10, and the rating represents the value of the item. Introduction, a rice ball, a magic rice ball, a rice ball that can slowly recover from injury. Golden fried rice. Place of origin, spirit of food halberd. Quality white. Type, restoration. Effect, after eating, it can slowly recover 40% of the health value. This item needs to be consumed for a long time, and the health value is restored according to the consumption amount. The minimum value is 1%, and the maximum value is 40%. Rating, 5. Note, white items are rated from 1 to 10, and the rating represents the value of the item. Introduction is not only a restoration product, but also a delicious, unbreakable dish, not a good dish. XT12 Vitality Potion. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Number 3 production line of Glow Pharmacy. Quality white. Type, restoration. Effect, after drinking, recover 15% of health in a short time. Rating, 8. Note, white items are rated from 1 to 10, and the rating represents the value of the item. Introduction, manufactured by workers and reviewed by Reincarnation Park. Safety. Although golden fried rice has the highest recovery amount, these 3 kinds of recovery products need to be eaten all, and the recovery speed is slow. Salt rice ball is similar to golden fried rice, but it is much faster to eat. According to estimates by Su Xiao, he can eat this thing at most 2 mouthfuls, and one can consider swallowing at a critical moment. The most valuable is the bottle of XT12 Vitality Potion. Although it can only recover 15% of the health, you can take a sip in the neutral position of the battle. Reincarnation Paradise does not have the function of directly using medicine, so he needs to use it by himself. In fierce battles, it is difficult to eat the recovery products, but it does not mean that the recovery products have no value. It is the best choice to recover the injuries after the battle. 3 bid. The worker saw that Su Xiao had the intention to buy. Su Xiao was different from some contractors on the side. He was more purposeful. www.mtlnovel.com. Salt rice ball, 100 paradise coins. Gold fried rice, 200 paradise coins. XT12 elixir of life vitality, 700 paradise coins. A total of 1,000 each. Paradise coins. My friend, I can see that you sincerely want to buy, and I also sell it sincerely. This is the best price. My name is Medicine Jar, and I will make a friend. The price of the first 2 kinds of food restoration products is not high, but the price of the last medicine is 700 yuan. But that's something that can save lives, and it's taken for granted. I conceive that a life-threatening contractor might be killed by a bottle. Too expensive, so I'll buy more. After some bargaining, Su Xiao bought XT12 Life Vitality Elixir for 1,500 Paradise Coins times 1, Golden Fried Rice times 2, and Salt Rice Ball times 5. The worker named Yaodan was very happy and ordered Su Xiao to use it correctly. Of course, the tincture pot is a pseudonym. Just like Su Xiao's Baiyi, the contractor who uses the real name in the Reincarnation Park is rarer than the panda. Salt Rice Ball. Although it can only restore 10% of the health value, it is easy to eat. Recovery products do not have a cooling time setting, but if they are consumed continuously for a short period of time, the effect will decrease, and the recovery effect will be completely lost. Brother, wish you were come back. The peony pot waved to Su Xiao. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Workers are different from contractors. They have not experienced much cruelty, and most workers have not even killed anyone. Thank you for your good words. After Su Xiao strolled for a while in the trading market, he received a reminder of reincarnation. The hunter will enter the derivative world after 10 minutes. Tokyo Sun Species. V2 Chapter 1. I have a bold idea. With a reminder from the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao found that many of the contractors around him had changed their looks. It seems that the contractor entered the derivative world at about the same time, and entered in large quantities at the same time. What a joke! How did I get into the world of a full-time hunter? It's over, it's dead. Who can form an ad hoc adventure group with me? I'm willing to give away everything, 2,000 paradise coins. The wailing of a female contractor came from a distance, and Su Xiao looked over there. After the female contractor shouted, the contractors near her all showed a playful look. There are several high-risk spawned worlds in the reincarnation paradise: One Piece, Grim Reaper, and Full-Time Hunter. The most of the contractors entering these derivative worlds have no life. There are rumors that 30 contractors entered the pirate world, and at the time when Luffy fought Colonel Monka, only 2 contractors survived, and none survived. Who wants to help me, please? The female contractor showed despair and looked helplessly around the contractor. The covenants around have no pity, and some even sneer. This is so cruel in reincarnation paradise. No one can rely on them except for a stable adventure team. Su Xiao does not have the aura of the virgin and does not care about the life or death of the other party. But in the other party's mouth, he noticed a word, adventure group, which should be a way of teaming between contractors. Inquire softly about the reincarnation park and give a hint. There are 2 types of adventure group, namely, temporary adventure group and permanent adventure group. Regardless of the name, a temporary adventure group is an adventure group formed by some stranger contractors before entering the derivative world. In the exchange square, there are already many contractors indicating recruitment information. If they're contractors who enter the same derivative world, they can form temporary adventure groups. Yongzhou, the permanent adventure group, is a bit special. You must first report to the Adventure Hall of Reincarnation Park, and then the mission will be released. Wanqing, after completing the mission, the contractor can get the permanent adventure team, become the leader of the adventure team, and invite others to enter the adventure team. After entering the permanent adventure group, all contractors with similar levels will enter the same derivative world, which undoubtedly increases the chance of survival. As Su Sun, as a hunter, of course, he will not join any adventure group. If the target of the hunt is teammates, it is really embarrassing. But judging from the reincarnation park's hints, the permanent adventure team has a special bonus, which makes Su Xiao feel a little emotional. Perhaps he can set up a permanent adventure group with him alone. I don't care if teammate Su Xiao doesn't care, but he is very interested in the bonus of the permanent adventure group. It's too early to consider these. Only after reaching level LV.10 can you establish a permanent adventure group. 3 minutes before entering the derivative world, Su Xiao takes a deep breath and prepares for the teleportation of Samsara Paradise. Su Shi, at this moment, a familiar voice came. Workers are asking for money. Obedience is not troublesome, and they have the ability to assist. Su Xiao glanced over and found that the person who shouted was actually the little lowly who looked exactly like Connor. In a message marked by Shi, Su Xiao hesitated to see the words Tokyo species, and he entered the same world as him. The other party is a worker who enters the world once every 2 months and just happens to use one world with him, which is a coincidence. Su Xiao didn't step forward. He had a hunting mission in the world, so he would not accept the commission of the other party. Su Xiao is only good at killing people and has no interest in leading people. Shurijen, time is up. The derivative world. Tokyo is open. The derivative world needs to be reset. The timeline is refreshing. The refresh is complete, and it consumes 0.03 ounces of time and space. Because it consumes 0.03 ounces of time and space, the contractor must reach the lowest level in the world. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise in the reincarnation paradise, and the faces of several contractors were particularly ugly. Little Elixio, Lowell was pale, her fists clenched, and her eyes were desperate. An old man holding a gold-colored scepter suddenly burst into anger, which has broken the balance of the Linseed world. It must be that the son of destiny died before the plot began, and Jean Mayan was a waste in the early stage. Before the old man's roar was over, Su Xiao felt the transmission of Samsara Paradise. A familiar sense of teleportation appeared, similar to how he felt when he returned to Pirate World. In the consciousness, Su Xiao secretly speculated that he would not encounter any void swordsman again. This is totally Su Xiao's consideration. Before encountering the void sword lore before, it was a 1 in 1 billion chance. When consciousness was restored, Su Xiao was already in a building. Yingai, this should be a company's building. It is decorated in Japanese style. On one wall, there is a giant wall tank, among which there are ornamental fish swimming. The time now is night, and the building is brightly lit, but no one is seen. So when Su Xiao wanted to move away, he suddenly found a circle of light film around him. Gently push him back to the place. A series of countdowns appeared before his eyes. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. The situation is obvious now. It should be 5 minutes before he can leave. It's not just Su Xiaoyi here. There are a dozen people not far away from him. It can be seen from the dress that these people are the contractor, and he is also among them, and is in the same light film with several contractors. It appears that she has found asylum seekers, and has formed an ad hoc adventure group with several people. Temporary adventurous missions are fairly reliable. At least they cannot attack each other in the derivative world, but there is a disadvantage that contractors only need to pay a penalty of 10,000 paradise coins to forcibly exit the adventurous missions. On the market, Su Xiaoyi counted 18 people, of which there were 2 groups of adventure groups, a group of 5 people, a group of 7 people, and the others were fighting alone, as can be seen from the light film restricting movement. Everyone be careful. The current situation is that the timeline is reset and the plot is restored to the original. I am Han Yu, and I don't know if you have heard it. Su Xiao had seen the old man with a scepter take the lead in speaking first. The intention of the other party was very obvious. He was trying to win people's hearts. As the leader of the 7-person temporary adventure group, Han Yu's behavior was normal. The adventure group in which Han Yu is located is the force with the largest number of people present, and it is also the adventure group in which Han is located. The faces of the other 5 of the adventure group changed slightly. It seemed that they had heard of Han Yu, and those who were scattered to look at the old man. Wu Suxiao didn't bother about any cold fish. He felt that someone was approaching quickly, and his intellectual properties were improving, making his senses more and more acute. Here comes, behind the wall on the left side of the hall. Boom! When Han Yu just wanted to speak www.novel.com, a loud noise came. The wall on the left side of the hall was broken. Several figures flew out of the broken wall and then collapsed to the ground. Unknown. Zusura, a purple beauty, walked out of the hole in the wall. The beauty was very good, with a smile on her face. Why run? It's not good for me to eat it. Chi Zifa beauty walked in front of a few people and did not seem to notice Su Xiao and others. Save your life. A middle-aged man with a white-collar appearance raised his arm arduously, not knowing who he was asking for help. The purple beauty stepped forward, grabbed the white-collar's arm with one hand, and stepped on the other's back while pulling hard. The blood splattered, and with the sound of wailing, the white-collar's arm was ripped off by the woman alive, and it was hard to imagine that this slender beauty had such a strange power. Chilling happened. The purple-haired beauty took the broken arm in her mouth and bit it up. There was a muffled chewing sound, followed by a gasp. Delicious, more, give me more. This scene fell into the sight of many contractors. The cold fish that had been calm before, with a blue complexion, seemed to be very scared of purple-haired beauties. What's going on? How difficult is this kind of world? And how can you encounter an S-class genre of god daily? No, this guy's between S and SS. The other covenants looked at Goddess with fear. If they were not protected by the light film, they would be reduced to the taste of Goddess. Su Xiao looked at Shundai Li Shi, a big, beautiful woman, in surprise, her eyes full of puzzlement. He suddenly felt strange. How Shang he seems to be. You can hang God on behalf of the world. V2 Chapter 2. First appearance of Tooth Decay. At this moment, the information of the derived world finally appeared in front of Su Xiao. Jin, under the world, Tokyo. World difficulty, LV.3. Difficulty is reduced due to the strength of the ordinary contractor. Beyond the source of the world, 0%. Hunters explore or communicate with current world characters will increase. When a world is resolved, they are calculated with the difficulty of the task to form the final score. A brief introduction to the world. In a chaotic and noisy modern society, Tokyo is spreading a kind of cannibalism, which people call the Zun seed. The appearance of the Zun seed is no different from that of a normal person, but after the RC cells in the Zun seed are active, it will show red. In the eyes, this species maintains the activity of RC cells in the body by swallowing humans, and RC cells also give the species much more physical fitness than ordinary people. Mainline missions. Join CCG. Sun Investigation Officer, Orzen Party Youth. Copper Tree Clown. Follow-up missions will be activated after the hunter joins a party. Hunting task. Clean up the contractor 12470 of the offender. When the hunter enters within 1 kilometer of the contractor of 12,470, the hunting function is automatically turned on. Warning: please do not mention everything in this world in the world. If the warning is invalid, execution will be forced. Tips: the mainline missions in this world are chain missions. After completing 3 mainline missions, you can choose to return to Reincarnation Paradise. Hunters need to complete hunting missions. The more you complete the mainline missions, the higher the overall evaluation will be. Hint: it is detected that the hunter does not master the world language, and it will automatically master the world language by consuming 100 paradise coins. World start. Seeing that the difficulty is LV.3, Su Xiaochong breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. I finally did not have a terrible nightmare difficulty, and he would not be as embarrassed as in the pirate world. Now I just need to judge the strength of the species and CCG. Shack Chain mainline task, Su Xiao received for the first time. As for how to choose, of course he chose CCG. It is a very bad choice for me to join me. I do want to talk about his human identity first, so I do want to feel trustworthy. As for the hunting task, Su Xiao was completely confused. This unlucky egg named 12470, he didn't know who the other person was. There is no clue now. The hint given by Reincarnation Park is that they can track each other within 1 kilometer. Fortunately, the city of Tokyo is not large, and a 1 kilometer range is sufficient. Now he only needs to complete the mainline task normally. The mainline task is 48 hours. The penalty for failure is to deduct 13,000 paradise coins. If the paradise coins are not enough, the equipment is deducted. If it is not enough, he can only wait for death. As for the hunting task, Su Xiao did not see any punishment and no time limit. Wu Su Xiao felt that there were other hidden emotions in the hunting mission. Perhaps it was not time. The contractor who can't be on his hunting list is by no means a safe and secure person. Perhaps it won't be long before the other party jumps out to die. He is not in a hurry. Click, click. The sound of chewing flesh came, and God Daly had eaten up 2 people. Wu Su Xiao looked at the beauty with blood on her face in surprise, and sighed with a sigh of smell. It was worthy of being called a tadpole, who swallowed the flesh and blood of the 2. The flat belly was only slightly raised. Spit. A squeaking noise came from behind him, and the little lowly with tears in her eyes looked at the scene in horror. She and the faces of some newcomer contractors are also a little ugly. After all, God's Daisher is eating people. Su Xiao shook her head, and she didn't look good enough. 2 minutes have passed. Li Shi is still eating. Lame footsteps were heard in the distant corridor, and a large, masked man stepped out of the darkness. It seems that Shun is not a nickname. The man was wearing a white suit and a white mask with air holes in the nose and mouth. After approaching Li Shi, he pressed his index finger with his thumb and made a crisp sound. Tong Li Shi stopped eating and looked a little unhappy. I hate interrupted meals. The 2 began to talk, and a thick smell of gunpowder spread, which seemed to have a meaning to fight. Not good. Lord Hanyu, what can we do? The 2 S-class in species, Godai Li Shi, is between S-class and SS class. Many of the contractors' hearts were cold. Don't talk about them in this kind of start. Even Hanyu hasn't seen it. Reincarnation Paradise actually sent them to the 2 S-class crickets. Escape immediately after the protective cover disappears. It's up to you to live or die. Wu Hanyu had no calmness before and tightened the scepter in the handshake. The time for the protective cover is less than a minute. Once the protective cover disappears, it may be their death. Send me to catch you back and live. The gecko took a long-handled iron forceps, which was actually a kind of surgical instrument. This species is different from ordinary humans because it contains a large number of RC cells, and the membrane is very hard. Ordinary knives or medical devices can't hurt them at all. In the species world, ordinary humans also contain RC cells, but only a small amount. The reason why the species eat in humans is not only driven by appetite, but also supplemented RC cells in the body. It can be said that RC cells are a very magical energy that can both strengthen the human body and form a powerful weapon like EZ. If it is not a desire to eat people, RC cells are a good way to strengthen, at least in vampires or werewolves are obviously of weak blood. Su Xiao speculated that there should be contractors in the reincarnation park to use this method to strengthen. Although he would not choose, some contractors with heavy tastes are not without choice. The battle between Gillis and the gecko has already started, and the gecko is in a state of excitement. Can you send me 1 finger, 3 or 4 arms, or 5 or 6 feet before I get you back? The gecko laughed loudly. This guy is a sadistic man. Gecko prefers to killing his opponent. Huge bodies like small toys. Do you like playing house? It's so cute. Tong Li Shi's taunt made the gecko angry and rushed directly to Li Shi, and the iron tongs in his hand smashed to the back of Li Shi. Qi Li Shi didn't look back at all, and on the slender back waist www.untilnovel.com for spontaneous seeds suddenly appeared at the end of the spine. His ZZ turned dark red, like 4 long tails, with red light on the surface, which was a highly active appearance of RC cells. Boom! The gecko was taken a few steps back by Li Shi's Hu Zi, and the wall cylinder near the two was punctured by Hu Zi, and a lot of water poured out. Qi Li Shi had no plans to fight the gecko, and his body leaped up high, ready to leave. Just after Li Shi Gao leaped high, the protective film around Su Xiao disappeared, and time was up. He said that time and time later, Su Xiao's legs were tense, and he jumped up, passing a dark shadow in the air. Shriek, when he appeared again, he was already in mid-air, just in front of Li Shi. Su Xiaofei kicked Li Shi's soft abdomen. Li Shi, in mid-air, was a little surprised, unable to avoid Su Xiao's attack at all, and her beautiful face immediately showed pain. Boom! With a sharp kick, Li Shi hit the ground at high speed and rolled several times. Su Xiao landed, with a sore calf, and the film of the seed was harder than he thought. Clash of Dragons appeared in the hands. Su Xiao looked at Li Shi and Gecko with a smile. This is the S-Class Sun species? Oh, unexpectedly weak. How to join the CG and worry about killing the two of you. There should be no problem. Qi Li Shi stood up hard. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Looked at Su Xiao with dread. Meimu glanced around and began to think how to escape. Nashe, those contractors in the distance have looked silly. Han Yu's face is cold and sweaty, and he finally understands why he will encounter 2 S-Class and species at the beginning. That's because there are more monsters among their contractors. Reincarnation Paradise has the current scene in order to balance the plot. V2 Chapter 3 Qing Gang Ying. Su Xiao stood in place with chopping dragon flash, and there was no sound on the field. The sound of difficult broke the silence on the field. Shi Xiang looked at Su Xiao's back, and the 2 big eyes of the water spirit were shining. It was clear that Shi Xiao recognized Su Xiao. At this time on Su Xiao's head, Luo has automatically added several tags to his brain. Mengrun, Super Thibig. Su Sisi suddenly regretted it. If she had known that Su Xiao was so strong, she should have assigned Su Xiao's number before, so that she could encounter difficulties in the derivative world in the future. Who are you, and how did you appear here? The gecko's face disappeared from the previous excitement. His eyes were fixed on Su Xiao. He appeared quickly and wrapped an arm. The gecko's heroine is the scales, and the location of the bale is near the kidney. The scales of the scales have strong resilience, which is characterized by strong attack, but weak defense. There are a total of 4 types of Bian Hizi, namely Yu He, Shuang He, Jia He, and Tail He. Each type has its own advantages and disadvantages, and there is no fixed form. It is shaped according to the imagination of the type. The appearance of Gecko Hizi at this time was formed according to his imagination and fighting habits. Who am I? Well, you can call me by Yi. Your hero is good. I accepted it. Su Xiao activates the Shadow of Annihilation and turns on Steel Shadow for the first time. The mana value immediately consumes 2 points and decreases at a rate of 2 points per minute. After he turned on Qing Gang Ying, he felt that some energy in the body was activated, and that was his mana value. Mana value works in the body, and after a wonderful conversion, a new energy is formed. This energy first came through the arm, and then spread to Chopping Flash in his hand. Chopping Dragon Flash, the surface suddenly wrapped with a layer of blue light. If you look closely, you can see a slight blue-white arc beating. That is not thunder and lightning, but the new energy formed after the mana value is transformed by some power, which is also the core of Qin Gang Ying. Qin Gang Ying is a state-based active skill. After Su Xiao is turned on, it consumes 2 mana every minute. It doesn't sound much, but if he fights for an hour continuously, he will consume 120 mana. He now has a total of 153 mana, which is enough to consume. Yodan, the advantage of sufficient mana value, is highlighted, giving him the ability to fight for a long time. Kai Cheat, after turning on Blue Steel Shadow, Su Xiao will burn the enemy's 10 mana for each attack. He doesn't seem to be much, but if he cuts a few more swords, his mana cost will be enough to kill. Imagine if Su Xiao and the enemy were fighting fiercely, and they were ready to slam each other. But then the enemy suddenly found out that he had no mana. How desperate it was. And Green Steel Shadow will not only consume the mana of the enemy, but also cause the same real damage. Wu Su Xiao once asked Samsara Paradise what was the real harm. The answer given by Xuanhuan Paradise was, ignore all injuries. Even if the enemy's defense is strong, he will still be cut. He has a habit when fighting. That is, he likes to take off his shirt, which will make his perception more acute. Maybe an illusion, but this is his habit. 13 points of strength, 13 points of agility, 12 points of intelligence. Su Xiao wants to test what kind of combat power this attribute has. Don't think that the intelligence attribute is useless in melee. The increase of intelligence attribute will not only increase spell damage and mana value, but also increase perception, which will also greatly help melee. So, just test it with you. You look rough and thick and should not be easily chopped. Su Xiao stepped on the ground and rushed towards the gecko. His agility of 13 points made him faster than everyone on the scene. The gecko just felt a flower in front of him, and Su Xiao's face had appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a blue knife with a bright blue light was chopped off his neck. This sword by Wu Su Xiao is extremely tricky, and the teachings of Kenshiro gave him a lot of improvement. Two-handed knife. Su Xiao is about to be chopped on the neck of the gecko. Although the recovery force is very strong, it will also die if it is cut off. At this critical moment, the gecko yelled, and it was too late to block with his arms or the like, but the gecko's heroine was very close to the neck, and he immediately wrapped the neck. The sound of the sharp blade coming into the flesh came, but no trace of blood appeared. Su Xiao slashed on the gecko's magnate. He was not known for his defensive power, and Su Xiao immediately cut it off. The face under the mask of the gecko was twisted for a while. What was this slashing force? If he read it correctly, the other party used only an ordinary weapon, not quink made by Heezy. To flee, you must flee immediately. The human in front of you is too strong, not to mention him. Even if it is an SS-class cricket, it will be chopped into a pile of minced meat. Just when Gecko wanted to retreat, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in Heezy's wound, and then some energy in his body was burned, which was his RC cell. As the RC cells were burned, the gecko felt a kind of sharp pain that had never happened before. Even with his patience, he could not help screaming. The real damage after the burning of mana worked. Steel Shadow, mastered by Su Xiao, literally means burning the enemy's mana. But what if this creature has no mana? The answer is to burn other energy. The principle of Qin Gang Ying is to consume Su Xiao's mana value to form a special energy. Special energy is attached to the weapon. After Su Xiao's melee attack on the enemy, the special energy will invade the opponent's body and produce an annihilation reaction with the energy in the enemy's body, and finally reach the effect of burning mana. If there is no mana in the enemy's body, the special energy will choose to annihilate with other energy www.hemtailnovel.com, such as RC cells, chakras, chants, spiritual pressure, etc. Compared to the mana value, Qin Gang Ying has a lower rate of annihilation of other energies, from 10 points to 7 to 9 points. Dongran, the energy of the body, is burned. Of course, it is uncomfortable. Compared with the real damage caused, the kind of severe pain affects the battle more. Blue Steel Shadow. S skill description is, after turning on Blue Steel Shadow, each melee attack will eliminate the enemy's 10 mana value and cause real damage of the same value. The enemy will bear the strong pain after mana burning. Su Xiao didn't care about causing intense pain before, but now looking at the gecko's expression, he knew in his heart that the taste was uncomfortable. After the gecko screamed, Su Xiao's second knife had arrived. The blade edged across the air, making a terrible whine, and the sharp blade opened a wave of air in the air. With one arm and half ear flying at the same time, Su Xiao's second sword was also cut to the gecko's head. But the gecko gave up one of his arms to block slashing dragon flash for a moment, then turned his head fiercely to avoid being decapitated. With only two swords, Gecko was chopped to death. His Z was chopped off, his broken arm fell to the ground on the side, and the combat effectiveness dropped by at least 50%. After seeing this scene, the big, beautiful woman in the world felt numb in her scalp. At the same time, she felt sad in her heart. Are the humans in District 20 so strong? He did not use Quink, but he was able to confront him directly. No, the scene in front of him was not confrontation at all, and he was unilateral. Qi Lishi's first thought was to escape, but a pair of sharp eyes had looked coldly at her. Where do you want to go? God on behalf of the world. V2 Chapter 4, Desperate Lishi. After feeling Su Xiao's gaze, Lishi's body was a little stiff, and she stared at Su Xiao intently. She did not dare to stagger. At this time, cut dragon flash in Su Xiao's hands has been deeply submerged in the gecko's head, pierced through the eye socket, and pierced through the back of his head. Even if this is the case, the gecko is still alive, showing how tenacious the vigor species is. After being cut off by Su Xiao and breaking his arm, Gecko basically has no fighting power, so he pierced his head with a knife. No, it's impossible. How can human beings be so strong? The gecko's body was convulsing, and his brain was damaged, which caused him some confusion. Su Xiao grasped the knife handle and pulled, chopping dragon flash across. A cruel scene appeared. The sharp, cut dragon flash directly broke through the gecko's skull and emerged from the position of the gecko's temple. The gecko's half of its head was cut open, and it fell to the ground with a bang, and the white-red liquid flowed out of the eye socket, looking miserable. Piercing the head and beheading the skull are two concepts. Although the vitality of the gecko is tenacious, if you do not eat human flesh in time, you will soon die. Wu Suxiao knew a little bit about the tenaciousness of the species. In the original work, Fudi, Yueshan was once half-headed by Dong Xiang, but he survived miraculously by eating flesh and blood. The guillotine glided across, the gecko's head fell to the ground, and the white mask on his face, which was stained with blood, shattered. Su Xiao knows that Gecko is an important role in the original book, and it has a role in advancing the plot. If there is no Gecko, Gene Mind's growth will be much slower, but what does this have to do with him? He is here to complete the task, to use the power of reincarnation to become stronger, not to kneel and lick the characters in the original work. If Gene Mind appears in front of Su Xiao after becoming stronger, he will also go up for a knife. The current Gene Mayan has no value in killing. You kill the S-Class Sun species and defended Yakumo. Dasho Yakumo is the key character of the plot, gaining 5.2% of the source of the world, and now has a total of 5.2% of the source of the world. Your talent Spirit Eater is activated, permanently increasing its mana value by 10 and the existing mana value by 163. After killing the gecko, a green chest floated on the gecko. This green treasure box can only be seen by the contractor. At this moment, the dozen or so contractors in the distance are greedily staring at the green treasure box. Without Su Xiao, these people would have swarmed up. Zamuk, why do you want this treasure chest? If you want, you can come and get it. Su Xiao looked at those contractors with a smile. If he was not afraid that God would run away, he would have cleared the field. In fact, Li Shi had long wanted to run away, but Gecko died too quickly, but Su Xiao was beheaded by just one face-to-face. The first knife cut Heezy, the second knife cut the arm, the third knife penetrated the skull, and the fourth knife was beheaded. Li Shi didn't want to run, he just didn't have time. Don't get me wrong, we don't have any other ideas. Lu Hanyu first stated his position, and those who took him back slowly, as did the other contractors. Xiaoli Elixir hesitated and retreated with Hanyu. Although she had a transaction with Su Xiao, she did not have any friendship. From Su Xiao's fierce fighting style, we can see that the opponent is by no means a soft-hearted person. The contractor's gate started aback, but did not leave immediately. After opening the safety distance, he watched the form on the field. Nama, so it's your turn. Su Xiao lightly shook, chopping Dragon Flash, and the gecko's body tissue contaminated on it was dropped, and the blade was sharp. G2, after several battles, Su Xiao found that cut Dragon Flash is a very good weapon. Although it is only white equipment, the score is very high, reaching the limit of white equipment, 10 points. This made him understand one thing, that the equipment with full ratings is generally good, even if it is white equipment. It can be imagined that if it is full of green equipment or blue equipment, the attributes must explode. As for higher-level equipment, Su Xiao has not heard of it, but it is certain that there must be higher-level equipment. The murderess Su Xiao made Li Shi take 2 steps back. The big sister at the moment looked a little pitying. If Li Shi wipes the blood off his face, then Su Xiao is now a downright villain who is bullying a weak woman. But Li Shi is not a weak girl. This guy is a cannibalistic species. Even if it is beautiful, it is also a miscellaneous species. If it don't come, we have no grudges, let me go. Tong Li Shi used the most helpless method to talk about it. The headless body of the gecko was still lying on the ground, and the frontal battle was obviously not good. Su Xiao put away the green treasure chest dropped by the gecko and looked at Li Shi with a smile. Let you go? What good am I doing? Li Shi hesitated for a while, his eyes filled with killing, but in the end he winked. After seeing this scene, many contractors in the distance were extremely imbalanced. The Dai Li Shi is definitely a boss-like existence in front of them, but in the presence of Su Xiao, he has to sell himself for survival. How unfair it is. Isn't it fair? They only saw that Su Xiao was now strong. Before Su Xiao was in Pirate World, it was difficult. That it is difficult to imagine how difficult it is to assassinate a king in a monster-running world. Su Xiao's real strength now greatly exceeds his LV.2 level, so it will appear that the S-Class gang is hanged. What's more, in Su Xiao's view, the world is inherently unfair. The only fair thing is that everyone will die. Su Xiao looked at God Daisher more interestedly and walked towards the other side slowly. Tong Li Shi froze for a moment and began to meet Su Xiao, but did not conceal his ease. Tong Li Shi has confidence in her appearance. She used this beautiful appearance to know how many men she seduced, but those men ended up in miserable situations and became her meal. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao raised her left hand and stroked Li Shi's cheek lightly. She's skin was tough, but Li Shi's cheek was extremely smooth. The 4 crimson heroes behind Tong Li Shi gradually charged, and the surface glowed red, ready to go. Let's die. 24 Hugheses suddenly exploded, like 4 iron hooks, stabbing in a ring towards Su Xiao's back. The sound of a sharp weapon coming into the flesh came, and the sword in Su Xiao's hand penetrated Li Shi's chest. Tong Li Shi's red eyes gradually opened. His eyes were cruel, mad, and a little fearful, fear of death. I knew it. Li Shi laughed sorrowfully, looking helplessly at the long knife that had pierced her. Cutter Dragon Flash directly penetrated Li Shi's heart, and the blade was stained with blood. A man like you is really not so tempted. It hurts. Jingren, the amazing pain from burning RC cells, came to www.mtlnovel.com. Li Shi bent down. Su Xiao held the handle with one hand and pressed the other hand against the back of the knife, shoving to the side. Chopping Dragon Flash is like breaking through the chest of Li Shi, breaking out from the position of the armpit. Wow! A large piece of blood spilled on the ground. Li Shi's body was weak for a while. His Z was dissipated in the air, and his body leaned softly towards Su Xiao. From the beginning to the end, Su Xiao had no in her eyes and was seduced by a woman in the battle. At this moment, the reincarnation park actually gave Su Xiao a hint. Jingao, warning, the hunter is trying to kill an important plot character. Goddess, please take out the bosom of the other person before the death of the other person to ensure the story continues. Su Xiao nodded, which was expected. With a brief pass, Li Shi fell at Su Xiao's feet, panting fiercely, and the blood spread on the white tiles. Su Xiao squatted down, and the long knife in his hand moved hesitantly over Li Shi. He doesn't know exactly where the other side's Zi is. According to the original information, it should be near the kidney. Su Xiao simply cut a wound on Li Shi's smooth lower abdomen, and then stretched his left hand into Li Shi's body and groped. Udda! Li Shi moaned in pain, looking at Su Xiao's eyes already a little fearful. Li, in Li Shi's view, the man in front of him may be a pervert and want to slap her before killing her. Wait, hey, don't fiddle with the girl's body. It will be misunderstood. A female voice came out of the dark corridor behind Su Xiao. He is headed by a small man with a bandage on his body, wearing loose pink clothing and a hood. Because of the bandage, Su Xiao couldn't see the other person. V2 Chapter 5, Rebellious Boy. The sudden appearance of several people made Su Xiao stop the movements in his hands. He fumbled for a long time in Li Shi's body and did not find such an organ as he bowed. With his left hand pulled away from Li Shi's lower abdomen, Li Shi's body shook noticeably, lying flat on the ground, with a look of some bad play. If Li Shi is lucky to escape, Su Xiao will become her shadow. Green Tongue Tree. The few people who suddenly appeared were not small characters. According to Su Xiao's memory, the little girl covered with bandages was the chief of King Tongshu, the one-eyed king Fongsunite. The ordinary name of Afong village Ai Gao Quan Quan, disguised as a novel writer, mixed in human society. As a rare one-eyed person in the world, Gao Chuan's strength is unquestionable. Although he is not the top in the SSS class, he should not be underestimated. The few people around Gao Quan Quan were SS Class Takato, SS Takano, and S Class Kirishima. Duo Yang wore a red mask and a white windbreaker. The mask covered the lower half of her face and could not see her appearance. Takino Lu wrapped it tighter, with no parts except the two hands. Xuanwu Island Xuandu also wore a mask, staring at Su Xiao with red eyes. The goal of the 24 people is obvious. To capture God Daily, the appearance of the previous gecko is also to capture God Daily. Release people or die. Duliang's tone was bland and sounded non-threatening, but there was a heroine behind it. The gecko's headless corpse is on the side. Although several people did not fear Su Xiao, they did not despise him. I was able to defeat 2 S-Class crickets, which shows Su Xiao's strength, but there are some speculations on the scene. There is also a speculation, maybe after the defeat of both Gecko and God Daisher, Su Xiao picked up the cheap. It looks like I'm lucky today. Su Xiao wiped the blood on his left hand on Li Shi's clothes, so he ignored Li Shi. Before taking out the bag in Leshy's body, Leshy can't die. Otherwise, what happens in the derivative world may not happen. Su Xiao doesn't want to take this risk. This is something that was explicitly reminded before reincarnation. With 1 SSS species and 2 SS-class species, Su Xiao also felt pressure at this time. As for Kirishima's S-class, it was directly ignored. Su Xiao can be sure that he can now hang on to the S-class. As for the SS class, there should be no problem. The strongest SSS class has not yet met, so it is inconclusive. I can't kill these people in front of me, but I need to test it. Xiao, even if he is not an opponent, Su Xiao can escape, and the other side cannot keep him. He still has this confidence. Clash of Dragons obliquely points to the ground, and Su Xiao walks slowly towards several people in the bronze tree. There is an idea in the hearts of many contractors in the distance that Su Xiao is crazy. In the face of Gao Quan Quan, the top combat power of this kind of world, this guy should actually face it, and in the presence of other species. Many contractors no longer hesitated and began to run away. They fled away in no time. They were afraid to watch the war again. If Su Xiao lost, they would die, but even if Su Xiao wins, he may be in danger. A few people who drank the bronze tree noticed the escaped contractors, but only glanced at them and ignored them. Xuandu, kill him. Du Duoyang has a higher status in the bronze tree, so he directly ordered Kirishima to kill Su Xiao. As a rebellious boy, Misaki Island is a rebellious boy. Although he did not refute the order, he snorted softly, showing some discomfort. "Run like human. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance to disappear before my eyes." Although several people speculate that Su Xiao's strength is okay, they do not care too much about Su Xiao. The main reason for this was that Su Xiao didn't have Quink in his hands, but instead held a long knife. Quink is the CCG's main weapon against the species. It is manufactured by CCG's test. The raw material is the habao of the species. Wu Su Xiao didn't speak and continued to move forward slowly. The enemy despised him and didn't care, which was also an advantage. "Cut! Now that you're looking for death, let me get you on my way." Kyoko, the rebellious boy Kirishima, appears, and an irregularly shaped wing appears on his left back. This wing is his Yuko. The characteristic of her son is fast. The explosive power is strong, and most of them have long-range attack capabilities, but there are also many shortcomings, that is, lack of endurance. If the opponents cannot be resolved quickly in the early stages of the battle, the Yuhao will generally lose quickly. Although Kirishima is a little arrogant, it is not stupid. At first glance, Su Xiao has outstanding melee ability, so Kirishima is not close to Su Xiao. With the exhibition of Heezy behind Xuandu of Misty Island, dense diamond-shaped blood-red crystals shot towards Su Xiao. There is a sound of breaking air, showing that the diamond crystals had a good attack power. Su Xiao stopped moving. Her dark eyes stared at those blood-red crystals that had been rushed. With his gaze, those fast red blood crystals slowly slowed down in his sight. His agility improved, and his dynamic vision improved a lot. The long knife in the hand of the sword continued to slash, leaving a few white lines in the air. Ding, ding, ding. All the crystals that GG shot in front of him were chopped up and turned into sky debris. Xuanwu Island was a little surprised, but Su Xiao didn't expect his attack to be so easily resolved. At the moment when Kirishima's Xuandu was stunned, Su Xiao suddenly stepped up and rushed to Kirishima's front in 3 steps and 2 steps. So fast. Xuanwu Island's pupils tightened for a while, and she wanted to step back subconsciously, and she had already made a backward jump posture, but her feet had not left the ground. Can Su Xiao really be so easy to escape behind him? Of course not. Su Xiao took a small step forward and kicked on the head bone of Kirishima's calf. www.novel.com. Although the head bone was hard, it was also very brittle. Click! The sound of osmotic bone fracture came, and Kirishima's calf fractured the bone in the opposite direction, forming a V shape, and even a pale white bone punctured the flesh. Xuanwu Island Xuandu made a scream. The steps of her hind legs were interrupted, and her figure fell backwards. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Xiao's mouth, and the sharp blade in his hand cut mercilessly to Kirishima's throat. This is Su Xiao's fighting style. Either he doesn't take the shot, and once he takes the shot, he takes the enemy's ki. Clash of Dragons. Even before Kirishima's throat is struck, Kirishima feels a kind of acupuncture in his throat. If you're cut, you will die. Misaki Island is very regretful. He is too reckless. He did not have much vigilance against unknown enemies. Just when Kirishima Hana was about to be killed on the spot, a sturdy figure stood in front of Kirishima Hana. Heezy was extraordinarily stout, with tusks like bones at the tip. This was Yi Lu's Heezy. How could Su Xiao's beating be so easy to stop? Yi Lu's heroine was cut directly in half. Cut Dragon Flash submerged deeply. Su Xiao continued to exert force, but there was a feeling of cutting into rubber tires, and the subsequent damage was not serious. Chi Qing Gang started, and the light blue energy sank into Yi Lu Heezy's wound, and Yi Lu snorted not far away and immediately recovered Heezy. Su Xiao knows some details of Yi Lu. This guy is very strong. The body structure of the whole body is almost the same as that of Heezy, so he has a strong restoration power that is close to immortality. Kirishima, who escaped the disaster, gasped for breath. The moment Su Xiao shot the knife, he thought he was dead. No one dared to despise Su Xiao with a smile on his face this time, and Duo, Duoyang, and others all came forward to become siege. V2 Chapter 6, Adversary. Unfortunately, I thought it was another treasure chest. Su Xiao tapped on the ground with the long knife in her hand, and the red shirt's upper body was stained with a large amount of blood. It was the blood of Leshy's beauty. Before that, he cut open the other's lower abdomen and sprayed a lot of blood. Hold him. Du Duoyang's voice was low. Among the green-tongued trees, he was one of the few who knew Gao's true identity. Take God on your behalf. Wu Gaoquan looked at Su Xiao. His eyes were very strong. Du Duoyang frowned. Is it necessary? It is necessary. This human being is completely a monster. Luo Gaoquan took off her shirt, and she was covered with bandages all over her body. It seemed that she was going to kill Su Xiao. Get it, let's go, Xuandu Yilu. Duo Duoyang no longer hesitated, and the foggy island Xian was present, and Gao Quan was inconvenient to reveal his true body. As for Yilu, he also knows Gao Chuan's identity. He is Gao Chuan's adoptive father. Wait, hello, we just ran away like this? This guy killed the gecko. Kirishima's pain in the drama was very unhappy, and Su Xiao almost killed him before. Du Duoyang didn't speak, but just looked at Kirishima Xuandu in silence. And Kirishima Xuandu was looked a bit unnatural, and finally snorted and turned his head. Wow! The sound of shattered glass came, and everyone's eyes were looking at the sound source. It turned out that after Li Shi's injuries recovered, he chose to break the window and escape. It is more than 10 meters high from the ground here, so Li Shi chose to jump off the building. He was caught by Qing Tongshu, although he would not die, but he would never be very good in the end, but he was arrested by Su Xiao. He would die, so Li Shi chose to jump off the building. Boom! There was a loud noise downstairs, and a swift car alarm sounded. Su Xiao stopped paying attention to the people present and hurried to the window just to see the stepping Daisher. Tong Li Shi was not dropped lightly, but escaped far behind and quickly disappeared into a dark alley. Escape, the prey in hand escaped. The smile on Su Xiao's face gradually disappeared, and the click of the handle of clashing dragon flash was rattled. We seem to be annoyed this guy. Sun Wadao Xian did not know why a chill appeared in his heart and subconsciously receded, but the severe pain in his calf caused a large amount of cold sweat on his forehead. Su Xiao looked at the people coldly, with blue muscles on his forehead. Even if he can't kill God Daisher, if he can get the other party Esi Bao, he will definitely have a generous reward. But after Qing Tongshu came out to stir the game, the benefit of getting jumped out, she fled. Let you replace it, Feng Sunite. After Su Xiao said the name of Feng Sunite, the faces of the three people changed. Only Kirishima was a little confused. He heard the name for the first time. Take someone away. Wu Gaochuan's voice was a bit cold, and it was no longer a childlike voice. Kyoko's behind Takino Lu violently rises, and the sharp fangs on Kyoko's side pinch Kirishima. What are you doing? Let me go. Xuanwu Island Xuandu struggled a few times, but the gap in strength was a bit disparate, unable to escape. Takino Lu took a leap forward and jumped out of the floor-to-ceiling window that Li Shi had previously broken. It seemed to be chasing Li Shi. No need to help. Duo-Liang was a bit jealous of Su Xiao's strength. After all, he was the first time he saw such a powerful, purebred human. This species has a keen sense of smell, even more than most animals. Through the smell of Su Xiao's body, Duo-Liang judged that Su Xiao was purely human and surprised Duo purely. Ordinary humans in this world will also contain a small amount of RC cells in their bodies. Based on the richness of RC cells, this species can determine whether other people are humans or this species. But Su Xiao doesn't have the slightest smell of RC cells, not at all. No, you have to chase God Darius. She is very important to me. Among the selected goals, she is the most excellent. After the Kirishima Aya were forcibly taken away, Gao Yuchuan no longer concealed his true voice. CCG is coming soon, and the people under him can't block it for too long. Let's quickly resolve it. Duoyang jumped out of the window, leaving only Su Xiao and Gao Quan in the room. Who are you, and how do you know my real name? Although Gao Quan is 25 years old, he is very small, only about 1.5 meters. Gao Quan started to become active on her body. As the one-eyed king, she had 10 habao in her body. with the appearance of He Zi. Gao Chuan's body-wrapped bandages were loosened, especially the bandages on the two big white rabbits on his chest, which fell off directly, exposing a large area of delicate skin, and the female features were completely exposed to the air. Gao Gaoquan didn't care about it, just looked at Su Xiao intently. White Knight. The answer of Su Xiao's introduction made Gao Quan bewildered. What? Wu Su Xiao didn't speak anymore, and her whole body muscles were slightly raised, ready to face the challenge. A large number of Huzizi appeared on Gao Lingquan and wrapped her in. Blood red, Huzi surging. Soon, Su Xiao could not see Gao Lingquan's body. Appearing in front of Su Xiao was a monster with a height of at least 2 meters and 2 horrible white claws on the ground. The back seemed to be blooming. This spiky thorn was gathered together. It was powerful. Defensive power can also attack. At this time, Gao Chuan's appearance is no longer a normal Sin species. Her current form is a hero. Unlike the common breeds, the breeders are very cruel, and they need to swallow a lot of other breeds before they can become breeders. Wu Gaoquan didn't know how many powerful crickets had been swallowed, so that he had the current form. Gao Chuan, who was in the shape of a magnificent man, opened his blood basin and exhaled a red mist. Ha! You are such a pure human being. I have never seen it before. It should be delicious. Wu Gaoquan's temperament changed greatly. His tone was a little crazy. The state of mind of the heaviest person is generally not stable. After the body is flooded with a large number of RC cells, the extremely aggressive RC cells themselves will affect the species' brain. Although Gao Quan has been able to control his emotions well, he has a lot of personality. Wu Su Xiao was wary. If the pressure Gao Yongquan had given him before was 5, it is now at least about 13. Wu Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiao calmed down and could not be stunned by anger during the battle. Strength has become a lot stronger, and the change of personality is not small. Chi Su Xiao didn't rush straight up, but moved sideways and circled Gao Yuquan. Every time Su Xiao walks out a distance, Gao Quan will turn his body and keep facing him. Su Xiao rushed forward. Gao Chuan's claws were raised, ready to meet. But Su Xiao didn't rush forward. The body that had been rushing forward suddenly stopped, and, after a vacant move, he continued to wait for the opportunity. Gao Gaoquan began to be impatient. He opened his blood basin and snarled loudly, then flew towards Su Xiao with his 4 claws on the ground. Gao Quan, who became a hero, is not fast, but has great momentum, hesitating like an armored vehicle. Howling wind blows head-on. After Sun rushed to Su Xiao, Gao Quan stood up and grabbed a pale claw towards him, holding his head in an attitude. Su Xiao leaned sideways, and her sharp claws passed from her ears, and the incidental wind blew his black hair. Wu Su Xiao just hit Gao Yongquan's claws, and the sword-like He on the opponent's shoulder chopped at him. Unavoidable, Su Xiao chose to meet. He held the knife in both hands, and Su Xiao cut it on Gao Yongquan's hero. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the tiles under the feet of the two shattered, and the smoke was flowing. Su Xiao's face changed with the huge power coming from his hands, but the following situation surprised him a little. Chopping Dragon Flash, the blue flicker on the surface, the special energy transformed by Qing Ganjing poured into Gao Lingquan. Gao Gaoquan hissed, and then subconsciously backed away. Such an opportunity, of course, Su Xiao will not miss. Gao Quan cut off one of his claws. The paw supporting the body was cut off, and Gao Chuan's body fell aside. Wu Su Xiao was a knife again. This knife was cut on the back of Gao Yongquan. A large piece of Ez was chopped and turned into broken debris. He shone with red shards of He, especially beautiful in the air. Sui was so badly wounded that Gao Chuan was very angry, holding on to the pain of burning RC cells in the body www.mentalnovel.com, using the remaining paw to Su Xiao's belly. Su Xiao jumped back immediately, but slowed down. A few deep claw marks appeared on his lower abdomen, and blood dripped to the ground. His reaction has been very fast. If the reaction is not good, his intestines will be pulled out. Wu Gaoquan supported her body with one hand. The man named by Yi in front of her gave her a sharp and sensitive feeling. I can't continue fighting anymore. Because of the sudden pain in her body, she is now at a disadvantage. Gao Gaoquan ran to the window quickly. Of course, Su Xiao couldn't give up. He covered the wound on the lower abdomen with his left hand, held the knife with his right, and quickly followed. Gao Gaoquan jumped in the air and jumped out of the building. Su Xiao's footsteps stopped, standing next to the window with a sharp blade, looking coldly at Gao Yuanquan. Gao Xuan turned her head in midair, and her head opened a gap, revealing her lower half of her white cheek. I do not know why. Gao Yuanquan actually smiled at Su Xiao. Su Xiao did not jump down. Although his strength and agility attributes are high, his physical attributes are not high. If he jumps from a dozen meters, he will not die, but his leg injury is inevitable. There are too many Daidoa species from the bronze tree today, and the terrain is not good for Su Xiao, and he can't leave Gao Lingquan. Su Xiao had temporarily given up, and when she was about to leave, she saw a man wearing a suit with a metal box in his hand standing not far away. The man in the suit opened his mouth slightly and looked at him blankly. Yamen steel is too long. The scene where Su Xiao chased down the one-eyed king just now was seen by Yamen Gang Tailang. This makes Yamen Gang too faint. Please recommend. New books are really needed. V2 Chapter 7. Beautiful as a flower, cruel as a wolf. John Doe, after all members of the bronze tree retreated, the fighting subsided. Su Xiao returned, cut Dragon Flash to her sheath, picked up the coat on the ground, and put it on her shoulder. I just fought with Gao Yongquan. He lost a total of 12% of his health because his lower abdomen is still bleeding, and his health is still slowly falling. Su Xiao also pays attention to Gao's Chuan's blood strips. His previous two swords cost Gao Yuanquan more than 10% of his life. I have to say that the vitality of the species is really amazing. Gao Yichuan is in the form of a hero, and his physical strength is at least 15 points. If you compare various attributes, Gao Quan must be stronger than Su Xiao, but if you say combat effectiveness, the two are a bit difficult to compare. So in Su Xiao's opinion, Gao Chuan's combat experience is relatively rich, but his combat skills are horrible, and he basically relies on brute force. This is why he can smash the S-class, which is a forward charge of the brain when fighting, and then defeats the enemy with brute force. Otherwise, the CCG search officers are not their opponents at all. GCCG search officers are just ordinary people with excellent physical fitness. They rely on skill to fight with wisdom and various kinds of races. Of course, there are exceptions. The appearance of Tai Yameng Steel Tailang represents that it has been surrounded by CCG people. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity to join CCG. After Su Xiao returned cut Dragon Flash to her sheath, she slowly walked towards Yamen Steel Tailang. Stop! Tai Yamen Gang Tailang yelled loudly. While pressing the button on the handle of the suitcase at the same time, the suitcase changed drastically, and something inside was expanding rapidly. As the suitcase landed, Yamen Gang Tailang had a strange weapon in his hand. Hold a metal baguette. On the top half of the baguette, there is a circle of magnum. This is Quink of immense steel. The strange shape of Quink made Su Xiaoya surprised. Can he really fight with this weapon? What kind of person are you? What species? Human. Tai Yamen Gang Tailang clenched Quink in both hands and watched Su Xiao vigilantly. The scene in which Su Xiao chased after the one-eyed king, Gao Quan stimulated this first-class search officer. Have you ever seen a knives fighting with a knife? Su Xiao pressed one-handedly on the handle of the waist and continued to walk towards Yamen Gang Tailang. Tai Yamen Gang Tailang just wanted to speak, and Su Xiao had already spoken in advance. Don't worry, if I want to kill you, you are dead. But a white light flashed, cut Dragon Flash, came out, and it was directly placed on Yamen Gang Tailang's neck. Good. Yamen Gang swallowed too much, and some are unbelievable. Su Xiao's speed was too fast. Sweet, so don't be nervous. Put away cut Dragon Flash. Su Xiao patted Yamen Gang Tailang's shoulder. There was a huge sense of frustration in Tai Yamen Steel Tailang's heart. If the other party was a scum, he had already landed. Hey, what? Yamen Gang looked at Su Xiao in doubt. Are you still short of CCG? The live species lying there is a welcome gift to join CCG. At this time, Yaman Gangtailing noticed the gecko's headless body. This is S-Class Jason. Tai Yaman Gang Tailang held Quink in his hand and ran to the gecko in a few steps. The gecko was named Jason in the CCG file. You have not answered my question yet. Chi Su Xiao took out some medical bandages in the saving space, wiped the blood on the abdominal wound, and bandaged the wound randomly. Tai Yaman Gang Tailang hesitated for a moment, but knew in his heart that this was an opportunity. Su Xiao was able to hunt down the one-eyed King Xiao, and his strength was beyond doubt. Chalgua, no more than 2 people can do this at CCG. Joining CCG requires rigorous assessment, but your situation is a bit special. As long as it is proven that you're not a breeder, joining CCG should be fine. I got a clear reply, and Su Xiao smiled. The thing he was most afraid of was that it was too much trouble to join CCG, and he didn't have enough time for the main task. There was a rush of footsteps, and an old man with a white shawl and a suitcase ran into the room. The old man was not only full of white hair, but his eyes were large and small, and his actions were somewhat neurotic, giving a sick feeling. Where must be Yo? The caller was the boss of Yaman Steel Tailang, and Wu Su, the top search officer. Wu Jin Wushu was originally a justice searcher with a sense of justice. He was modest, but because his wife died in the hands of the seed, and he witnessed his wife being eaten by his face. After that, Wu Su, a real man, changed his temperament, hated the seed extremely, and became obsessed with making Quink. But even so, Wu Su of the real household is quite good to the colleague of the search officer, which can be seen from the careful teaching of Yaman Steel. Mr. Real, you are here. Tai Yaman Gang Tailang stepped forward and whispered something to the real household Wu Su. After a while, Wu Su, a real household member, suddenly opened his eyes wide and small, staring at Su Xiao in disbelief. Wu Su, a real man, walked in front of Su Xiao in a few steps and was very agile. Afterwards, he sniffed something beside Su Xiao like a canine. Humans, it's not wrong. I will never forget the taste of the beasts. After confirming that Su Xiao was human, Wu Su, the real household, became very enthusiastic. Hello, I'm Wu Su, a real household. Do you really fight with one-eyed? Wu Su's eyes seemed to be burning, full of expectations. Seeing Wu Su's eyes, Su Xiao sighed. What a familiar look he used to be. Hate, obliterate all hatred. Ah, we fought. The terrain was a bit unfavorable, and that guy escaped, unfortunately. Huh. Both sick and nervous laughter came. You want to join CCG? Follow me. I will be your guarantor. At this time, Wu Su, the real household, no longer cares about the origin or identity of Su Xiao. As long as he can kill the one-eyed King Xiao, he can give everything, including life. Mr. Real Household, www.mtlnovel.com. Calm down. Tai Yaman Gang Tailang put his hand on Wu Su's shoulder, and Wu Shuping's breath calmed down and nodded. Excuse me, what's your name? Yaman Gang Tailang finished and smiled at Su Xiao. White Knight. What's the origin? Su Su's silence made Yaman Steel too helpless. Let us go, Mr. Bai Yi. You were wounded in the battle before, and you were fighting with Thun species. Below is our medical vehicle. As for joining CCG, we will discuss in detail the branch in the 20th district. Su Xiao groaned for a moment, finally nodded, and followed Yaman Gang Tailang and walked downstairs. Wu Su, a real family member, has long found the body of the gecko, picked up the body of the gecko, and went downstairs with the two. At this time under the building, more than a dozen cars have been parked, the sirens sounded, and the red and blue police lights flashed. The CCG may have received reports from the public that there are Hafnium species here, so 2 hawk investigators were dispatched. As for the police on the scene, they were only responsible for evacuating nearby civilians. In front of the hag species, these police had no fighting ability. Neither that the little nurse's timid voice came, and Su Xiao stared. The wound is too deep. Let's use a small amount of anesthetic, otherwise. Buyong, no. Anesthetics will affect the speed of my nerve reflex. Just suture directly. The little nurse froze and nodded. Although this little nurse is as beautiful as a flower, and her voice is timid, she looks very easy to fall, but she is very fierce, as can be seen from Su Xiao's jerking face from time to time. V2 Chapter 8 Unknown Plan. After the wound was bandaged, Su Xiao was already sweating. The charming little nurse looked at Su Xiao timidly, and then she helped Su Xiao get some anti-inflammatory medicine. Whether it is bandaging a wound or medication, it is all free. It is not that the little nurse is interested in Su Xiao. This is the privilege of CCG. The superior search officers even have the power to mobilize police to evacuate the population. Mr. Baiyi, let's go and discuss your joining CCG at a nearby branch. No problem. Together with Wu Su of the Real Household, the three drove to the CCG branch in District 20. 25 hours later, Su Xiao came to a magnificent building. This is only a branch of CCG, but it occupies a large area in Narima. In the world of Duikong species, the opposing force against Sun species is CCG, so the status of CCG can be imagined. In the minds of ordinary people, CCG is similar to the existence of a protector. This fact is exactly the same. Without CCG cleaning up a large number of species, humans would become extinct within 100 years. What is this kind of species? That is a powerful creature without natural enemies, and human beings, as the only food of the species, extinction is taken for granted when the number of species is extremely long. If the number of Zun species is half that of humans, humans will become extinct in less than 1 month. However, the situation in the 20th district is opposite. Human beings are creatures living in the sun, but Sun species hide in Tibet from the east and dare not reveal their identities. CCG has contributed to this. However, there are also many shortcomings in CCG, but Su Xiao doesn't care about them. He joined CCG only because it is convenient to complete the plan. It was early in the morning, but the CCG branch was brightly lit. Entering the CCG branch, there is a large security gate. If you want to enter the CCG branch, you must pass the security gate. This is not actually a security gate, but an RC cell test gate. The content of RC cells and species is 10 times or even hundreds of times that of ordinary people, so it cannot pass this test. Of course, with the exception of some extremely powerful Sun species, they can already control RC cells in the body and evade the RC cell detection gate in a special way. Su Xiao walked through the RC cell detection gate, as usual. Drip! The green light was on, and Yamen Steel in the back was relieved. Soon after, Su Xiao was taken to a conference room by Yamen Steel Tailang. Mr. Baiyi, wait a minute. After finishing talking, Yamen Gang Tailang left the conference room. When Yamen Gang Tailang entered the conference room again, he had an extra laptop in his hand. The computer is turning on the video function, and a sleepy face is displayed on the screen. Yamen Gang Tailang put the computer in front of Su Xiao, and the person in the video spoke. This is the cruel man who fights off the one-eyed king alone. Seeing the person in the video, Su Xiao recognized the other party, Maru Tasai, one of the 7 special search officers of CCG. Yamen Steel Tailang actually contacted the senior management of CCG directly. If ordinary people join CCG, there is absolutely no such treatment. But Su Xiao's record of defeating Gao Inquan alone is too fierce that CCG cannot pay attention. It's me, double anti-silent. You need to evaluate the matter of joining CCG. Su Xiao frowned and seemed to see his attitude. Maru Tsai said, "We are still not sure of your identity. Now the headquarters has gathered your information overnight. If there is no abnormality after the combat capability check, I can make an exception for you to join CCG. Tonight, you'll stay in the branch in District 20. Su Xiao had some headaches. He was teleported to the Paradise World by Reincarnation Paradise. If nothing happened, he has no legal identity. This makes him a little confused. If you need to obtain legal status first, then the main task is too difficult. At the beginning of the derivative world, he encountered Goddess, and immediately after the CCG people appeared, there was no time for him to forge his identity. Reincarnation Park cannot publish unfinished tasks, and there must be shortcuts. Paradise, can you fake your identity?" Su Xiao meditated in her heart. Unexpectedly, Reincarnation Park immediately offered several options. Identity, fighting coach in a certain area, cost 50 Paradise coins. Identity, Sun species, fee, 100 paradise coins. Sun identity, the family member of the search officer, dead war, fee, 100 paradise coins. Chiffon below these three options. There's a large row of options. The consumption of paradise coins is high or low. This should be a prerequisite for joining a certain faction, let alone the difficulty of joining CCG. Most of the contractors are humans, and it is difficult to get into the sky if you want to join Sun. But with the camouflage function of Samsara Paradise, things become simpler. Joining a certain faction is only a preliminary mainline task. There is no reward, so it is not difficult. Su Xiao decisively chose family of the search officer, dead war. This status is to prepare for joining the CCG. The hunter chooses to complete it to deduct paradise coins by himself. With a legal identity and Su Xiao's powerful combat power, there is no problem joining CCG. Okay, I'll wait for your reply, but quickly. Testicle Tesai nodded, although he was tired, but a smile appeared. This guy laughed inside. We can see that this is not the kind of rigid person. The video is closed, and Yamen Steel Tailang is no longer alert to Su Xiao. This is a branch of CCG after all. Wu Su Xiao sighed in his heart. Sure enough, his own strength is the most important thing. I want to see his treatment when he joins the guards in Pirate World. Looking at the present, it is completely different. Mr. Bai Yi, come and eat together. If nothing else, we may be colleagues in the future. Su Xiao was also hungry. Before fighting the bronze tree, she consumed a lot of energy. I agreed with the invitation of Yamen Steel Taro, and the two walked towards a restaurant. On the outskirts of District 20, a dark shadow passed over the withered grass. After believing that no one was around, the black shadow stopped in place. The red light flashed, and a large bandage fluttered in the wind. At the center of the bandage, a petite but full-bodied asterisk appeared. I was Gao Yongquan, who had fought with Su Xiao before. Releasing the status of a hero, Gao Quan was obviously weak www.untilnovel.com and fell to the ground. That guy, who is it? The combat experience is too rich. Tong Gao Quan has long green hair, which is soft and long, and is scattered on her shoulders. Her red eyes give her a strange beauty. Should you inform him, this sudden human being may disrupt the plan and have been preparing for 13 years. It must not be interrupted now. Wu Gaoquan picked up the bandage on the ground and wrapped the attractive body in it. 25 minutes later, Gao Quan transformed and turned into a little girl with a bandage on her body. In Zhao's quiet bedroom, Su Xiaopan sat on the bed. He was meditating. This has gradually become his habit, because when he meditates, he feels extra calm. Today's battle has given Su Xiao a lot of gains. Not only a green treasure chest, but also the ability to destroy the shadow of FA. The Shadow of Annihilation is nominally a restraint mage, but found in Su Xiao that the Shadow of Annihilation is definitely not that simple. Judging from Qing Ganjing's ability to burn RC cells, this profession is far more promising than he imagined. Not only fighting with the mage, but also the pain of burning energy when fighting other enemies will also affect the enemy. And the true damage of Qing Ganjing is also extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the previous Qing Ganjing causing great pain to Gao Ichuan, he would not have the upper hand so easily. The current Steel Shadow is only one level. If the skill level rises in the future, his sword will definitely be uncomfortable. At the same time, Su Xiao is also interested in the other skills of Shadow of Destruction. Waking up from meditation, Su Xiao took out the green treasure chest dropped by the gecko, and could not help but expect something. V2 Chapter 9, Balance Mechanism. Y/N Open Treasure Chest Green. Choose to open and several items appear in Su Xiao's hands. You open the treasure chest, green, and got the following items. Get 900 Paradise Coins. Obtaining Habao S-Class. Get Evil Roar green. Hihibao S-Class. Place of Origin, Tokyo-san. Quality white. Type Material. Rating 9. Note: white items are rated from 1 to 10. The higher the item, the more precious. Introduction. Gecko Hibao can be used for forging equipment or transplanted into the body. After Hibao is transplanted into the body, there is a 5% chance of becoming a Sun species, a 94% chance of death, and an unknown mutation of 1% chance. Price, 1100 Paradise Coins. Evil Growler. Place of origin, Tokyo, 13th District Jewelry Store. Gray-green. Category, ring. Durability, none. Jewelry equipment has no durability and requires no repairs. Equipment requirements, intelligence above 10 points. Equipment effect, roar, active. After activating this effect, the pain will be ignored for 20 seconds. During the period of no pain, each attack will increase the attack speed by 5%. The maximum attack speed is increased by 50%. After the roar effect disappears, this bonus is invalidated. Hint: the growling active cooldown is 12 hours. If you use it forcibly continuously, you will fall into a state of confusion. Scoring, 21. Note: green equipment with a score of 10 to 30 and green equipment with a score of 30 will be marked rare with special attributes attached. Introduction: let me plunder everything. Price, 2,700 Paradise Coins. Holding the ring in her hand, Su Xiao groaned for a while. Son, although this ring does not add any attributes, it comes with a superb ability that ignores pain for 20 seconds. It doesn't look like much, but the pain is not to be underestimated during the battle. The strong pain may cause unresponsiveness and defeat, but it is never a good thing to lose your pain permanently. This ability to ignore pain for a short time is similar to a powerful stimulant. Jaeger, this ring allows him to burst into full power at the dying moment. Although only 20 seconds, it is precious. After the health value is lower than 10%, it will enter a weak state. After less than 5%, most creatures lose their resistance. If Su Xiao's health is below 5% during the battle, he can use this ring to temporarily ignore the physical pain and fight against the enemy. Where the ring directly on the finger, Su Xiao feels a strange energy surrounding the ring. He can activate this strange energy at any time. Turn on the equipment hiding function. The ring is hidden. Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction and looked at the he bao in his hand. He bag is round, egg-sized, and some bright red lines are attached to the surface, and the whole is dark red. Dongshi, this thing has a hard texture and a heavy hand. It has no organs at all. It is more like a hard object. Su Xiao will not transplant Gecko's heroin into the body. Let alone, let's not talk about the death rate of that pit father. The species itself is not an advanced creature, and it is not worth the risk. Su Xiao already has a career. He will not choose other bloodlines. In case of conflict between the two, the possibility of death is extremely high. As for the fusion of the two to mutate to a higher lineage, it was completely dreaming. Fortunately, immortality is already fortunate. Even if luck is merged, the two unrelated abilities will only spawn garbage capabilities. A tadpole is like a combination of a tiger and a dog, and never produces an elephant. The Habao bag is saved into the saving space. Even if it is useless, it can be sold. The white material with a score of 9 is very valuable in Reincarnation Park, especially the material that can build weapons. Many people in the trading market are willing to buy it. Open this green treasure chest, and the items obtained are satisfactory. Generally speaking, luck is good. Kai cheat after opening several treasure chests. Su Xiao concluded several things. That is, the creatures that can drop the treasure chests are generally stronger, and some weaker creatures do not drop the treasure chests at all. However, even if you get a treasure chest, it is unknown whether you can get rich rewards. After opening the treasure box, Su Xiao fell asleep in bed. CCCCG can respond to him early in the morning. If there is any accident, Su Xiao still needs to join the Zun power quickly, otherwise he cannot afford the cost of the mission failure. The next morning around 7 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiao's door was knocked. Bai Yi, the news of the headquarters has arrived. It was Wu Su's voice. Su Xiao had already washed her and opened the door directly and saw Wu Su, a real householder wearing a white robe. CCG agrees to join me. Of course. I got a clear answer, and Su Xiao was more at ease. This is your employment documents and credentials. I did not expect your father to be a search officer, which will greatly help you join CCG. Su Xiao took over the employment documents, and a prompt appeared in Reincarnation Park. The hunter completes the main task, 1 faction selection. There is no reward for this task, and subsequent tasks will start. Main quest 2 first-rate search officer. Difficulty level LV.3. Mission briefing. Quickly promote your position at CCG to prepare for subsequent tasks. Mission information. Use any method to enhance your status, and eliminate all kinds of means such as breeding and bribery. Task duration, 20 days. Mission reward, 1 attribute point, 1,500 paradise coins. The hunter successfully joins CCG and the faction contribution is turned on. Shan, current position, 3rd level search officer, CCG contribution value 0/50. Expelling Sun can get contribution value. After the contribution value is full, you can promote the position. Contribution value can also be used to purchase items within CCG or to make Quink. Follow-up missions finally appeared. According to the prompts before the Reincarnation Paradise, he needed to complete 3 mainline missions in total to return to the Reincarnation Paradise. Sun Ku, after he successfully joined CCG, there was a bad news in Samsara. Gongao announcement. The contractor has joined the camp, and the contractor is enough to interfere with the camp's balance. www.mtlnovel.com. The balance mechanism is open. This is an announcement, not only to remind Su Xiao, but also to all contractors in the derivative world. Except for Su Xiao, the main mission, 1, of all contractors has changed. From the original choice to join the camp, it has changed to only join the camp. This is a kind of balance mechanism for Reincarnation Paradise, so as to avoid one side being too weak. Su Xiao's face was a bit ugly, and he also received a reminder. The current situation is that CCG is the only one of him, and the other contractors are all classified as the party of the first kind. Shak Su Xiao had been wondering one thing before, and that was his identity as a hunter. It seemed that he would receive preferential treatment only in the Reincarnation Park. In the derivative world, the Reincarnation Park was treated equally. Wu Su Xiao didn't complain, which actually made sense. The Reincarnation Paradise always gave him the feeling that it was cruel, cold, and fair. However, if you think about it carefully, it is not without benefit that he is in the CCG camp. At least there will be no other contractor to disrupt the situation. Bai Yi, I was assigned to Zone 14 above. The situation there is a bit complicated and requires your strength. Wu Su, a real family member, showed a regretful look because Su Xiao had not been assigned to District 20. Lao Jie, yes, I have a feeling. It won't be long before I return to District 20. In the doubtful eyes of Wu Su, a real household member, Su Xiao left the CCG branch in District 20 with the documents of employment. The location of Zone 14 is next to Zone 20. Sometimes, if the pressure on Zone 14 is too great, the CCG branch of Zone 20 will also support it. It can be seen that Zone 14 is not very flat. Xiao, before leaving the 20th District, Su Xiao suddenly remembered whether to go to the cafe named Anding District. After all, there are a lot of Zun species in there. V2 Chapter 10. Little Acceptance. Cho's noisy streets are full of traffic, and the whistle of cars is intertwined with the passing pedestrians. Su Xiao walked on the street, holding a map in his hand. He has already arrived in Area 14. Although he wanted to go to the cafe, named Anding District before, but considering the strength of the manager in Anding District, he temporarily chose to give up. There is no need to fight with the store manager now. The store manager is different from Gao Yongquan. Although they are both SSS class breeds, the manager's fighting skills are much better than Gao Quanquan. Diminish. Rather than go to the store manager, it would be more convenient to expel the seeds in the 14th District. Soon, Su Xiao found the CCG branch in Area 14. He is now a 3rd-rank search officer, so he went directly to the branch. It is around 9 in the morning. There are many search officers in the branch. Su Xiao's strange face has attracted the attention of many search officers. These guys are very sensitive and belong to the search officer's occupational disease. Excuse me, where's Mr. Yuki Shinohara? Wu Su Xiao came to the front desk of the branch, where a young woman was received. Looking for Mr. Shinohara, are you? The reception showed a professional smile and a gentle attitude. I am the new 3rd-ranking search officer Bai Yi, and come here to report today. Su Xiao took out her certificate and handed it to the woman. Run after confirming the documents. The receptionist made a phone call first. Mr. Bai. Hello. Mr. Shinohara is in his office on the 12th floor. You better hurry up, because Mr. Shinohara is going out soon. Su Xiao retrieved his credentials and took the elevator to the 12th floor. The head of the CCG branch in District 14 is the Special Search Officer, Yuki Shinohara. Su Xiao has seen each other in the original work. He is a flat-headed middle-aged uncle. He is gentle and easy to get along with. Please come in. Su Xiao pushed open the door of the office, and Yuki Shinohara in the office was sorting out Quink and seemed to be going out. I came early, Bai was third. Hiroshi Shinohara lowered Quink in his hand and sat behind his desk, signaling that Su Xiao was also sitting, and Shinohara began to look for documents. Wrong. Let me see. Found Shirakawa's family, 20 years old, began to practice fighting skills in childhood, SSS+. Shinohara Yuki looked at Su Xiao in amazement and looked at the documents in his hand. He suspected that he had read it wrong. Before, he just heard the strong third-class search officer was called, but he did not expect the other party to fight. Force is SSS+. It seems that the identity of the third-ranking search officer has inspired Yuki Shinohara's judgment. Hello, Mr. Yuki Shinohara. Yu Xiaoyuan's eyes still hovered between Su Xiao and the documents in his hand. It was difficult for him to imagine that Su Xiao's not big body had SSS+ combat power. Hello, Bai third class, but before you take office, you need to be evaluated for combat. No problem. When will it start? The main task, too, has a full 20 days, which relaxes Su Xiao's tight nerves. From the perspective of the difficulty of this kind of world, although his current strength is not the strongest, he is by no means weak. The transmission of tadpoles into this not-so-difficult world may be some intention of reincarnation. The reincarnation paradise uses the pirate world to test whether he is eligible to become a hunter, and the current reincarnation world is the disguised reward for him in the disguise. After Su Xiao asked questions, Yuki Shinohara thought about it. Now, you could be evaluated here. After speaking, Yuki Shinohara took off her suit jacket and moved her arms. Yin Su Xiao understood what Xiaoyuan Xingji meant, and he wanted nothing more than a fight with him. He heard nothing but what he saw. Come on. Su Xiao's eyes suddenly sharpened, because it was a review of nature, and Shinohara Yuki did not use Quink, nor did Su Xiao use it. The office is not that big, and Su Xiao rushes to Yuki Shinohara in a few steps. The agility of 13 points makes his figure difficult to lock. Xiaoyuan Yuki hastily raised her fist to the front. Su Xiao's current momentum has already made Xiaoyuan Yuki secretly surprised. Sun Su Xiao said nothing, and punched Xiao Yuanyuan's forearm in front of him. Boom! Sun Yuanyuan Yuji could not help but take a two-step back, and her forearm hurt. Heavy fist. When Xiaoyuan Yuki stepped back, Su Xiao opened his fists with his left and right fists. Xiaoyuan Yuki's shoulders, forearms, and other positions quickly took a few punches. But Shinohara Yuki, as a special search officer, is not a soft persimmon. After a few laps with Su Xiao, Yuki Shinohara gave a loud yell and rolled a thick arm in order to force Su Xiao back. The two immediately fought into a lap. Su Xiao's style was elegant and flexible, but each hit was very heavy. Shinohara Yuki was steadily playing, and would rather take a few more laps without revealing the key points. Bang, bang, bang. The dull blow of the rumor spread, and they were both more and more brave, so they could not help but take it seriously. Su Xiao swiped across Xiaoyuan Xingji's chest, and Xiaoyuan Xingji's footsteps were wrong, and she was able to escape the whip leg. Sun Yuanyuan Yuki escaped, but Su Xiao kicked the corner of the desk next to him. Slap. The corner of the table was kicked directly, and Shinohara Yuki drew a corner, but was more aggressive. Being able to become the CCG's special search officer has no counsel at all. Fighting with powerful flesh with the flesh and blood requires great courage. After Su Xiao kicked the corner of the flying table, there was a sudden cry in the distance. This anguish interrupted the discussion between Su Xiao and Yuki Shinohara, and both looked at the sound source at the same time. He introduced Su Xiao's eyes to a teenager with white hair. From the appearance, This is more like a young girl with a fair face, a petite body, and a neutral dress. What are you doing? Are you okay? Hiroshi Shinohara stepped in front of the boy and watched the boy with concern. www.himtelnovel.com. The boy had a bruise on his forehead, which was injured by Su Xiao kicking the table. It's okay, Mr. Shinohara. Why did you stop? I haven't seen enough. Halai is named Suzuya Shizo and is a subordinate of Shinohara Yuki. In other words, Shinohara Yuki is not only the boss of Suzuya Shizo, but also the guardian of Suzuya Shizai. Even Suzuya Shizo's daily life is also taken care of. Although Suzuki Izawa looks feminine, he was originally a male, but now his gender is none. The Suzuki Yazu was raised from a young breed, and his breed was named Big Madam, an SS class breed. Ma Big Madam is and masochist. Suzuya made him look like a girl for a long time, but with age, his original feminine face began to change. This change in the creation of the Suzuki house made the Big Madam intolerable, so it cruelly crushed the Suzuya house asterisk, stopping its masculinity and becoming more feminine. In a subsequent CCG raid, Suzuya Shizu was accidentally rescued, so Suzuya Shizu became a raid searcher. Childhood misfortune made Suzuya's character a little weird, lazy, lack of basic knowledge, a combination of abuse and abuse. After looking at Suzuya's wound, Yuki Shinohara found that the other party was really fine. It's all right, this is a new colleague by Yi, say hello. Hiroshi Shinohara turned sideways and motioned to Suzuya Shizo to say hi to Su Xiao. Hello, my name is Shizuya Shizo. Can I chop you? Hiroshi Suzuki made this peculiar greeting, which made Shinohara Yuki somewhat helpless. The child is not malicious, but he has no basic common sense. Oh, bunny. V2 Chapter 11. Open High School Girls. Hey, everyone is a colleague. You have to live in peace, and you must not say hello to your colleagues like this. Hiroshi Shinohara was blocked between the two and began to instill basic knowledge about Suzuya. Of course, for someone who doesn't even have basic common sense, Su Xiao certainly won't get angry. Alas, in the future, I must clean up this rabbit. Really, it turns out to be so, sorry. Qi Lingwu even made a laugh and sincerely apologized to Su Xiao. It was really a contradictory character. Mr. Shinohara, is the test over? Hiroshi Shinohara also had numb arms and nodded. It's over. You are now officially the CCG's search officer. Yuki Shinohara looked serious. Being a raid searcher is a responsibility. Protecting ordinary people and expelling those cannibals is our first duty. We may sacrifice for this, but at any cost. The heated speech began, and although Su Xiao was bored, he did not show an impatient attitude. Jivshu, that's it. If you are mentally prepared, you can now perform the task, but the third-ranking search officer cannot act alone and needs to be protected by a higher-ranking searcher. Susu coughed lightly. Mr. Shinohara, who do you think can protect me? Hiroshi Shinohara smiled and shook his head. Jurga, this is the rule. I can do it alone. It's nothing more than banishing Sun's species. I can only achieve the purpose. The process is not important. After hesitating for a long time, Yuki Shinohara nodded. Su Xiao didn't really need the protection of a superior search officer, and Su Xiao didn't protect it. That being the case, let me give you a clue about the species now. Hiroshi Shinohara walked to his desk and handed Su Xiao a document. Wu Su Xiao looked at the content above. The content was very trivial. Strange noises came from the sewers, drying underwear was burned, and the suburban girls were missing, and so on. This is what we do every day. The species are very cunning, especially in areas that are not stable, but not chaotic in Area 14. It is not easy for him to expel him. Most of the Zun species in Area 14 area are hidden among ordinary people. Except when they show their true body, they will be hidden at other times. They only need to pray once or twice a month to maintain the body's needs. The most important thing to do to expel these species is to find them. For Su Xiao, most of the difficulty of expulsion is to find, and after finding it, things become simple. The information you have now should be all about a cricket. Find him and expel him. Hiroshi Shinohara's expression was solemn, and there was a flash of killing in his eyes. No problem. Su Xiao was about to leave the office when she turned around. Although she had plenty of time, she couldn't waste it. Bai, remember to go to the logistics department to get the tools. Those tools are very useful. Su Xiao stepped a foot, nodded and left. Here is a cold, colleague. Hey, it's a headache. Satoshi Hara sat behind her desk, lightly pressed her forehead, and raised her eyes to see Suzuya, who was smirking. She had a headache. Su Xiao first came to the later stage and, after presenting his credentials, received many tools. After an hour, Su Xiao arrived alone in a park and squatted on a bench by the road. The trees in the park were shaded by trees. The breeze blew through, and the rustling of the leaves blew. The noon sun burned the ground, and Xiachan screamed on the trunk. Because of the hot weather, the people in the park are very good. Fortunately, Su Xiao is sitting in the shade of the tree, which is quite cool. The information given by Yuki Shinohara is not detailed, but has a general goal. More than a dozen disappearances occurred in this park in half a year. CCG has a clear division of labor. Ordinary search officers are responsible for finding clues. Those people are not strong in combat. Shanto, when the clues are fairly clear, it is possible that after encountering Sun species, the superior search officer and his subordinates will search for them in order to avoid the unnecessary death and injury of ordinary search officers. But even so, 5 ordinary search officers have disappeared into the park. Before Yuki Shinohara was going out, she just wanted to visit this park. Wu Su Xiao paid attention to the pedestrians in the past, but there was no gain for a long time, but he was not in a hurry. According to the information given by Yuki Shinohara, there have been no disappearances in the park for 2 Sundays. That magpie will appear soon, because this is the predator of that maggot. Some species behave similarly to the beast, such as dividing the territory, predator, because the 2 species may fight each other because of fighting for the territory. Within 3 days, this species will appear, and this species may not be low grade, and it is definitely not a weak chicken below a level. Most of the species died because they were unable to control their appetite and were eventually discovered by search officers. Success and patience are inseparable. Su Xiao sits on a park bench and waits silently. The time slipped away in no time, and it was more than 3 in the afternoon. A soothing sound of music came from a distance. School. Su Xiao looked at a building in the distance. After half an hour, the pedestrians in the park gradually increased, and they were all high school students who just finished school. Most of the species are predators at night, so Su Xiao is going to spend the night here. Brother, why are you sitting here by yourself? Very lonely. A female high school student wearing a school uniform is sitting next to Su Xiao. The female high school student is wearing a cool jacket, black skirt, and black stockings showing slender legs. Silent. Chick cut, really boring guy. I discovered that Su Xiao didn't bother herself, and a female high school student got up and walked away. Night fell, and the street lights in the park were on. Su Xiao had been squatting for an afternoon, and it was inevitable that he was hungry. When he was about to get up for dinner, he suddenly heard a short scream. He screamed very short, only for a moment, but he was caught keenly. Su Xiao immediately got up and hurried to the sound source www.mtlnovel.com. The sound came from the corner of the park, not far from him. When Sun rushed to the location of the sound source, Su Xiao glanced around, but there was nothing, not to mention people around, not even a ghost. He screamed between crickets. He would never hear wrong, so something must have happened here. Zhu Shi, after careful inspection, Su Xiao found a few drops of blood on the edge of a flower bed, as well as half a broken nail. Stain some blood stains with your fingers. The blood stains are cool, but they have not solidified, indicating that the blood stains are very fresh. Click, click. The sound of biting the flesh came from the forest not far away, and Su Xiao quietly entered the forest, and a cruel sight came into view. Khan, a victim who can't see clearly, is lying on the ground with a gnaw on it. It should be a good thing to find the seed, but Su Xiao frowned. The name in front of him is not strong, probably only Class B, and this brutal predatory method is unlikely to escape the investigation of ordinary search officers. From his gobbling look, Su Xiao guessed what happened. This may not be the predator of this species, but this species is so hungry that it can only choose to take the risk. Wild dog who allows you to hunt in my market, do you want to die? A crisp female voice came through the woods, and at the same time, A very thin bosom waved toward the tadpole who was eating. The cricket flew up, and before the cricket who was eating was talking, he was beheaded, his face full of fear. Sun Heezi's master stepped out from among the trees. After Su Xiao saw the appearance of the other party, he was somewhat surprised. The other party was the female high school student she saw during the day. I was so stingy. 4 votes. Su Xiao stood behind a big tree, and the female high school students started processing the corpses at the scene. I have to say that female high school students are very skillful. First, they clean up large blood on the ground, and then drag the 2 bodies on the ground. The sound of swallowing saliva came, and the high school girl stared at the human corpse in front of her, and the hunger in her belly made her painful. Zui ho, last time, I will never eat raw meat, I am not a beast. The girl's high school student's hand reached to the corpse, and the blood contaminated the white hand. Are you going to eat before me? Su Xiao came out from behind the trunk. Somehow, the female high school student shook her body. Her red eyes and Heezy were retracted at the same time, and her blood-stained hand hid behind her, wiping quickly, looking panic-stricken. Who are you? How did this happen? CCG, third-class search officer by Yi. Clash of Dragons appeared in Su Xiao's hands, and Xueliang's blade flashed a touch of cold in the moonlight. CCG's search officer, finally this day. The girl's high school student lowered her head. Her hands hidden behind her head dropped. Her palms and blood were not wiped clean. Heezy and red eyes reproduced. This kind of Heezy is tail he. At the end of the spine, there are a total of 2, only the thickness of the fingers. Have you seen the appearance? My name is Qinxia, who killed you. Qinxia's beautiful face is twisted. This Sun species is still somewhat human, but she is a Sun species. This park is your predator. With your previous actions, it should be a seductive male. What is going on with the missing female students? Su Xiao's question directly angered Qinxia. Those sows who sell their bodies for a little money have a human identity, so why not find a quiet person to live in? I'm right. I'm jealous of them being human. I will tear them up and crush them every time, and then cook and eat. Most of these species are distorted because they have swallowed humans for a long time. After all, there is not much difference between humans and species. Wu Su Xiao understood the cause of the incident, and the kind that he was looking for was Qinxia in front of him. Leave you a last word for 10 seconds. Qinxia looked for a moment, looked at Su Xiao funny. You're just a third-ranking search officer. Who actually made me leave a last word? Just a broken knife in your hand. That thing won't hurt me. Really amazing last words. He said. Su Xiaodi rushed forward. Fighting, screaming, crying. After a minute, the forest was quiet. Qinxia was lying on the ground, covered with blood, and Heezy was cut off behind her, and her 2 arms were missing. It hurts so much. No wonder those prey will scream loudly. Qinxia's eyes were filled with tears. She was just a kind of ape between A level and S level. Are you trying to kill me? Su Xiao didn't say a word, stood beside Qinxia, and raised Chanlong Shan. Is it really wrong to live as a cockroach? Eating raw people will be punished. It has nothing to do with me. It's just a task. Farewell. The long sword was cut off, and blood splashed. You killed the S-class Sun species, Chica. Qinxia is a common cricket species, which has obtained 0.5% of the world's source, and now has a total of 5.7% of the world's source. Your talent, Soul Eater, is activated, permanently increasing 7 mana and 170 mana. Get 40 CCG contributions. Although Qinxia is an S-Sun species, she does not drop the treasure chest. This is not unexpected. The strength difference between Qinxia and Su Xiao is too big. From the source of the world, we can see Qinxia has no impact on the plot. The reason why the gecko can drop the green treasure chest is not because of its strength, but because it is closely related to the original book. Su Xiao took out the CCG's special phone and dialed it. After explaining the situation with the 14th Division, he hung up the phone. The next thing does not need him to deal with. CCG will send someone to deal with Qinxia's body. When Qinxia's bag is taken out, he can get some contribution value. Of course, he can also keep this bag and spend contribution value to make Qinxia's bag into Quink. Yin the Quink made by Esabao should be just white equipment. So, Su Xiao chose to turn in Quink and get 10 contributions. In this way, Su Xiao's contribution has become third-level search officer, contribution value 50-50, yes/no promotion. Choose to promote, the position has not changed. Reincarnation Park gives a hint. Dungdai, waiting for feedback from CCG General Administration. Estimated time, 3 hours. Promotion is not only a matter of choosing promotion, but also notification from the CCG General Administration. Because of the impact of Reincarnation Paradise, the promotion of second-ranking search officers is a certain thing. Without the impact of Reincarnation Paradise, it may take several years for Su Xiao to be promoted to a superior search officer. This has nothing to do with the number of expulsions. It is a matter of seniority. I now have the influence of Reincarnation Paradise, and seniority issues have been dropped. Su Xiao only needs to hunt a large number of species. Rutsu, even so, it is not easy to be promoted to the best search officer. CCG search officers have a total of 6 levels from low to high. 3 search officers, second search officers, first search officers, Zhuan special search officers, special search officers. The third class is the weakest, and the special class is the strongest. When Su Xiao returned to the 14th Division, Yuki Shinohara took the initiative to find Su Xiao. This is how things go. In short, one species has been expelled. Are there any other species that need to be expelled? Su Xiao and Yuki Shinohara described the story, and Yuki Shinohara nodded. You have expelled S-Sun all by yourself. I have reported to the General Administration. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to be promoted to a second-ranking search officer. After all, with your ability, the third rank is really too cursed. Alas, the second level is also a bit meritocratic, but without certain achievements, the General Administration will not promote your position. Wu Su Xiao didn't say anything. He just wanted to continue looking for the next hoe. The current situation is that all but the contractor except him is divided into the first camp. That is, the target 12,470 he needs to hunt is also in the first camp. From the 2 tasks of the mainline task, 1.2, the mainline task 3, is likely to be an adversarial task. Otherwise, it is not necessary to divide the 2 camps and open the balance mechanism. Since this is the case, then Shinohara, etc., may wish to provide me with more positions. Wansheng complete the mainline task. 2. Earlier, there is definitely a great benefit. Well, this is also a way, but what you need now is rest. It is already 10 p.m. And in the morning, I have something to ask you. Or in other words, Mr. Maddo, have something to ask you. Su Xiao was a little puzzled, but didn't ask much. After saying goodbye to Yuki Shinohara, he came to the dormitory assigned to him by CCG branch in District 14, located on the 16th floor of the branch. District 11, Otaku. As the old nest of the bronze tree, 11 is now almost a restricted area for humans. Bronze trees repeatedly attacked the CCG branch in District 11, resulting in the weakest human force in the area. Only in the vicinity of the CCG branch in District 11, some civilians lived scattered and trembled every day. These civilians are not willing to live here. They are trapped. The crickets in Zone 11 have trapped them here as an emergency rations. No one can enter or exit Zone 11 freely except the powerful search officers. I live in this species, and the supply of human flesh depends on imports, which shows how dangerous District 11 is. At this time, in a rotten tailgate on the outskirts of District 11, more than 20 humans gathered here. The 20 or more people are not a group of forces. They are divided into 3 groups. The number of each group is small. These are the contractors of the various camps. Hanyu, don't bullshit. The balance mechanism is only because CCG is now stronger than the bronze tree. And what is so strong as a perverted contractor seldom set up an imaginary enemy here with me. A young man with short red hair and a grumpy look at Hanyu with disdain. Wu Hanyu sneered and shook his head. If the opponent was not a fire mage, he would not take the initiative to come to the alliance. Hot. Don't think that I'll make an alliance with you. You will be arrogant. The scepter point in Hanyu's hand is on the ground, and a thin layer of ice is gradually spreading under his feet. Hanyu is also a mage, but it is an ice method. It does not hurt the enemy's ability. The strong one is control. If it's not the same camp, I'll destroy you now. Hot tightly gripped the short staff in his hand. A heat wave spread. A large area of Mars appeared around the hot body www.novel.com, the hot momentum, so that Hanyu's face changed. This feeling. Have you found a staff suitable for this attribute? Lu Hanyu looked at the short staff in the hot hands. The appearance of the short staff is very frustrated. It is like a burning fire stick. At the top position, it is inlaid with a nail-sized ruby stone. There's a flame burning in the red crystal. The scorching hot seemed slightly disdainful, squinting at the scepter in Hanyu's hand. This baby, I have spent 14,000 paradise coins. That is the total income of Lao Tzu's 2 worlds, plus the cost of bringing people. The flames were full of pain, but there was some excitement in the pain. Good luck, guy. Yin Hanyu is full of envy. I shook my head. Hanyu took out a small camera in the storage space and threw it to the blast. Fong catches the small camera, and after playing with it, his face suddenly changes. In the small camera, he recorded the process of Su Xiao's killing the gecko and smashing the world. Hot is hot, although he is irritable, but not brainless. Otherwise, it is impossible to gather a temporary adventurous group of 10 people. Allies, Hanyu, this time we must cooperate in the derivative world. Otherwise, anyone will be killed by that pervert. Torture the S-class genre. How can this genre enter this kind of monster? This guy has at least LV.7 the above. Shan, I first show my sincerity, an important piece of information. The third link of the main task is the confrontation task. This is the information I bought for 400 yuan. Han Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. And if the alliance with the hot, they may still have a chance. P.S. I saw the reader's master asking the group. Posted here, 534789565. The group is all pure good boys. V2 Chapter 13, Mascot. Su Xiao, who is forced to join hands with the contractor of one of these parties, is helpless. Although he guessed that the third link of the main task was confrontation, it was only based on the guess of the predecessor task. Early in the morning, Su Xiao came to the office of Yuki Shinohara. The other party said last night that he had something to do with him today. Did you have breakfast? Hiroshi Shinohara stood up and greeted Su Xiao warmly. Su Xiao was surprised, and Xiaoyuan Xingji's attitude was a bit enthusiastic. Not yet. That's right, go to a small shop nearby. There is good. Although the breakfast provided by the branch is balanced, the taste is... Now Su Xiao can be sure that the other party may ask him for help. I treat guests. Yuki Shinohara emphasized. I must not be wrong this time. The other party begged him. Su Xiao nodded, followed behind Yuki Shinohara, and came to a small shop. The small shop is not big, but it is very lively. Many customers have been seated. The aroma of food in the shop has activated Su Xiao's stomach, and a sense of hunger emerged. This way, Sun Yunyu and Yuki found a 4-seater, motioned Su Xiao to sit opposite, and ordered several breakfasts. The breakfast was served. Su Xiao didn't move, and looked at Yuki Shinohara meaningfully. Especially Shinohara, this breakfast is unexpectedly rich. When Sun found that Su Xiao did not take any action, Shinohara Yuki chuckled and signaled Su Xiao not to be polite. Woman, let's eat first. She will come soon. Su Xiao didn't say anything and started to eat breakfast. Bai Yi, the cricket that was evicted last night has been sent to the headquarters. This time the headquarters has made an exception to upgrade you to a second-ranking search officer. This is your new certificate. Wu Su Xiao put down half of the snack and took the certificate. Teaser, hint. The hunter is promoted to a second-level search officer with a contribution of 50/400. Su Xiao doesn't need seniority to promote the position, but needs to expel more types. The contribution value of 400 needs to expel 2 to 3 S-level types. The difficulty can be imagined. Ti Sheng promoting from first-class search officer to first class is more difficult. Under normal circumstances, the main task, too, should not be so difficult. The main reason is that there's only Su Xiao in the CCG camp. According to the normal situation, there will probably be more than 10 ordinary contractors on the CCG side. If more than 10 ordinary contractors share the contribution value, each person only needs about 30 points to contribute to the first-level search officer. Because Su Xiao is alone in a camp, So the mission of more than 10 people must be completed by him. This high level of contribution will appear. Most of the locations in 14 area are very peaceful. Su Zhao's difficulty in hunting Sin species is not low. If he is assigned to 1 to 4 areas, the difficulty of the task will plummet. The densities of N1 to 4 are very dense and have reached the point where ordinary people cannot survive. The cricket species, they're all dependent on mutual food, so there are many powerful cricket species in zones 1 to 4. According to normal conditions, the S level is the limit of Zun species. If you want to continue to become stronger, you can only increase the concentration of RC cells in the body by eating between Sun species. Class D is a child breed. Class C can use a hero, but the strength is weak. Class B is a common breed. Hidden in humans, Class A belongs to the elite in the breed, and Class S is a small number of talent species. As for S, can only rely on mutual food. The strength of the breed is not exercised, but by eating, constantly swallowing others similar. I thought of this. Su Xiao bit the dim sum in her mouth. Sorry, it's late. When Su Xiao was thinking, a slender beauty was sitting next to him. Pale yellow blonde hair was bundled up, and a black female suit made the beauty's skin extremely white and delicate. Black stockings highlighted 2 beautiful legs. Introduction. This one is really well known. Your future subordinates. Yusu and Xingyi looked at Su Xiao with a smile, and her eyes seemed to be saying, how much he was kind. Let such a beautiful woman be Su Xiao's subordinate. That's the case, I have no opinion, but Su Xiao looked up and stared at Yuki Shinohara with a gaze. She may die soon. I recently planned to enter a high-density location, such as the West Street. I heard Su Xiao didn't refuse to say anything, and Xiaoyu and Yuki showed a smile, but when she heard the West District, Xiaoyuan's smile disappeared immediately. West Street? It's the Gongsu district of District 14, where there are so many S-classes that you can't imagine. Bai Yi, are you sure you want to go? Okay. If it was someone else, Yuki Shinohara would never agree. But Su Zhao's strength left him speechless. Xiao, it looks like I want to change your boss. Hiroshi Shinohara looked to the real household aside. Sato Hara special, I'm fine. As a search officer of this kind, I'm ready to welcome everything, even if I go to the West Block. He really knew that his body was upright and his tone was firm. He also glanced at Su Xiao. Hiroshi Shinohara tapped on the desktop with her index finger, took the phone in her arms, and dialed. The call was to Wu Su, a real householder, and Yuki Shinohara only said a few words and then hung up the phone. Wu Su, this guy. Well, you will temporarily follow Bai Yi, although you're all second-class search officers, but you have to obey Bai Ye's command. Bai, when are you going to the West Block? It seems that Yuki Shinohara also intentionally asked Su Xiao to go to the West District, where the mutton food was very serious and urgently needed to be cleaned up. Go now and go, mascot. The mascot in Su Xiaoko's mouth is the real household name. According to the original information, the real household strength is generally www.mtlnovel.com, and for the real life and death of the real household after arriving in the West District, it depends on God's will. I heard the name of the mascot, and the real family knew it and pointed at him by mistake. When I saw this scene, Yuki Shinohara smiled helplessly and signaled that the real family kept up with Su Xiao. Hey sir, a black car was driving on the road. Makoto was driving in the main driver, and Su Xiao was closing his eyes on the co-pilot. They were heading for the West Block. Bai Yi second class, is there any plan to go to the West Block? What do I need to do? Mato knew that his face was thick and his were raised. Dibao arrived at West Street Cut. This simple and rude plan was obviously shocked to the real household. This big beauty stepped on the accelerator hard and almost rear-ended the car. She was quite a female driver. Nah, so what do I need to do? After he calmed down his emotions, the real householder asked the second question. You can be as beautiful as flowers. Su Xiao's calm expression made real household Xiao angry. I won't covet my beauty. Su laughed lightly, looking to the real household. Rest assured that you have a very important role. Without you, my plan is unlikely to succeed. Su Xiao thought of a plan 2 seconds ago. I noticed Su Xiao's gaze, and real household suddenly had the idea of turning around and running. So, can you share a plan? Su Xiao twitched his lips and shook his head. Buneng, no. If you understand the situation, it may affect the plan. Mado knew that he was bitter and stepped on the throttle as if venting. Jun in the mood of Xiao Makoto, the two came to the West District, a cruel communal area. V2 Chapter 14. Horrible Intuition. After arriving in the West District, Su Xiao didn't get off immediately. Jun, it's true. Do you know the specific information of West Street? Although there are various species of mutual food in Lucy District, there are also some civilians living nearby. Daran, of course, after I was assigned to Zone 14, I learned more about the intelligence here. Madama knows that he rummaged in the car for a while and found a file bag. District 14, Nakano District, where the common sun is popular. Most of his own species are hidden among ordinary people. Here are species of various forces. There are social places among Sun species. There are many Qingbao intelligence vendors. Su Xiao lit a cigarette, listening silently to the real description. Open the window. Su Xiao exhaled a green smoke. Bai second class, please do not smoke. There are more than 4,000 chemical substances in cigarettes, 60 of which are very harmful to the body, including nicotine, cigarette tar, carbon monoxide, irritating compounds. And secondhand smoke affects my skin. Su Qing was lingering in smoke. Su Xiao began. Can you find a bar called Helter Skelter? It should be nearby. I really sighed helplessly. No problem. He took out a small computer, and Makoto began to look at nearby maps. I found it. It was... Before Su Zhan's words were over, Su Xiao suddenly stood up and looked at a pedestrian on the street. Su Xiao's sharp eyes surprised the real family. What? Wu Zhenhua looked at Su Xiao blankly. Some did not believe that Su Xiao could distinguish the Sun species only by sight. Su Xiao got out of the car and slowly followed behind a middle-aged man. Middle-aged man looks tired, as if an unhappy career worker, carrying a purse in his hand. White Knight second class, wait for me. Matoya carried a suitcase and quickly followed Su Xiao. Can you tell me how you judge that man is in? Intuition. The middle-aged man in front of him turned into an alley, and Su Xiao quickly followed. Straight intuition. Sun Zhan's eyes were skeptical. Looking at Su Xiao's back, he was not only puzzled. Was the second-level search officer really okay? Zhong middle-aged people are still moving slowly in the dark and damp alleys. Stop. Su Xiao's chilling voice came from behind the middle-aged person. You are. The middle-aged man looked at Su Xiao confusedly. Yu Guang glanced around. Don't pack human flesh next time. Blood will leach out. Su Xiao's words made the middle-aged person's face change and his eyes panic. Nosy, it's really death. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became fierce. His red eyes appeared, and he rushed towards Su Xiao. The kind of cricket in front of me was not strong, but it was about level B. Su Xiao didn't even come up with cut dragon flash. The middle-aged man rushed to Su Xiao in a few steps and punched him like a head. He was stiff and slow. Su Xiao didn't even have the interest to evade this attack. Suddenly lifted his left leg, Su Xiao kicked him on the lower abdomen of the middle-aged person. The middle-aged person suffered pain. His entire body was kicked into a V shape, and a large mouthful of acid water was spit out. The middle-aged man's posture at this moment just happened to put his head in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao took the opportunity to wrap his arm around the middle-aged person's neck and tighten his arm, holding the middle-aged person's neck severely. Let's go, let me go. When Su Xiao lived on the middle-aged man's neck, Makoto quickly ran into the alley. Click! The crisp sound of the broken bone came, and the middle-aged person's body suddenly collapsed. Su Xiao released his arm, and the middle-aged person's body fell to the ground. Find someone to clean up. Su Xiao walked by Xiao Xiaozhen, who looked at the dying seed in surprise. This makes real people cannot help but wonder, can you really find Sun's species by intuition? Wu Su Xiao returned to the car. He didn't know why just now. After accidentally seeing the middle-aged man, he suddenly felt that the other party was a tadpole. The purse in the other's hand didn't soak into blood at that time. That happened afterwards. Su Xiao secretly guessed that this may be related to his attribute improvement. Su Xing, while improving his attributes, he feels that his body has changed a lot. His body shape has not changed, and his muscles are significantly firmer and stronger. Before entering the reincarnation paradise, Su Xiao practiced sword skills for a long time every day. Unscientific exercise caused some damage to the wrist of his right hand, which would hurt whenever it rained on a cloudy day. But now, the old wound of his wrist is basically healed, and it won't take long to fully heal. Xiao Zhenhu also returned to the car. This time she looked at Su Xiao with a distinctly different look. White Knight is second. Where shall we go? Helter Skelter. The car started. 5 minutes later, the two came to the door of the Helter Skelter bar. You're waiting for me in the car. Su Xiao got out of the car and stayed true to the family. Juba Helter Skelter bar is opened by a female named Ido. Although Su Xiao didn't know the exact location here, he knew it was a small intelligence center. He did not come to expel E-Bird, but to come here to inquire about intelligence. Hua E-Bird is a SS-class pupa. Under normal circumstances, Su Xiao won't let the other side off, but E-Bird has more important uses. An intelligence dealer who understands the species is far more valuable than a treasure chest. Through E-Bird, Su Xiao can get more treasure chests. I walked into the bar because there were no guests in the bar during the day. The bar is a retro style. The walls on all sides are not modified in any way, and they are dark yellow. There is no window in the entire bar. There's only a light on the bar, so the bar is a little dark. Welcome. Some lazy female voices came from behind the bar, and Su Xiao was sitting in front of the bar. Current guest, what do you want to drink? Zoe Bird stood behind the bar, with long orange-red hair, which stood out in the dim bar, which was the brightest color in the whole bar. It seems that Bird is calm, but in fact he is very alert. www.mtlnovel.com. As a reporter, Su Xiao was immediately recognized by Yibird. I noticed the sight of Bird. Su Xiao knew that things were much easier to handle. Wait, answer me. I won't bother you. New Bird took a few steps back and kept a safe distance with Su Xiao. Third-level search officer, Bai Yi, a monster-level human against Ite. Dead in the bar, neither of them spoke. Su Yi's ability to probe intelligence surprised Su Xiao slightly. Gao Quan knew that the other party was normal, but the other party knew he had joined CCG. Say, what's the problem? Bird sighed and chose to give in. Where's the common area of the 14th district? Here it is, West Block. Yibird picked up the wine glass around him, which contained half a glass of dark red liquid, which looked like red wine. In fact, it was human blood. The taste buds of this species are different from human beings. After eating human food, they will feel a strong, fishy smell. Even if it is alcoholic beverage, it is not possible to drink it. All human food, except water and coffee, cannot be eaten normally. The specific location of the West Block, the more specific the better. Su Xiao was already impatient. Don't show such a terrible expression. Okay, after 9 p.m. every night, the central location of the West Block is the most serious area of communion. Wooey Bird didn't hesitate too much, so he betrayed other mule species. Learning about the specific situation, Su Xiao left the bar. He already thought of a way to complete the task quickly. If it goes well, he can complete the main task, too, within 1 week. What kind of scene is shared? It is really expecting. V2 Chapter 15, Grim Reaper. The following night, the moon is high. 14 District, the center of West Street. It is infamous throughout Tokyo, and whenever night falls, this will become a small gathering place for Thun species. The pupae gathered here are all thugs in the pupae. Their purpose is very simple. They are to kill each other and to stand out among many common pupae. Soon the status of interspecies is nothing more than strength. The time is now around 8:30 p.m. Black shadows flash from side to side on the street from time to time, and most of them are already eager to try. One man and one woman walk on the street. Compared with those sneaky creeps, the two have no hidden meaning at all. Why not second class? Is this really okay? Mado Akira, carrying a suitcase, wearing a black uniform, glancing around nervously. Su Xiao gasped. No problem. Follow the plan in a while. Jinzhong, unlike the tense real family. Su Xiao's face was relaxed. Why not second class? I always have a question. Okay, where is your quink? We may have to deal with him. Su Xiao. How can there be quink compared to quink? He prefers to use cut dragon flash. I don't need quink. I heard Su Xiao's words. The real household, Xiao suddenly stopped, suddenly looked at Su Xiao confused. No need for quink. The voice of the real household is obviously raised and look a little skeptical about life. Here, Xiao, you could just stand here. Wu Su Xiao patted the shoulder of a real household member, then leaped forward a few steps, jumped up to the top of a second floor on the side of the street, and disappeared into the night. White Knight, second class. Quinky, who was in the real household, almost fell to the ground, and she vaguely guessed Su Zhao's plan. She is now a bait. As a second-class search officer, real households know that they can expel at most B2A species. If they encounter A-class species, they may not be able to lose. When Makoto Masako wanted to run, a few blood-red eyes appeared in the surrounding darkness. 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 species. I'm dead. If Su Xiao doesn't save the real household, she's definitely dead. Mad Abe knows that by pressing the button on the suitcase handle, her quink appears. It is a whip-like weapon called mass. What kind of search officer? Why is there a search officer here? Just kill it. It's not yet time to share, and I haven't eaten a search officer. I don't know why. There is no intimidation among these species, and they have certain time together. It seems that the situation in the West Street is definitely not a spontaneous organization. There seems to be a certain force here. Otherwise, these species will never start killing each other at 9 o'clock. This should be some kind of selection method. After standing out among many species, that species can join a certain force. Sang-on, this woman is not strong and doesn't feel too dangerous. The more and more species of magpies gathered, the more they became a dozen. Xiaojin, who knew that her heart was cold, and now she had no chance to escape. It seems to work well. Su Xiao's voice came from the roof of the building next to the street. I heard Su Zhao's voice, and Xiaohu really breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still a little unsure. With so many different kinds, could the new investigator who joined CCG really cope, although it was said that the other party was very strong? Who are you? Another raider? He surrounded more than a dozen dogs of real household name and watched Su Xiao with vigilance. Wu Su Xiao gave them a different feeling from what they knew. It was a feeling of natural enemies. Holding cut dragon flash, which had been sheathed, Su Xiao jumped down from the top of the building a few meters high and landed smoothly. 14, about 5 minutes. Su Xiao slowly walked towards many cricket species. His pace was getting faster and faster, and finally he ran wild. There were 2 witless breeds immediately found out that they were wrong, and they turned around and ran. The remaining 12 breeds were facing Su Xiao directly. 10 scales and tail, he attacked Su Xiao. At this moment, Su Xiao was almost wrapped by his Z. Seeing this scene, the real family was so shocked that he rushed to an A-class with Quink. This is already the best ability of real households. Even if it is an A-class breed, real households may not be able to cope. The dark red heroine wrapped Su Xiao, and a sharp blade of light glided across the night. Su Xiao turns on Qing Gang Ying. Mana value is consumed at 2 points per minute. The 10 wickets were cut off instantly, and the broken wicks turned into a red mist and dissipated in the air. The crickets who were cut off by Heezy all screamed, and looked at Su Xiao with some fear. Su Xiao rushed to the front of an A-class sun species, cut dragon flash, leaving a light blue and white line in the air. A head burst into the sky. I was just a face-to-face encounter, and the name I was killed under Su Zhao's knife, and it was a sharp spike. Sun Su Zhao's rapid forward rush did not stop. When he made a mistake, he rushed to a nearby cricket. Maybe the companion died too simply. After a second of stunning, the scummer turned and ran away. Stupid. Su Zhao's dark eyes seemed to flash. It is undoubtedly the stupidest act to run away in battle and point his back at the enemy, as if sending death. Clash of Dragons, penetrating the heart of the cricket, Su Xiao held the handle with both hands, and the strength of 13 points allowed him to easily provoke the cricket and then throw it to a fleeing one. Sun species. With a brief sound, the cricket became a gourd. When the Vun species wanted to get up, a sharp blade of light appeared in his sight. There was a buzzing in my ears first, and then the name felt the earth spinning. The last memory of that name is a headless corpse that is spurting blood and a man standing under the moon with a sharp blade, as if dying. Among the 12 crickets, in addition to the one entangled by Makoto, There are 11 remaining. In less than 20 seconds, there are only 8 of the 11 species. The remaining 8 sun species, the only idea now is to run away from this man like death. It's impossible. How could such a strong human being appear in the communal area? Does that organization just let it go? After yelling at one of these crickets, he turned and ran. Su Zhao's agility attribute is 13 points, which is the same as the strength attribute www.mtlnovel.com. In a world where the strength system is not strong, it is already considered to be middle and upper. Su Zhao is not stronger than ordinary people, and his sword skills and fighting skills. Of course, the role of the Shadow of Annihilation cannot be ignored. Shadow of the Destroyable Act now has only one combat skill. The time for him to obtain the Shadow of the Destroyable Act is too short. The power of this profession has not been reflected yet. The slaughter started. Su Zhao ran on the street quickly, and he could kill a slug from time to time. There are endless wailings of pain and begging. These species are not stupid. They all flee separately. In the end, there were 8 sun species. Su Zhao left 6, and 2 lucky guys escaped. At this time, Makoto is still fighting the A-class dog. The A-class dog is about to cry. He is not afraid of the real family, but the man who looks like of death. She really knows that she is very devoted in the battle, and the A-class is very stressed. She has no time to check the surrounding situation. She is still too immature. When listening to the battle, she must listen to all directions, and her eyesight is necessary. Otherwise, she may be attacked. Please, please, let me go. Suddenly begging for mercy let the real family know for a moment. When Fong Mingming took up the upper points, how to start begging for mercy, the fighting temporarily stopped. At this moment, it was only when the real family knew what was going on around them. Wu Suxiao was sitting on the bodies of 2 mule species, smoking cigarettes, and the knife in his hand was still dripping blood. The real beauty of Wu is well-rounded, and one of her seeds also resolved, and the other actor killed the remaining Gong. The one over there, if you dare run, I will cut you into a stick. Su Suxiao looked at the last cricket, and a new bait appeared. After all, it was not good to use subordinates as bait. V2 Chapter 16, Little Gains. I really know that the hand stopped and gave the uncle an opportunity to escape. As soon as the name was about to escape, he heard Su Xiaona's threatening words. He hesitated for a moment and immediately turned around and ran, not paying attention to Su Zhao's words at all. Or, this is the right choice, and staying is dead. Why not fight for the slightest chance of escape? When the cricket ran a few meters away, a long knife clip blasted with the sound of wind breaking. The long sword runs through the calf of the seed, nailed deeply into the asphalt-paved street. Ah! He screamed, fell to the ground, and kissed his face on the asphalt. The right choice. Su Suxiao got up slowly and walked toward the name. The behavior of the other party running away was normal to him, and if he changed to him, he would choose so. If you didn't run away, you were dead. Why not fight for it? What are you going to do? All kinds of eyes were panicking, trying to crawl forward, cut Dragon Flash, nailed to the ground without moving. Ji Suxiao held the handle of Dance of the Dragon Flash and pulled out the Dance of the Dragon Flash, and the name immediately remembered to escape. A trowel glided across, and large swaths of blood spattered on the asphalt road. With 4 swords, Su Xiao cut off the extremity of the cricket and said he could do it. With the vitality of the species, this kind of injury can only be regarded as serious injury, and there is no danger to life. What next? Matochi knew a little tiredness on her face. The fighting just made her a little tired. Her sweat soaked her blouse, and her pale yellow blonde hair clung to her forehead. Ji should continue. Kill as many Zen seeds as you come tonight. The real family knows the cold in their hearts, and there are hundreds of species in the West District, and even more. Are we really okay? Su Suxiao didn't say a word and started to clean up the corpses on the street. He's going to bait in this movie. The cricket that he cut off his limbs is a good bait. But I'm not stupid. I am so stupid. There are only so many corpses here, and I will only scare them away. I piled the body in an alley. He didn't handle the blood on the asphalt pavement, and the smell also attracted me. The cricket, whose limbs were cut off, was thrown in the center of the street by Su Xiao. I don't need to introduce other species too close, just need them to show up. With Su Xiao's agile attributes, as long as those Zen species show up, they can't escape. Hunting and killing low-level Zen species. Although the chance of dropping the treasure chest is small, it can get CCG's contribution value. Not only that, his talent Spirit Eater also allows him to increase a lot of mana. Now the mana value is very important to Su Xiao. Qin Ganjing is the big man who consumes mana value. Su Xiao stood at the center of the street with chopping Dragon Flash, and Tadu was standing aside. These species will really appear, and the battle has just begun here. Wu Su Xiao ignored the real family. The species that could eat each other were beasts. The smell would not scare them, but only attracted them. Only 2 minutes later, the first species appeared. That is an old pheasant with a lean body. After seeing Su Xiao holding a sharp blade, the old man hesitated for a moment and chose to retire. What a pity, it was too late to leave now, and Su Xiao had rushed forward with a knife. After a minute, Su Xiao, stained with blood on his cuff, returned to his place, waiting for the next prey. The top of a high-rise building in Yunxi district. The night wind blew through, and under the moonlight, 2 people stood on the roof. What to do if you let it go? The cricket here will be killed. Doug Kirishima, who wears a black rabbit mask, opens his mouth, and Su Xiao's gaze toward the distance is full of fear. Duo Yang, who was beside him, didn't speak and looked at the scene in silence. Here is a Bingyuan of the Bronze Tree. Cadres of the Bronze Tree often come here to invite those who are stronger. For example, the 2 brothers in the bottle. Here is the Bronze Tree. Give up. If you are so good, Kirishima is a little unwilling. Here. As soon as Xuandu of Xuanwu Island opened her mouth, she found that Duo Yang was staring at him. Are you going to stop that monster? Sun Widow Xuandu was dumb, tilted his head away, and Su Xiao cut his sword at him, and he still has deep memories. So, do you want me to go? The idea of killing emerged into Du Liang's eyes. No, I mean assemble members and kill this human. It seems that Kirishima Xuandu hates Su Xiao very much. After all, Su Xiao almost killed him. Du Liang thought for a while and shook his head. The price is too great. Even if you can successfully kill this man, you and I may die in battle. I walked away. I will give up here completely in the future. It is also important information to know that this monster is in District 14. Although the Bronze Tree not only has this place, it can lose a lot of money here, but it is really helpless. Both Tadera and Kirishima have left, and the species here are unreliable. The sun rises gradually, and a golden morning light emerges. In the center of CC District, Su Xiao sat tiredly on the street. The streets within a half-kilometer circle can see large blood stains every not far, and the strong smell fills this street. I do not remember how many pupae were killed this night. In the end, less than half a pupae were found in the entire West Street. The unusually strong smell of ravioli made those ravioli alert, and a message gradually spread among the ravioli in the West Street district. Never get near the central area. There's a terrifying human. Although Su Xiao was full of blood on his face, he wiped Zhanlong Shan meticulously and saved his saving space. He cherished his weapons. Su Xiao activates the imprint and sees the results of a night. First is the contribution value, which has become second-class search officer, contribution 390/400. In the first night, Su Xiao earned 340 points of contribution, which shows how many species he killed. Not only is the contribution, Su Xiao's talented Spirit Eater has already consumed 68 mana. His mana value has now become 238 points, and the opening time of Qin Gang Ing has been greatly improved. www.mtlnovel.com in the saving space. There are also 3 white treasure chests. There are too many crickets, and even if the chance of the treasure chest being dropped is small, 3 treasure chests will be harvested. Why not second class? Let's go back. I can't do it. Xiaoping was lying on the street. She had no thoughts about lady style. I'm approaching the limit. Back to the branch. Su Xiao got up and didn't take a few steps, and found that Toshiba was still lying on the ground. None of that. I'm out of power. The tone of the real household is a bit unnatural. Basically, Su Xiao hunted and killed some species last night. Makoto was responsible for handling the corpses and was not responsible for fighting. Even so, Makoto was already out of power. Su Xiao walked to Xiao Hu Xiao and carried him on his shoulder. The full and soft touch came from behind. Please don't go back to the branch. I look too shameful. The close contact of the body made the real family know that his face was a little flushed. My home is nearby. It will take me a few minutes by car. Wu Su Xiao thought about it, and the really well-known suggestion is good. He also needs to rest now. He drove downstairs to the real household Xiaojia, and real household spirits recovered along the way, at least able to walk alone. Real households live in a single apartment. The room is small but warm. After entering the real household, Su Xiao took off his shirt and went straight to the bathroom. He is now covered with blood. It is very uncomfortable for the blood to clot on the skin for one night. Just as Su Xiao rinsed his body with warm water, the bathroom door was knocked. White Knight Second Class, please hurry up. I have to take a shower as soon as possible. I have cleanliness. Blood clotting on the skin is a nightmare. V2 Chapter 17, Abducting Iraqi Bird. In the afternoon, Su Xiao woke up in a doze. Sufficient sleep made him feel energetic. He sat up on the sofa in the living room, and the aroma of food came. On the coffee table beside him, there were several kinds of delicate food. Scoop a bowl of rice, a grilled fish, and a bowl of fragrant soup. Next to the food, there was a note. White Knight Second Class, I went to the branch to deal with the follow-up event of the expulsion of this species. Well known. Su Xiao stretched a lazy waist. Although the real household is not strong, but he is a good assistant. I ate all the food in front of me, and Su Xiao took out the 5 white treasure chests and opened them. These 5 treasure chests, white, are all dropped by ordinaries and species. Su Xiao didn't expect much and obtained the following items respectively. Get 1,100 paradise coins, total paradise coins for 5 treasure chests. Get Habao, Class A ×2. Get Hepatic Pack, Grade B, ×1. Of the 25 treasure chests, 2 only opened paradise coins, and the remaining 3 opened Habao. These bags are temporarily useless. Su Xiao also needs to contribute to the promotion of his position. For the time being, he cannot produce Quink. Fortunately, the promotion of the position only requires a certain amount of contribution value, and does not consume the contribution value. After he was promoted to the top search officer, he could make Quink with accumulated contributions. Even if he does not make Quink, these bags can also be sold in the reincarnation paradise, which is also a significant income. Harvested 1,100 paradise coins, which is pretty good overall. Su Xiao leaned on the sofa and began to plan the future course of action. First of all, he has to complete the main task, too. The main task, too, is punished severely, deducting 3 points for all attributes. Strength, agility, and intelligence attributes are okay. Even if 3 points are deducted, it is not unacceptable. If you deduct 3 points for your physical strength, you would have only 6 points of physical strength, which would drop to 3 points. The consequences can be imagined. As for the charm and luck attributes, it is even more frightening, and the charm directly becomes 0 points. Regarding the charm attribute, Su Xiao has a speculation that the charm attribute does not represent the beauty and ugliness of the looks, but is about personal temperament. For example, if some people have affinity, the glamour attribute will be naturally high, such as those stars in the real world. The glamour attribute should not be low. Su Xiao's murderous appearance. He has a high charm attribute. However, his temperament is not unhelpful. If he joins the evil faction, he will be particularly optimistic. Lucky is deducted by 3 points. It will be directly deducted to a negative number. For the plot at that time, you can refer to death comes, and there is always danger of death. So the mainline task, too, must be completed, not to mention the completion of the mainline task, too, and you can also get 1 attribute point and 1,500 paradise coins, which is no small gain. The second task is to complete the hunting task. Regarding hunting missions, Reincarnation Paradise did not indicate rewards. Su Xiao had a feeling that the rewards for completing hunting missions should be very generous. After all, he was helping the Reincarnation Paradise to remove hidden dangers. Then, continue to search for the gathering place of one species. The benefits of large-scale hunting of crickets last night lets Su Xiao taste the sweetness. He will not go to search for crickets one by one. He will not waste time, and the harvest will not be great. I still find it cost-effective to find a large gathering place for the species. It is not easy to find a large gathering place for Thun species. The gathering places on the surface are too horrible. For example, there are hundreds or thousands of Zun species in Jirji species gathering areas in districts 1 to 4. Even Su Xiao didn't dare to go to that super large gathering place. Thousands of people rushed up at the same time. Even if it was all B-level Sun species, he could consume him. It is best to control the number of people in each kind of gathering place within 100. Su Xiao cannot cope with it. I was able to hunt dozens of crickets without injury last night, mainly because those crickets were not swarming. Fighting with one person and fighting with 100 people are two concepts. The so-called two fists are difficult to defeat with 4 hands. Su Xiao is also a flesh and blood body. He will also be injured, and he will also die after being injured. Shang, if you think of it this way, he needs to go to the helter-skelter bar again. Ito should have this kind of information. And this time, he is not prepared to ask for information in a threatening way. That is not a long-term solution. The cricket rabbit was anxious and biting, not to mention that the bird was an SS-class cricket. I picked up the phone from the coffee table, and he dialed a real number. White Knight second class, you wake up. Really knows that the voice is crisp and pleasant tones. How are things going? It has been dealt with. The corpses of these species have been received by the headquarters. If nothing else happens, I can get a new quink. Matoya laughed like a silver bell on the phone. By ye second class, how to deal with these kinds of ebao. That is the kind of you are expelled. You have the right to deal with those ebao. Su Xiao groaned for a while. His current contribution value is second-class search officer, contribution 390/400. 10 points worth of contribution can be promoted to first-class search officer. It was handed over to 2/3 of the headquarters. As for the remaining 1/3, help me change something at the headquarters. Wu Su Xiao exchanged 2/3 of the Hebao for the contribution value. After hearing what Su Xiao wanted, she knew it. Want that thing? Okay, I will report to the head, but there is not much reserves in the headquarters of that thing, and it will only be used when making quink. Nagoto now helps Su Xiao very diligently, and partnering with Su Xiao, he can not only increase his achievements, but also his combat skills. The phone hung up, and 1 hour later, Makoto returned home. I got something, and the branch just happened to have one, but by you is second class. I was a little curious. What do you want to do with this thing? It is dangerous for humans and very poisonous. Really knows that he is holding a small metal box, and is very careful, as if there are some fragile items in it. Some things www.mtlnovel.com, you don't know the best. I took the metal box, and Su Xiao opened it. Be careful. The metal box opens, and the real family knows to take 2 steps back. After confirming that the contents of the metal box are okay, Su Xiao closed the metal box and placed it in the storage space. He didn't hide his real account, nor was he surprised by the sudden disappearance of the items, as if all this was taken for granted. This is the camouflage mechanism of reincarnation paradise, allowing various abilities to be integrated into the Zun world. So go to that bar again. Mado knew with doubt, but he didn't speak. Just like Su Xiao said, there are some things that I don't know are best. Su Xiao can trade with the species, but it is impossible for everyone to know it. This is a matter of concept. 20 minutes later, the two drove to the helter-skelter bar. Still let real family know that waiting in the car, Su Xiao walked into the bar. Welcome, Light. New E-Bird spoke habitually. After seeing Su Xiao, E-Bird's words stopped. In Xiao Yi's eyes, Su Xiao was a godlike presence. One night, he cleared a large number of owls in the West District, making E-Birds even more afraid of him. Byung, don't worry. I'm just here to make a deal with you. I took out the metal box, and Su Xiao took out a test tube in it. The test tube looks exquisite, with a length of 10 centimeters, the thickness of the thumb, which contains a light red, translucent liquid, and air bubbles in it. After seeing this test tube, E-Bird swallowed and could not look away. This species rarely gets what Su Xiao has, but almost all species desire it. P.S. The new week is here. Please ask for a recommendation. V2 Chapter 18, Early Qing. The test tube turned at Su Zhao's fingertips, and with the flexibility of his fingers, the test tube ran across the road under the dim light. After paying attention to Yin Yao's expression, Su Xiao smiled at the corner of his mouth. Ding! Pushing the test tube to the bar, the glass and marble collided with a crisp sound. The crisp sound made Bird's heart pump, afraid that Su Xiao would break the test tube in his hand. Zimug, well, would you like to cooperate with me? I first met a search officer like you, and actually cooperated with him. Wu Yibird looked at Su Xiao in surprise. She knew that it was absolutely dangerous to cooperate with Su Xiao, but the liquid in the test tube in Su Xiao's hands had a fatal temptation to her. The test tube is not a panacea. For humans, this is highly toxic. RC cell concentrate. Quality white. Type material. Rating. Note. White items are rated from 1 to 10. The higher the value, the higher the value of the item. Introduction. The test tube contains a high-concentration RC cell solution, which is an essential item for the production of quink by CCG, and is used for the active activation of quink steel. RC cell concentrate. Only CCG is produced, and it is unlikely that Sun species will be obtained. If this thing is injected by Sun species, the content of RC cells in Sun species will soar. Although the risk is not small compared with the risk of cohabitation, it is much smaller. You have this thing in front of me. Can I still refuse it? There is a smile on the face of Bird, and her attitude changes greatly. Tell me what I need to pay. The plutonium transaction is based on the common interests of both parties. The threat of force may be able to obtain benefits in a short period of time, and it is by no means a long-term solution. I want the location of the gathering places in Area 14. The more the better. Su Xiao threw the test tube to E2, but the charming smile on E2's face disappeared. Are you ready? Clear Area 14. There was a horror of panic in Mai's beautiful eyes. Something wrong. Su Xiao stared straight at Bird. At this moment, E2 feels the test tube in his hand is a little hot. No problem. Wait a minute. The Inyo took out a pen and paper and wrote. 25 minutes later, a simple map appeared in Su Zhao's hands. The locations where I draw circles are all kinds of gathering places, including restaurants, auction houses, information exchange points, etc. Although the map is simple, its use is not small. If the map is not accurate enough, I will come again. Wu Su Xiao took a meaningful look at Yin Yao. The other party was a cockroach, and he would not fully trust the other party. After Su Xiao left the bar, the panic expression on Yi's face disappeared. Oh, come out. Yi Bird took a cup of human blood next to her hand and took a sip. Her red lips became more beautiful. There's a strange shape with a stud in the corner of the mouth, which is quite a killer style. Sun, the name of this Sun species is Baek, and he opened a mask shop in District 4, and he made the masks of Jean Mayan. He found me. I was sitting next to Ito. Zimug, how is it possible that the man will find you by your hidden ability? The Bird is unbelievable. In a loss, a ray of blood slipped off the corner of his lips. Nothing wrong. Just now, I felt a sharp edge on my back like I was staring at some kind of beast. Bi Jing, after all, he is a monster with a one-eyed cockroach, which is not surprising. Bear reclined on the seat, not sure what was thinking. Forget it. As long as you don't provoke him, is there any plan for the organization recently? Yi now secretly decided to move. Stay away from monsters. She doesn't want to die yet. I was stared at by Su Xiao, and it was by no means a good feeling. Although Yin Yao was eager to get more RC cell concentrate, his life was more important. No plan. Neither Nick nor Roma know where they are going. The organization where tadpoles and Ito belong is called Clown. This is a mysterious tadpole organization. There are 5 insiders now known, namely Shizong Tai, currently the biggest villain, clown leader. Nick, she-male with gecko, masochist. Jean Yao, the owner of the bar in Area 14, who provided information to Jean Mayan about God Daily. Luoma, women who were mixed into the coffee shop in Anding District in the later part of the plot and became waiters in Anding District. Be, mask shop owner. Among these 5 people, except for Zhong Tai. The remaining four are all SS-class breeds, usually hiding their strengths and making harmless people and animals. Shi Zhong Tai, the full name in the old Xiao Zhong Tai. He is not only the leader of the clown, but also a member of other organizations. After Shi Zhong Tai transplanted Li Shi's Habao in the later period, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, even reaching the level of easily defeating Gao Yongquan. It is true that the clowns are powerful, but these people usually perform their duties and rarely get together. In other words, the clown organization is playing soy sauce between the Bronze Tree and CCG and does not participate in the fight. There's a tendency for the fishermen to profit. After Su Xiao got the branch in the 14th district, he returned to the car. Xiao, where is this? Su Xiao pointed at a circle on the map, and Jinhu Xiao moved his head closer and frowned for a long time. This seems to be the Diyuan auction house. Midori took the map and studied for a long time, frowning. It shouldn't be wrong. Wu Su Xiao sighed. The crudeness of this map was far beyond his imagination. Nothing wrong. This is the Diyuan auction house. Mado brought out a regular map of 14 districts and compared them carefully. What does it mean to hold a large auction on Sunday at 11 p.m.? Mado read the slogan on the map and was a little confused. Literally, continue to expel Sun species overtime tonight and go to Vin Stadium. Today is exactly Sunday. Su Xiao leaned on the seat. He didn't know what would be auctioned between the species. It should not be a valuable item. The only food of this species is human. The appearance of human being is exactly the same as that of this species. It often eats creatures that are similar to its own physique. The psychology of this species cannot be healthy. And Su Xiao feels that Sun species may not be innate creatures. Otherwise, humans would have become extinct in a long evolutionary history. The force of this kind of world is not strong, but compared with ordinary humans, its strength is crushed. If there were Sun species innately, humans would have been extinct long ago. After human extinction, the next extinction is Zun species. The mainline mission has a time limit of 20 days, and now it is less than 2 days. Su Xiao may be able to understand the secrets of the world in a deeper way. It is too early to think of these now. Let's finish the main task too first. Zai, at this moment, the reincarnation park gave a hint. A large number of low-level heroes have been sent to the CCG headquarters and obtained 135 points of contribution. Shan current position, second-class search officer, contribution 525/400, yes/no promotion. Su Xiao frowned, and those low ranks in Zhu values were pretty good, in exchange for 135 points of contribution. As for why Su Xiao did not leave those heroes, it was because those heroes could not bring out the derivative world. Except for the items in the treasure chest, most items cannot be taken out of the derivative world. Choose promotion. The hint of reincarnation paradise disappeared. To become a first-class search officer, CCG's appointment is needed, but the appointment will come soon. Now he only needs to continue hunting Sun species. He has to clear the entire 14 districts. Wu Su Xiao didn't believe that he had killed all the crickets in the entire 14 districts, and he could not be promoted to a superior search officer. V2 Chapter 19. The strongest milk volume? On the east side of 14 district, inside the Diyuan auction hall. Gentlemen and ladies, this lot is definitely not to be missed. With the introduction of the host on the stage, the bidders on the stage were bidding. It is now daylight, so this is the human world. Of course, even in the daytime, it is inevitable to mix several cricket species. Yea, the atmosphere in the auction house became hotter, and the two serious old men both looked at the lot and began to fight for wealth. Wu Su Xiao also sat downstage, and his concerns were different from others. Plamai, the area of this auction house, is not small. At least it can accommodate hundreds of people to bid at the same time. There are 3 exits in the whole auction house. Respectively, main entrance, back entrance, emergency escape route. The emergency escape channel will not be open normally. It will only be opened in case of an emergency, such as a fire, but it is necessary to block it. If there are 3 channels, it is simply impossible to know one person at a time. It seems that other people need to be deployed in the branch. Su Xiao got up and walked through the crowd, came to the bathroom of the auction house, and took out the phone. especially Shinohara. Ambai. Yuki Shinohara should be on duty, and the voice on the phone was loud. What's wrong? Bai waited. Su Xiaoyuan's title called Su Xiaoi. The other party actually called him first. It seems that the headquarters has helped him to promote. I found a large-scale gathering place for Thun Seeds, which requires manpower, many people. Su Xiao specially added many people and wanted to clear the 14 districts because he and Zhenhu Xiao had some difficulty. It is not that Su Xiao is not strong enough. To clear District 14, many people need to help block the route. How many people are needed? Wu Su Xiao, as a first-class search officer, has the right to mobilize manpower, but he cannot mobilize too much. Hundoa, a lot, but the required combat power is not strong, as long as it can close the road. Xing Yuki Shinohara opposite the phone considered for a while. There are not many search officers in the 14th Division. There are only about 80 search officers below the 3rd grade. Alas, tell me your plan first. Su Xiao and Yuki Shinohara described his plans, and Yuki Shinohara was clearly wrong after listening. Clear the 14th district? This is not a simple matter. Although there are not many species in the 14th district, they can be hidden. Can you do something? There is a way. Hiroshi Shinohara was silent for a long time. Can follow me. If this is not done well, it may have a great impact on your future. Su laughed lightly, and he didn't care what the future was. It doesn't matter, I'm going to act tonight. I can't catch up now, just pass on the faction. As for the manpower you want, you will arrive soon. Su Xiao tried to hang up, but was shouted by Yuki Shinohara. Bai, you have been promoted to the 1st rank of search officer, and the certificate is in the branch. I will let Shi Zhao take it for you. Okay. Su Xiao hangs up. He was inadvertently seeing a rat as he was about to leave the bathroom. Lao Su, this mouse, is a little bit special. The hair on the whole body is pale yellow. Su Xiao looked closely. This turned out to be a hamster. It's not surprising that there are mice in the bathroom, but why are there hamsters? A pet brought by a bidder? It is not impossible. The little yellow hamster is not afraid of people. Squatting upright on the edge of the sink, his 2 front paws are holding things. Click, click, click. In the quiet bathroom, there is only the sound of a small hamster gnawing. This little thing chewed quickly with its cheeks, looking very cute, with dark eyes, looking at Su Xiao curiously. I did not know why. Su Xiao suddenly felt stared, as if this was not a hamster, but a person. Squeak! The little hamster yelled, and his 2 front paws were holding a small piece of carrot, and actually passed it to Su Xiao. The meaning is obvious, just let him eat. Su laughed bitterly and turned and walked away. This little hamster was nothing wrong except that he was too clever. After Su Xiao left, the little hamster ate up the carrot with a few mouthfuls and patted his belly with satisfaction. There was a flash of blue light in those little black eyes, a few flexible vertical jumps, and a little hamster disappeared in the bathroom. In a house 500 meters away from the auction house, a young girl in a light green dress suddenly opened her eyes. Sister, I found it. The girl in green clothes has a pure appearance and a shawl with long hair. If she is near the girl, she can smell a woody fragrance. It is not any perfume, but nature. Zamug, Yang, how about, is it really as strong as Han Yu said? That guy is very cunning, who is afraid of us on the surface, but actually has a ghost. If it was not in the face of that person, he would have been destroyed. A tall lady in knight armor, holding a door-sized metal shield in her hand, speaks. Gao Yu's equipment is at least 200 or 300 pounds, but it looks very easy to use. Han Yu may be lying. According to Kaka's perception, the man has strengthened 3 attributes at the same time, namely Strength 13, Agility 13, Intelligence 12. Individual attributes are similar to us, except that he follows a balanced line. The young girl in green clothes gasped, and she was slightly tired, and it seemed that it was not easy to control the hamster from a distance. Knight's armor frowned. I can understand that the strength and agility are high. What kind of intelligence is this? He, a warrior with a knife, actually strengthens his intelligence. The young girl in green clothes lay on the bed. Her 2 white calves were raised, shaking from time to time. Who knows? Chi Wei has it every day, and there are so many today. After I finish speaking, The green girl giggled. Would you like to do him? A slightly hoarse female voice came from the corner of the room. The corners of the room were dark, and only a woman in tights could be seen vaguely. If this woman doesn't speak, no one can find her at all. Sister Night Night You is clearly the leader of the 3www.ntlnovel.com, she thought carefully for a long time. Of course I did him. It is absolutely abnormal to be alone in a camp. The balance of the derivative world that killed him will be destroyed, and this derivative world will produce a lot of world sources. Sangur, the three of us, use the exemption volume to enter the low-level world. There is no mainline mission at all. If we don't do anything, we will lose a lot. The other two women in the room nodded. Master, when are we going to do it? Sour, the girl in green clothes, took another breath and looked awake. Just call me the queen. Don't increase the number of people. It's too kind. The elder knight armor sister glared at the green girl. I see, Lord Queen. A giggle came in the corner. Black and white, you also follow the airport. After hearing the word of the airport, the girl in green clothes frowned directly and got up from the bed. I'm not an airport. My milk volume is super big. If it were int for my milk volume, you would have been dead in the giantess mouth. Suddenly, the queen thought something and showed a mild smile. Yes, you're the nurse with the largest milk volume. Without joking, let's do it tonight. Speaking of serious business, the other two looked serious. I'm looking for commanding heights. The woman who had been hiding in the dark stepped out, and a purple tights outlined a plump figure, with long purple hair tied into a ponytail, and behind it was a heavy sniper rifle, at least 1 meter long. Please, you black and white. In this way, the three women of unknown origin began to ambush Su Xiao. Su Xiao was completely unaware of this. He was preparing to wipe out the cricket species in the auction. V2 Chapter 20, Alertness. Wu Su Xiao stepped out of the auction house. It is now daytime, and the species usually appears at night. Hello, Mr. Bai. Some lazy voices came not far away. Su Xiao looked away. It turned out that Suzuki made the little white hair. This is the certificate. Xiling Wu Shizhao handed the certificate to Su Xiao and looked at him with a smirk. The moment she got her certificate, Reincarnation Park gave a hint. I have been promoted to the first-level search officer with a contribution of 525/2000. After seeing the contribution value required by the superior search officer, Su Xiao frowned. Though there is no specific rule for the contribution value required from a third-ranking search officer to a first-ranking search officer, sometimes it is increased by nearly 10 times and sometimes by nearly 5 times. However, this 2,000 contribution value may require hundreds or even thousands of species to be hunted. Mr. Bai, what are you thinking? Xiling Wu looked at Su Xiao curiously. No. Su Xiaojiang was about to speak, but suddenly he felt a sharp edge on his back. I felt as if someone was staring at him, and it was the same as the little hamster biting in a bathroom before. His eyes suddenly sharpened, glancing around calmly. Click, click, click. A subtle croak sound came, mixed in the whistle of a car, and in conversation with pedestrians, Su Xiao's eyes locked on a garbage. Hanging on the lid of the trash can, a small warehouse stood upright, eating something. Sushi, this familiar scene, made Su Xiao's pupils tighten. This hamster is not right. After Su Xiao's eyes focused on the hamster immediately stopped eating and passed a small piece of apple to him. Su Xiao was about to look away subconsciously, but suddenly felt something was wrong. After this hamster made this action before, he left from the bathroom, no longer doubting the other party. This is why. Su Xiao's eyes focused on the hamster again. The chewing action of the little hamster suddenly stopped. His claws held the small piece of apple on the lid of the trash can, and he turned to run. This little thing is watching him. Su Xiao hurried across the road and didn't care about passing vehicles. The hamster ran fast, headed straight for the alleys on the street, but Su Xiao was faster and gradually approached the hamster. In a house 500 meters away, the green-haired girl lying on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. What a joke! How can LV.3's fraud not work? The lazy expression on the girl's face disappeared, and her expression was a little flustered. The little hamster was her symbiotic partner, with 3 passive abilities, which was precious. Leaves, what's wrong? The Queen Knight armor looked at the girl in green, which was Leaves. Kaka was discovered by that man and is escaping. Sister Queen is going to rescue Kaka. How is this possible? The Queen was a little unbelievable. The little hamster was their most important source of information. I'll go. The Queen rushed out quickly, and the whole body of armor made a crisp sound. Su Xiao chased the hamster quickly. After another 200 meters, there was a sewer. Once the hamster ran into the small watercourse, he was unlikely to catch up. Zhang Longxian appeared in the hands. Su Xiao turned Zhang Kongxian in his hands twice, and, after adjusting the feel, he threw Zhang Longxian hard. Ding! Zhang Longxian accurately pierced the body of the hamster. The blade was deeply submerged in the ground, but the handle was not moving. It can be seen how hard the knife's blade was. Su Xiao stepped forward and pulled out the dragon slash. The little hamster was trampled into a mud with one foot, and the sense of surveillance disappeared. The reason why he can be monitored is because his intelligence is as high as 12 points, and his intelligence affects his perception. Not only that, but also because he practiced swordsmanship. This little hamster is not easy to find. LV.3's fraud is enough to deceive people's vision. Otherwise, the girl in green will not let the little hamster appear so brightly. Wang in a house 500 meters away. The Queen heard a screaming from behind her before she left the door. Click! The green girl was distraught, and tears fell instantly. Tick, tick. The nosebleeds dripped to the ground, and the green girl seemed to collapse and softened. Leaves, what's wrong with your Leaves? The Queen raised the Leaves and looked tense. It seemed that the relationship between the two was good. Kaka is dead. I was trampled to death with one foot. I saw it in shared vision. The Leaves began to cry. The Queen's face was hard to look at, and the death of the hamster Kaka was not a small loss to the three of them. How can I be found to have LV.3 fraud? Sometimes, as a friend, I will subconsciously ignore that little thing. It seems that the Queen also wondered why Kaka was discovered by Su Xiao. This was something that the three did not expect. The Leaves came with a crying voice. The increase in intelligence will increase the perception. Although the has 12 intelligence, the perception will never be so sharp. According to the normal situation, Su Xiao's intelligence does not have such a keen perception at 12 o'clock, but Su Xiao's perception becomes more acute because of practicing sword skills. The meditation thoughts that Shurjino Shiro passed on to Su Xiao also have the effect of improving perception. Meditation has become a habit of Su Xiao. Never do that. I want to kill that bastard now. Yizi stood up and went out angrily. If you want to die, don't bother me in black and white. A cold voice came, and Yizi's body shook. Although the Queen usually gets along well, after the Queen becomes serious, Yizi will inevitably have some fear. After all, it is her captain. The adventure group where Yizi is defying the captain for no reason, with serious consequences. Lojing, calm down. Tonight, we'll do it. Black and White has gone to find the commanding heights, and let her be more careful. Kaka will be found. Black and White see and escape that man as perception. The Queen took out a headset and gently pressed on the headset to contact Black and White. In the alley, Su Xiao held the dragon in his hand and stood silently. The enemy surveillance before was almost ignored by him, but fortunately he found it in time. This is a lesson. In this world, he can be described as smooth sailing. Wu Su Xiao is now vigilant. She must not relax in the derivative world, not for a moment. The pile of hamsters that have become flesh is by no means an ordinary animal. When that little hamster shows him a good gesture and distributes food to him, his hostility will suddenly dissipate and he will be subconsciously ignored. That little hamster. This reminds him of skills, reincarnation skills in the paradise. He encountered it once in the real world and finally relied on a keen sense of exemption. www.filnovel.com. Su Xiao groaned for a while and asked about some surah. Paradise. Is there a prompt to check the enemy's profile * back to paradise? 1. Detection equipment. 2. Apostolic summons. 3. Investigative skills. Insufficient authority to view the following. Su Xiaoyuan was satisfied with the answer given by the reincarnation paradise. He secretly decided to wait for the end of the derivative world and immediately find a way to get one of the three. It is very reasonable to know that everyone knows that they can win every battle. At the very least, we must understand the various attributes of the enemy. From the level of each attribute, we can roughly determine the strength of the strength. So just as Su Xiao was about to leave the alley, Reincarnation Park suddenly popped up a reminder. The hunter level is detected as LV.2, which is lower than the level of the derived world. Temporary skills are now enabled. Temporary skills. Basic detection. Cost 800 paradise coins. Yes/no on. T-Shrew. Hint. Temporary skills disappear after leaving the world. After seeing the basic detection function, Su Xiao was overjoyed, but after seeing the required expenses, he uttered a curse in his heart, which is really dark. Although Reincarnation Paradise meant to rob by fire, he really needed this ability now. Wu Su Xiao knows clearly that the little hamster he stepped on must be related to the enemy contractor. Wei Shan, the danger in the derived world, not only comes from various missions or plot characters, but also other contractors cannot ignore it. Ho-oh, the little mouse is dead, and the mouse owner is not far away. Wu Su Xiao couldn't help but have some expectations. He hadn't played against other contractors. P.S. New book period. Ask for a recommendation. Your recommendation is my biggest motivation. After Su Xiao paid 800 paradise coins, there was one more skill in the skill column. The newly emerged skill is an eye pattern. Unlike other skills, the newly emerged skill is light gray, which should be the cause of temporary skills. Basic detection, temporary. Skill level, LV.2. Conditions of use, 10 mana. Skill effect, observe any biological data and determine the degree of completion of obtaining data based on the gap between the strength of the body and the strength of the observation target. Hint, for each level increase, the data integrity is increased by 5%. Hint, the cooldown of this skill is 10 minutes. From the literal introduction, basic detection, this temporary skill is pretty good, but it is not clear what the detection data looks like. Mr. Bai Wu Lingwu Shizu walked into the alley and looked at Su Xiao puzzledly. Seeing Suzuki Shizai, Su Xiao frowned and used basic detection. 10 mana has been consumed, basic detection is turned on, and the following information is obtained. Name, Shizuya Shizo. Third ranking search officer. Health, 100%. Mana value, 50. Strength, 7. Agile, 10. Physical strength, 6. Intelligence, 5. Charm, 4. Lucky 1. Skill 1. Masochism. Passive after receiving pain. You'll be highly excited and ignore most of your pain. Skill 2. Sadism. Passive after showing the crazy side. It will cause a deterrent effect on the enemy, increasing the damage by 8%. All information of Shizuya Shizo was displayed in front of Su Xiao. The opponent's strength was weaker than him, so the information obtained was comprehensive. Jichu Basic Detection is a pretty good ability, but unfortunately this is only a temporary skill that disappears after leaving the Zun world. Su Xiao has decided that after returning to the Reincarnation Paradise this time, he will have to acquire a piece of equipment or skills to detect strength. Mr. Bai, where are we going? Wu Lingwu even made a circle around Su Xiao, as if he didn't want to stop for a moment. Wu Su Xiao stood and thought. The appearance of this little hamster represented the enemy contractor's actions. This makes him a little confused. He feels that he has completed the main task quickly. Is the contractor of this camp faster? This possibility is unlikely. If the camp contractor is really so strong, the balance mechanism of Reincarnation Paradise will not be opened. The reason why Su Xiao didn't pay attention to the hamster in the first place, was it because of this? Or that the people who watched him were not the contractor of the camp? The Reincarnation Paradise is full of dangers and cannot solidify the mind. He now monitors his contractor, meaning nothing, and the source of his surveillance is found and destroyed. Even if this is the case, he is still in the dark, and the enemy is in the dark. To complete the main task, too, he cannot be in the dark. Suzuki made it. Follow me and return to the CCG branch. Wu Su Xiao decided to return to the CCG branch temporarily. Suzuya is different from real households. This little white hair has some combat power. If the enemy contractor appears, Suzuya can at least play a delaying role. If the enemy contractor is not strong, Suzuya can even kill 1 or 2 contractors. The mainline task cannot be stopped. He will not perform the task because the contractor is monitoring him. That is the most stupid choice. When there is danger, it is necessary to solve the source of the danger. It is not escape. This is Su Xiao's behavior style. In the lobby of a CCG branch, Su Xiao stood in front of 2 rows of search officers in suits. It's probably like this. It's still here at 9 tonight. After Su Xiao left this sentence, he went to the logistics department. After Su Xiao left, the search officer in the hall whispered. The investigators did not understand a specific plan. Su Xiao just told them the route they needed to block. No one knows if there is any kind of eyeliner in the CCG division. It is better to be careful. After arranging tonight's plan, Su Xiao returned to the bedroom on the upper floor of CCG to rest. He has a feeling that there should be some changes in clearing the plan of the auction today. There are still a few hours before the plan is executed, and he has to take time to rest. Due at 9 o'clock that night, the CCG branch was brightly lit. Many CCG vehicles gathered at the branch gates, and heavily armed CCG members were already waiting here. Wu Su Xiao stepped out of the branch, and Toshiba Makoto came forward. Wait a night. The people are assembled, and you can go at any time. Hagi Makoto is a little nervous, and for the first time she has participated in this type of deportation. Set off. Su Xiao got into the car, and the sound of closing the door kept coming and going. With the dull engine sound, Su Xiao led a team of nearly 100 people. In the capacity of search officer such as Su Xiao, it is impossible to mobilize so many personnel. This is a special approval of Yuki Shinohara. As for why Shinohara specifically approved it, it was only because he was strong. Also, clearing the crickets in 14 districts has a lot of temptations for Yuki Shinohara. The team arrived near the auction site 20 minutes later. CCG members quickly got out of the vehicle, hid the vehicle first, and gradually surrounded the auction field. These people have the experience of expulsion of these species, silent in the dark night. Mr. Bai, Su Xiao's earphones made a sound from the Bluetooth headset. How about it? I have reached the position. There are no abnormalities for the time being. Are we going to kill them? The strange laughter made by Suzuki came through the headphones. Honestly, stay where you are. Su Xiao switched channels and contacted everyone. Xiao, report the situation. No anomalies. We are well hidden. Wu Su Xiao continued to contact other people. All 3 exits of the auction floor were monitored by him. It's 9:30 in the evening. There is still more than an hour before the auction, and it is not enough time for action. Wait a night, the mask you want. A CCG member in a black combat suit brought a mask. CCG was all dressed up in a large-scale deployment. Heavy combat suits can reduce casualties. Took the mask, Su Xiao put on, and walked to the auction hall www.retailnovel.com. The front door of the auction hall was locked. Only the back door was opened. This kind of auction cannot be held in a grand and upright manner. Not to mention this is the 14th district. I came near the back door of the auction house. Su Xiao took out a small can of spray and sprayed some on her clothes. This is a spray that hides the smell, making some species unable to recognize his human identity. Most of the species are dog noses. If Su Xiao enters the auction house directly, he will definitely be found. Sunda's plan to clear the auction house was simple. He first entered the auction house by himself. After the auction started, he blocked the 3 exits directly, and then he killed the feast. Password. Chisu Xiaojiang was about to walk into the back door of the auction house, and a large round wasted cricket stopped him. Human blood T3.st. After Su Xiao uttered this weird secret code, he released the big man. Do not make trouble, otherwise you will be killed. Su Xiao, the threat of the big man, didn't care. He came to kill the big man today. I walked into this kind of auction, which is different from the scene during the day, and the appearance of the auction room changed greatly at night. Zhichan before the auction began, the music was played in the auction room, and a red light was temporarily installed in the corner of the ceiling. Dim surroundings, dazzling lights, and deafening music. These species are really bold. Aren't they afraid to be found? It turned out to be high before the auction started. Under the shining of colorful lights and the loud music sounds, some women even took off their shirts because of excessive excitement, and the tops were twisted. I am crazy, hysterical. These are the feelings of Su Xiao to Su Xiao. These species live a life without today and tomorrow, so they are all enjoying themselves. V2 Chapter 22. Wolf mixed in the flock. In the noisy music brought at 11 o'clock. Pop. The headlights of the auction house light up, and the music stops. The crickets at the center of the venue stopped dancing, and some murmured dissatisfied, but no one dared to make trouble. Gentlemen and ladies, the auction is about to begin. Please take your seats. The sound of a weird accent came from a puppet host with a clown mask. Mr. Clown, is there any surprise tonight? The last auction, but I am very dissatisfied. He opened his mouth as a lady. All the species of crickets present are wearing masks, which cannot be seen by humans, and the same is true among the species. So if two species avenge each other, one of them knows the identity of the other and reports to CCG. So most tadpoles hide in the dark like rats in a sewer. There are exceptions. For example, there's a fancy girl named Gao Quan Quan who is both the leader of a bronze tree and a novel writer, exposed to the public. Not much nonsense. The lot tonight is absolutely satisfactory. Then the host on the stage was about to announce the start of the auction. Su Xiao had already pressed the Bluetooth headset. Action. As soon as Su Xiao's words fell, several crickets around him looked at him vigilantly and stepped back. You guy, what did you just say? He said action just now. This guy is wrong. Kill him. It won't be a search officer of this kind. I'll go first. As a result of Su Xiao's action, a small area of the auction site boiled. It is no wonder that these species are so searched by CCG for many years, causing these species to have some nervous breakdown. His nervousness spread across the auction floor, and the host on the stage also found that things were wrong. Snap! All the lights at the auction site suddenly went out, and the market was dark. I screamed, roared, and the sound of the tables and chairs fell to the floor. Wu Su Xiao's eyes were equally dark, but he didn't panic and looked calm. Suddenly, there was an extra item like a monocular in his hand. After wearing it on his head unhurriedly, his vision recovered. Although there's only the vision of the right eye, and the sight is green, it can be regarded as restored vision. Chi Su Xiao prepared a night vision device and issued an order in advance. As soon as the operation started, the power of the auction site was cut off. Wu Zhanlong Shan appeared in his hand, and Su Xiao walked slowly to the front of Mule, holding the knife stand in front of his neck. He was unconscious, but his hand stretched out in front of him. The body was slightly bent, groping blindly in the air. Su Xiao is testing whether the red eyes of this species have night vision. It is clear that this species does not have this ability. Pulling the dragon, the blade cuts across the flesh, making a slight sound, and blood spews out. Suddenly the eyes of that swollen species widened suddenly, a sound of drinking and drinking in his throat, and fell to the ground a few seconds later. In a dark auction room, Su Xiao, wearing a night vision goggle, is like a hungry wolf mixed in a sheepfold. I walked between my species, and Zhanlong Zhuang stroked the aisle. The sound of sharp weapon cutting through the flesh came one after another. A famous cricket fell, and blood infects the path that Su Xiao had passed. The noise in the auction house obscured Su Xiao's actions. In just 10 seconds, more than 20 cricket species died under Su Xiao. The auction house is a semi-closed building, with a strong taste spreading, and other thin species found something wrong. What's going on? The smell of blood. This is a trap for CCG. Run away. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At the auction site, a lot of porridge has been turned into chaos. Some extremely angry, tempered creatures were released directly, and whose zizi waved wildly, daring to approach them, all killed by accident. The rate of death and injury of this species is faster. Su Xiao knows that time is running out, and it is impossible for them to be slaughtered. Chi Su Xiao walked through the crowd with expressionless face, and a famous cricket fell down. Blood stained his cheeks, but he didn't care. Is there any psychological pressure to kill the species? Maybe someone else will. But in the reincarnation paradise, either you die or I die. Between killing and being killed, Su Xiao chooses to use his sharp blade. Blood stubble splattered, Su Xiaosha's eyes began to flash red. Bang! A glass bottle was shattered, and Lao Gao was ignited by a call of fire. The host on the ring, who didn't know where to find a bottle of spirits, made the bottle of spirits into a simple incendiary bomb and fell to the ground. This may be the remainder of the auction during the day. It is impossible to auction wine. The flames of light illuminated the entire auction floor, dissipating the darkness in the room. Tick-tick. The blood of the crickets dripped on the tip of the cutting dragon flash, and the eyes of all the crickets gathered on Su Xiao. At the side of Su Xiao, at least 30 species of crickets were lying horizontally and vertically. All of them were severed with their throats cut off, and the blood had infected the ground near him, forming a thin pool of blood. A class B swallowed and panicked. Soon after all Zug species noticed Su Xiao, the first reaction was not to siege him, but to flee. However, these species quickly discovered that all the exits of the auction house were blocked. This is an order issued by Su Xiao. Those people outside are just in case. Even if he is now the captain of the Qing team, he can only get a small contribution value for those Sasu species killed by CCG members. So Su Xiao wanted to quickly rise to the top search officer and had to kill the enemy himself. All exits were closed. Through the gaps, those species saw a large group of search officers outside, which gradually made the species present crazy. What to do? It's over. Today is dead. Run away. The guy with the knife killed him. The scene was even more confusing, and Su Xiao pierced the throat of a cricket, scoring it to his hand, and the cricket was dead. Not all Sin species are at large. There are 2 S-class Sin species on the scene. One is a host wearing a clown mask on the stage, and the other is standing in front of Su Xiao. With a pig's head mask and a fat body shape, the S-class in front of Su Xiao is a big fat man with at least 300 pounds. His whole body is rolling like a ball. You guy, you are human. He Zizi, who is a fat man, is Jahi www.mtlnovel.com. He is wrapped in a shoulder. After the appearance of the entire He Z, the fat man is like wearing a half body armor. This guy is a tadpole-resistant type at a glance. Not fast, but thick and thick. Su rushed forward with a knife, and the fat man yelled at him. The two approached quickly. Su Xiao's pace was agile, and the fat man was like a heavy tank. The ground began to shake slightly while running. The fat man slammed his head into Su Xiao. Su Xiao's step stopped. His concentration was high. Stomp his footsteps. Su Xiao easily avoided the impact of the fat man, and the knife in his hand cut to the fat man's lower plate. With a fat leg falling to the ground, Su Xiao didn't exert much effort, relying entirely on the forward momentum of the fat man. The screams of killing a pig came, and the fat man threw down with a bang. Su Xiao rushed forward with a few healthy steps, stepped on the back of the fat man, and the tip of the cutting dragon's flash came to the fat head. No, don't please. The cold, sharp touch on the back of the head made the fat man say something unfavorable. Pu Chu. The sword came across. Su Xiao didn't hesitate. He stomped on the fat man's feet and apparently felt the other's body twitching. A light green treasure chest floated over the fat corpse's body. Su Xiao frowned when he saw the treasure chest. I was so lucky to kill an S-class Sin species and get a green treasure chest. Put away the treasure chest. Su Xiao's eyes turned to the second Sin species on the field, the host wearing a clown mask. I noticed Su Xiao's gaze, and I quickly said, wearing a clown mask, Don't wait. I'm for the Weishan family. You can't kill me. V2 Chapter 23, You Die, I Live. Soon after slowly retreating with a clown mask, his eyes are full of threatening, and he seems to have confidence in the identity of Yueshan family. Su Xiao knows some Yueshan families. The Yueshan family is powerful in politics and business, with extensive connections and rich resources. If it is ordinary people, you might avoid the Yueshan family, but what kind of Yueshan family does Su Xiao really care about? I do want to mention the name in front of him. Even if it is the young master of the Yueshan family, he can still kill him. What's more, the most terrifying force in the world is the CCG where Su Xiao is located, but most people don't know. Yueshan family, it's really scary. Su Xiao's tone was soft, and he gradually approached with a long knife. The clown was wary. I give you 1 billion yen and let me go. I am indeed a member of the Yueshan family, with a wealth of money, and one export is 1 billion yen. Su Xiao is still moving slowly. The clown is not stupid, and immediately realizes that Su Xiao is not planning to let him go. If I don't die today, I will definitely launch a family force to chase you to death. The clown who appeared in the clown is the tail. There are 2 fiery red hues, whose ZZ has thigh thickness and is not long. The quality of the tail Hushia species is relatively balanced in all aspects, but it lacks explosive power and has excellent lower limb strength. The clown clenches his fists tightly, leans in front of him, and makes a melee gesture. Is good at using the tail type. Most of them are masters of physical skills, but the clown type in front of it is obviously not in this column. At first glance, the other is a spoiled master. From that constant glance around, you can see that the opponent can't even concentrate when fighting. JJ resolved the battle within a minute, because there are more hot enemies waiting for him to solve. Most of the fledglings in the auction house stopped and stared at him with all eyes. Su Xiao tapped the ground with a chopping dragon to distract the clown's seeds, then rushed to the clown's seeds without warning. The clown is obviously stiff and actually a little helpless. Shi Shuoyang's sword light appeared in front of the clown, and the clown exclaimed, blocking it subconsciously with a hero. But Su Xiao just stunned a knife, fisted in the free left hand, and punched the clown's belly. Hard fist plunged into the lower abdomen, and the clown snarled his body, making a strange noise. Wood. Howling came. Su Xiao was a little bit aggressive, but this uncle was actually crying by him. Really a big master. How did the other party grow into an S-class breed? The enemies wept bitterly without Su Xiao's mercy, and he kicked him on the calf again. Click! Bone is broken, and the pale bone is pierced from the muscle. Ah! A clue came like a woman's scream, and the clown was frightened by his 2 hits, and turned and limped to start fleeing. I will not mention that the auction hall has been closed, and fled in the battle. He is totally trying to die. Su Xiao stabbed through the heart of the clown, and the escape action of the clown stopped abruptly. The mask slipped down, revealing a handsome face with some evil spirits. I don't want to die. I still have so much money. With a brief sound, the clown fell to the ground, and in addition to his contribution, he did not drop the treasure chest. This kind of waste is normal without dropping the treasure chest. Su Xiao suspects that the opponent can't beat the B-class Sin species with rich combat experience. Su Xiao pulled out the dragon slash, flew the blood on it, and took off the night vision device. There is already a blaze of fire in the auction house, and there are Thun species that ignite wooden chairs to form a bonfire. Su Xiao turned and looked at the crickets that had gathered together. Not much, so let's have fun. Chi Su Xiao smiled. Her dark eyes flashed a red light under the fire. There are almost hundreds of crickets in the market, most of which are B level and more than 20 A levels. If they are swarmed, he is also in danger of death. Kill him. Even if you can escape today, you will pull it back. Yes, today's thing is this plot. Hundreds of crickets showed red eyes, and He appeared. Yu He, Jia He, Lin He, and Tail He are all available. There are a lot of enemies. Su Xiao can also destroy them in other ways, but it takes time and effort to do that, and he can't get much contribution. Outside CCG search officers can rush in to support him at any time. Such a good opportunity is not common. He wants to test his limits now. Bea, don't talk nonsense. Fight if you want to fight. If you can kill me, maybe there's a chance to survive. Hundreds of crickets showed who's Z. This scene was very shocking. Go up, kill him. I don't know which one is taking the lead in shouts, and all the others are swarming up. Su took a deep breath and greeted up to 100 tadpoles. He slashed to the front with a knife, and Su Xiao rushed to the crowd. Blue Steel Shadow is turned on. The sword is used to the maximum extent, and Su Xiao starts to fight at full strength. The light blue energy envelopes the chopping dragon flash, and the arc jumps, making this white top weapon sharper. 3 swords cut, 3 heads flew up. After Su Xiao's twinkling red eyes stared directly at a cricket, the cricket was actually frightened. With a broken throat, Su Xiao is looking for the next victim. Suddenly his back was severely hit, and Su Xiao took a few steps forward. He couldn't confirm which of them was hurting him, but he already sensed the attack. But he attacked him too many at the same time, and he couldn't completely avoid it. The blood leached from Su Xiao's back, and he simply tore off the torn shirt. The blow that he had just made cost him 6% of his health, and his injuries were not serious. Su Xiao is surrounded by the Zun seeds, but he can dodge most of the Gongji seeds attacks, and only by avoiding them can he resist the Zun seeds attacks. His agility is 13 points, and agility not only increases speed, but also neural reflex. Compared with the injuries he suffered, the death of the seed was greater. As long as he was chopped by the long knife in his hand, he would die or die. In the fear of death, all the species were hysterical. This is the taste of human blood. He is human. His physical strength will be exhausted sooner or later. www.untilnovel.com. He is injured again. Please don't give up. During the battle, the players actually formed temporary alliances. Bien Cancan escaped from an attacking hero. Su Xiao took the opportunity to grab the neck of a new breed, and with a click, the strength of 13 points directly broke the neck of that new breed. Su Xiao held the corpse of the cricket species in his left hand as a temporary shield and continued to fight with the cricket species. 23 minutes later, there were more than 70 crickets on the field, and Su Xiao had 72% of his health. 25 minutes later, there were more than 40 crickets on the field, and Su Xiao had 46% of his health. 10 minutes later, there were more than 10 crickets on the field, and Su Xiao had 28% of his health. Su Xiao was breathing heavily, blood was dripping down the corner of his mouth, and the siege of hundreds of people was different from playing an SSS class symbol alone. These are two concepts. Besieged by hundreds of people, there will be visual dead ends behind him, and he can only avoid attacks by intuition and sound. If there are hundreds of frontal attackers, Su Xiao will never be so embarrassed. He has almost died several times just now. The battle is like this. The slightest difference is the difference. Su Xiao is the first experience of such group battles, and his experience is somewhat inadequate. Growing up in battle is a very fulfilling thing. The remaining dozens and species looked at Su Xiao with horror. No, don't come over, we surrender. Soon these hordes were killed by Su Xiao, and they wanted to surrender. The battle has reached such a level that there is no possibility of surrender. Either you die or I die. Su Xiaodi rushed forward, and after a while crying and the sound of flesh being cut off, the auction house fell into a dead silence. Recommended collection. V2 Chapter 24, Explosion. Outside the auction hall, many search officers holding assault rifles were anxiously waiting. They have never received such a strange order. In the task of expelling Sun species, they only need to guard at the exit. Though the sound of fighting from the auction room from time to time made these search officers anxious. Natsumi was equally anxious, pacing at the back door. What's going on inside? Bai Yi is so messy after the first wait. Even if it is strong, you can't face so many Zun species alone. It has been 20 minutes in the past, and the screams in the auction room have continued to change, becoming extremely silent, which makes the real family feel a little flustered. While waiting for anxiety, Su Xiao's slightly tired voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Come in, start cleaning the auction floor, and by the way, prepare for the fire. Firefighting? Real households are a little confused, but still lead someone to open the back door of the auction house. The back door opened, and the real household led a large group of search officers to rush in. As soon as we entered the auction house, she knew that she smelled a strong smell, and her beautiful brows frowned. Real households are walking faster, approaching the lobby of the auction house. White Knight, wait a minute. The sight that smashed into the eyes made the real family stunned. Numerous corpses of crickets piled up side by side. On the corpse of the crickets, there was a man smoking a cigarette. This cruel sight makes real household members take a step back. She really knew many corpses, but she also saw them for the first time. This scene may only appear on the ancient cold weapon battlefield. When Makoto wanted to approach Su Xiao, he suddenly felt slippery and almost fell. He looked intently, and a layer of blood was already on the ground. What are you doing? And start cleaning the corpse. Su Xiaodan flies the cigarette in his hand and puts away the clean dragon flash. Yes. Madama knows that he is upright subconsciously. So the search officers were equally shocked by the situation in front of them, but the psychological quality of these people was excellent. I took out many body bags and began to clean up the bodies. Su Xiao is moving with a sore body, and he has tested his limits. If the number of Zun is more than 100, he will cope with it. If it is more than 200, he will surely die. The lights in the previous auction room went out. He used the night vision device to seize the opportunity and gave these people a kind of disappointment. Moreover, the two S-classes failed to unite. If the two S-classes led many of them to fight with Su Xiao, today's affairs will never be the result of the present. Though the situation tonight seems thrilling, but Su Xiao is not acting alone without a plan. At that time, as soon as he gave an order, a large number of search officers would rush in. He is confident that he will persist for a long time under the siege of a large group of Zen seeds. Su Xiao understands his strengths. His strengths are explosive attack power and rich combat experience. If he is singled out, he can exert a very strong combat power. But if it is a group battle, because of his low physical properties, his blood strips are not thick enough, and his group battle ability is slightly weak. Mayo, there is no perfect person in the world. Now Su Xiao has developed the three attributes in a balanced way. If he develops physical attributes, his progress of strengthening will be slowed down, eventually leading to the progress of other contractors. Su Xiao is a hunter. Be sure to force out some contractors at the same level, otherwise how to hunt targets. Sitting in CCG's vehicle, Su Xiao looked at the search officers who were cleaning the body. It takes a while for him to clean up the auction floor. He could take a chance to take a break and recover his health, by the way. His health is only 27%. Take out a copy of Golden Fried Rice. The restorative food is in a static form and needs to be activated before it can be eaten. Choose to activate Golden Fried Rice. Golden Fried Rice. The outer film bursts and dissipates in the air. The gold fried rice is actually steaming. After a strange smell came, Su Xiao couldn't help but swallowed. This thing seemed to be delicious. I took out the chopsticks prepared in advance, and Su Xiao tried to take a bite. The rice noodles are wrapped in soft eggs, and the rice grains are slightly harder. The texture of the eggs is very good. Because of the excellent cooking technology, the aroma of rice and eggs is mixed together. After Su Xiao took a bite, she couldn't help taking a second bite. This golden fried rice is so delicious that it doesn't suffer from the food produced by the world of food halberds, which is delicious to crime. Su Xiao suddenly had an idea whether to kidnap a chef in the spirit world of halberd. I shook my head with a bitter smile. Giving and returning are not equal. It is still important to improve strength. With strong strength, I still sit and eat deliciously. Unconsciously, he ate up the golden fried rice in his hand, leaving no rice left, and he was still a little bit interested. After taking a few sips of a bottle of mineral water, Su Xiao sat contentedly on the seat and sat down after a fight. What could be happier? The feeling of warmth came from the stomach, and the life value gradually recovered. With the restoration of life, Su Xiao's wounds began to heal quickly. What kind of smell is this? It smells good. Shizuria ran over and shook his nose. Make it get in the car and prepare to return to the branch. Although Suzuki Izawa has a weird personality, she still obeys orders. Are you eating? Can you divide me up? Shizuya's head protruded from the seat and looked at Su Xiao with a smile. I'll invite you to dinner tomorrow. In the future, these people will need to follow him to clear the 14 districts, and it is still necessary to properly attract people's hearts. He has expelled many species, and CCG has regulations that expelling them can get a lot of money. This is reasonable. The search officer is a high-risk job, and his salary is enviable. He sent Suzuya Shizai, and Su Xiao began to summarize the gains and losses of this battle. In this battle, he received a total of 372 points of contribution. His contribution has become First-Class Search Officer, Contribution 897/2000. There is still 1,103 points of contribution value. You can complete the task. I harvested one green treasure chest. Although he killed more than 100 of them, he did not drop any white treasure chests. It makes him wonder if he has a tendency to be African, that is, his hand is black. Kai unpacking this way, He didn't seem to get anything too good except for certain items. Cut Dragon Flash, white, is equivalent to snatching, not open in the treasure chest. Soul Crystal, small, was also opened because the gap between him and the monster was too large. Evil Spirit Roar Green begins in the Gecko's treasure chest. The gecko is the main role in promoting the story. Killing the gecko can get many sources of the world. Ryutsu, even so, he only got one green ring with a score of 21. This Su Xiao sighed, and he suddenly found out that he had the qualification of chief. Fortunately, he is not super dark, but at most luck. With a bitter smile, Su Xiao no longer thought about these things. The corpses in the auction house were cleaned up at 1 o'clock in the morning, and after the CCG search officers gathered, the team began to return to the branch. This is undoubtedly a glorious victory, www.untilnovel.com. Without any injuries on our side, we will wipe out the enemy. A lot of smiles appeared on the faces of the search officers, and Su Xiao's eyes were full of awe. The convoy was driving on the street at midnight. There was no one on the street, and it was extremely quiet under the dim light. Su Xiao was sitting on the co-pilot Su Xiao, and suddenly there was an inexplicable palpitation, as if he was standing in front of the abyss of a man, and his body was still leaning forward. There is danger to approach below. Su Xiao did not hesitate to pull the car door, jumped directly, stabilized his body after rolling on the asphalt road. There is also a figure jumping with Su Xiao, which is the wit little white hair Shizuya made. Boom! Su Xiao's vehicle suddenly exploded. The car was blown up and it rolled over several times before stopping. A huge pit appeared on the road, and the explosives were not hidden under the car, but underground. The flames of the fire rose into the sky, and a strange burnt smell mixed with the smell of gunpowder came. Su Xiao immediately recognized that this was the smell of polyisobutylene after being burned. Someone buried a C4 plastic bomb on his way. I have a covenant who is ambushing him, but just wanting to kill him with a bomb alone is too whimsical. Xian Zhanlong Shan appeared in his hand, and Su Xiao looked around vigilantly. He just rested in the car for more than an hour and recovered 80% of his physical strength. His health has been restored after 3 times of consumption of recovery foods. Wu Su Xiao had long guessed that a contractor might attack him, but he did not know the exact time. When the health value is very low, he hesitates to eat expensive restorative food just in case. Now it seems that his approach is very correct. Otherwise, in his former state, he may be dead. V2 Chapter 25, Nature's Wrath. With the explosion, CCG's convoy stopped, and the search officer holding the assault rifle rushed out of the car, covered it with the door, and watched around vigilantly. "Wait a night. Are you okay?" Madama, nose running up with quink. Su Xiao hid behind a car and motioned to the real family not to approach. The explosion just now may just be a test. It should be trying to kill him. He is now following a large number of search officers with Su Xiao. Unless the enemy contractor is mentally disabled, it is impossible to fight him now. The firepower of hundreds of search officers must not be underestimated. Unless the enemy contractor can resolve these search officers instantly. The streets are surprisingly quiet, only the sound of vehicles burning. It seems like someone is going to kill us. Why? Hiroshi Suzuki made a probe to look out, looking eagerly. When Su Xiao looked around and was about to find out the general position of the enemy contractor actually started directly. Lirsa, a green shock wave spread instantly, and Su Xiao blinked in an instant. You are attacked by nature's wrath, and the intelligence attribute is being determined. Ponding, judgment result. Intellectual property is higher than 10 points. Immune sleep effect. You are immune to the control of nature's wrath, and your vitality is restored to 100%. After the green shock wave, the search officer next to Su Xiao began to fall down one after another. These people were not dead. They just fell asleep, and they slept abnormally sweet, exuding green light on their bodies. Suzuya, who was next to Su Xiao, seemed to be drunk, and his body kept shaking. With her tenacious consciousness, Suzuya did not fall. Su Xiao grabbed Shizuya's head and slammed into the door. Boom! Yi! A large piece of sheet metal depression on the door of the car, a stream of blood flowing from the white hair made by Suzuya. Qi Lingwu even made his confused eyes gradually regained his consciousness and looked at Su Xiao puzzledly. Su Xiao still clutched Shizuya's head. Are you awake? If the other party is not awake, he is ready to do it again. Wu Lingwu even nodded Su Xiaosong's hand. What happened just now? I really want to sleep. Wu Lingwu even made no vengeance, but approached Xiao Su. Everything, there will be enemies immediately. Try to help me hold 1 or 2 enemies. Even if the other party is not a kind of seed, it will not be wrong, understand? Suzuki nodded. This is why Su Xiao brought Suzuya to make it. This little white hair has almost no right and wrong. If it is real, it will never accept such an order. For the species search officer, there is a fundamental difference between killing the species and killing humans. You are hiding and waiting for my order. Su Xiao spoke, took the real householder quink, and threw it to Suzuya. It is well known that he has fallen asleep, and it seems that he is not immune to the sleep effect. Su Xiao stood up and walked out from behind the car while holding the dragon flash. His attention was focused to the limit. There was a quiet street on the street, only those crippled searchers who had fallen asleep. The other party came prepared, first blocking the road with explosives, then launching group control to weaken Su Xiao's troops. In an alley a few hundred meters away, the girl in green clothes looked distressed at a piece of parchment in her hand. The parchment was full of mysterious patterns and very delicate, but at the moment a large crack appeared on the parchment. That's a green skill scroll that can only be used once. Sister Queen, if the guy doesn't lose his blood card, we will lose a lot. The Queen's red lips were raised. It doesn't matter. Even if there's no bleeding card, the subsequent source of the world is enough to compensate for our losses, and it can make a big profit, and then you will receive a healing staff. Yanyi heard the healing staff, and her eyes lighted up immediately, but she suddenly thought of something. Never mind. I have to revive Kaka first, and that will take a huge price. The Queen's complexion sank, and she also knew the cost of resurrecting Kaka. Okay, this world is over. We will resurrect Kaka. The leaves were touched a little, and she just wanted to speak, but was interrupted by the Queen's hand. That guy's out, black and white, ready to snip. The Queen took out a metal shield with a high door and was ready to meet the enemy. To understanding, on a building's roof, black and white are lying on the edge of the roof, and a thick brown cloth is laid underneath. Spit the chewing gum in black and white, and a long purple ponytail dangled behind her back, and her white fingers tapped on the temple. OM. Ying, the voice of precision machinery, came. Click, click, click. Shack, a small piece of head armor, emerged from the top of the black and white head, and a pair of detection devices appeared in front of the right eye, somewhat similar to a night vision device, but with a red light on the mirror and very precise. This is a green piece of equipment with night vision, thermal sensing, and ultrasonic detection. It is the ideal equipment for snipers. Black and white slender fingers placed on the trigger of the sniper rifle, the red cross in the sight aimed at Su Xiao. Heibot Black and White had never dared to do this before, because Su Xiao's perception was too keen. Su Xiao, walking on the street, suddenly stopped. A sense of fluff came straight. He was spotted and was lethal. Wu Su Xiao began to perceive the source of danger by virtue of his intuition, and soon he locked his approximate position, his upper left. His gaze looked in that direction. He only saw a building under the night. Black and White looked through the scope of the sniper rifle and saw Su Xiao raise her head, looking directly at her direction, and made a flick. Black and White was speechless. Abominable intelligence. Speaking, Black and White pulled the trigger. Wu Su Xiao was still standing there. That dangerous feeling reached the limit, and suddenly the position of his heart came with a faint tingling subconscious side of the body. Bang! A gunshot cut through the night sky. A strong wind passed across his shoulders, bringing a heat current, and on the asphalt pavement behind him, a hole with a diameter of dozens of centimeters exploded directly, and the asphalt splashed. Sniper! Su Xiao was able to escape the shot, not because he was faster than the bullet, but because he made an evasion action in advance. www.mtlnovel.com is a prejudgment. Su Xiao, who had come to her place, suddenly broke out and rushed towards the dangerous source. Bang, bang, bang. Black and White fired 3 shots, but only one shot broke Su Xiao's sleeve. The distance between the two of them quickly got closer, from the original 700 meters to 400 meters. The Black and White scalp tingles for a while. She has the feeling of being caught by the beast. Black and White fingers quickly pull the trigger. But Su Xiao seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of the bullet in advance, and all his shots were avoided by him. In this line of life and death, Su Xiao's perception became more and more acute, reaching an unprecedented level. Where the unknown sniper aims at the next shot, Su Xiao's aiming position will appear faint stinging, which is the key to his ability to avoid bullets. Neon Queen, this guy's perception is completely abnormal. I can't lock him. Help me get time, I use that trick. No problem. But the Queen hiding in the alley nodded. You're the leaves, you keep hiding here, look for opportunities to milk me. The leaves nodded, and before the Queen left the alley, a greenish light appeared in the leaves. Honor badge. The Queen's body was full of green light, and the muscles of her arms were obviously raised. I'm bullish on my blood. The Queen rushed out of the alley and rushed to Su Xiao with a roar. The Queen, whose physical attribute is the main attribute, is not fast, but on the way to Su Xiao, the speed is getting faster and faster, and in the end almost becomes an afterimage. Su Xiao noticed that the Queen rushing forward could only temporarily give up the unknown sniper. Son, make it, go to the rooftop of that mall, and solve the enemy above. V2 Chapter 26. Still this kind of show operation? The Queen held a shield and slammed into Su Xiao fiercely. Su Xiao's body sank slightly, keeping her center of gravity. The other party's speed was fast, and there was no time to dodge. He crossed the dragon in front of him to prepare for the shield strike. The Queen, like a mad bison, hit Su Xiao directly. Su Xiao held the handle in one hand. The other hand rested on the back of the knife. Boom! The two hit each other. The sharp blade and the shield touched, and the asphalt pavement under the feet of both sides instantly appeared a large crack. Power good. Su Xiao exerted her strength and pressed the Queen. The Queen is a physical elder, and her strength cannot match that of Su Xiao. Before using the charge skills, she could barely match Su Xiao. The Queen's pretty face rose into a purple sauce and was pushed backward by Su Xiao. The iron boots under her feet rubbed the ground, and a large area of Mars appeared. I'm here, I don't want to hurt my teammates. The strength is not strong, and the mouth is quite stiff. Su Xiao continued to exert force in her hands, and the force was from top to bottom. The Queen could no longer support her, kneeling on one knee. The Queen will use the name Queen, which shows that she's a very strong woman, but she is actually kneeling in front of Su Xiao. Of course, the Queen need not tolerate it. I must kill you. The Queen tried to struggle, but she was pale and weak under the absolute power gap. Su Xiao grabbed the edge of the Queen's shield with one hand and was about to pull the giant shield aside. He won't cut the shield of the opponent. This is not a game. His power is stronger than the Queen. Of course, he has to pull the shield with brute force and then cut into the flesh. The Queen drew her cheeks and may not have encountered such an enemy as Su Xiao. She actually grabbed the shield directly with her bare hands. Shouldn't the two fight fiercely? Su Xiao pulled open the shield in front of the Queen and chopped dragons in her hands and stabbed at the Queen's throat. At the moment he gave the sword, a tingling sensation came from the back. I was that sniper. The time was too short, and even Zijiao had not reached the top of the building. When Su Xiao had a clever move, she pulled the Queen's shield behind her back. The Queen took a moment and almost fell. Boom! The bullet was hit on the shield was sunken, and the bullet was embedded in it, and that small area was even a little red. Su Xiao's hands were numb. I took this opportunity to pull the shield away from Su Xiao and step back a few steps. This physical strength female shield warrior has never encountered such a strange enemy like Su Xiao, but she grabbed her shield as soon as she came up. While feeling humiliated, the Queen was also humiliated and secretly decided that after returning to the reincarnation paradise, she must increase her strength attributes properly. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for the enemy to steal the shield. She did not desperately grab the shield just now. The shield is no longer in her hands, and even if she is physically strong, she will be killed. The cooperation of shield soldiers and snipers is interesting. Wu Suxiao played against the contractor for the first time, and now he has a general understanding of the contractor. The female shield warrior in front of me may have only strengthened one attribute, only responsible for defense, and the main offensive force is that sniper. This is a good combination. If there is another auxiliary profession, it will be perfect. Wu Suxiao is not afraid of the other party. His reinforcement is very comprehensive, except for his low blood volume. There are almost no weaknesses. Other contractors are several combat units, and Su Xiao is a combat unit. Yerzuk leaves, give me switch strength. Don't be physically strong, this grabs my shield. The queen's tone was helpless, and the leaves in the alley looked silly, but immediately switched the aura from the original physical aura to the aura of strength. Shameless man, dare to fight me. The puppet queen was holding a shield and full of knightly armor. I'm curious about what this changing aperture in you is. Or, in addition to that sniper, you have other teammates. I heard Su Zhao's words. The queen's face was normal, without any change. If too much emotion is revealed at this time, the existence of leaves may be exposed, the viability of the leaves is very weak, and the melee is even more dregs. Earth, this is the halo of the queen. A smile appeared on Su Zhao's face. Really? Let me guess, where's your third teammate? The queen sneered, showing a little disdain, but she was anxious. If it were me, where would the companion of the auxiliary class be hidden? On the top of the building? In the building? Ali. Wu Suxiao's seemingly meaningless words are female shield soldiers in front of temptation. He doesn't know how many people are on the other side, but just guesses casually it is necessary to put pressure on the enemy in the battle. Do not talk nonsense. Queen Zhao sang and rushed to Su Xiao with her shield. The queen is much smarter this time, slowing her pace and pursuing a steady fight. Su Xiao just squinted at the female shield soldier in front of her eyes and didn't plan to bother with the other side, but she settled on that sniper first. Su Xiao suddenly ran to the distance and soon distanced herself from the queen. The queen's heart was so tense that the thing she was most afraid of happened. The man in front of her did not fight with her at all and went directly to attack her teammates. Don't want to leave? The queen raised her one hand, and a silver chain appeared on her palm. The silver chain is translucent, with thick fingers and fast speed. One end is directly tied to Su Zhao's arm, and then fused together. You are restrained by mithril chain, and your physical strength is being judged. The caster has 3 times his physical strength. If the save fails, you will not be able to leave the caster 30 meters away. Sun Suxiao's footwork stopped. He did not stop by himself, but was forced to stop. I glanced at the translucent silver chain on the arm. He tried to cut it with no effect. The dragon cut across the silver chain directly www.mtlnovel.com. This silver chain is not a physical entity. I also want to come. The physical elders, such as the queen, if there is no restriction skills, cannot pull the enemy. I said, you don't want to leave. Since the beginning of the war, the queen finally regained a game, inevitably a little excited. The queen believes in black and white marksmanship. As long as she can hold Su Xiao, up to 2 black and white shots can kill the enemy. Su Xiao turned her head to look at the queen, and her eyes were full of killing. Do you want to die like that? He just killed hundreds of crickets. It can be described as murderous, and a gleam of cold flashed in his eyes, which surprised the queen. The queen's idea now is how many people this guy killed, even if he was performing tasks in the derivative world, that is, killing a few people, killing up to a dozen people. Even so, most of the contractor will be under great mental pressure. Less bluffing. I am really inferior to you, but you're not enough to kill me. Su Xiao moved his sore left arm, cut off the heavy combat suit, and threw it aside. He is serious. If he does not kill the female shield soldier in front of him, he may be dragged to death. Qing Gang Ying opens. The contractor's health is not much, and the true damage attached to Qing Gang Ying will have miraculous effects when fighting the contractor. Before fighting against the queen, he wasn't serious at all. He always wanted to get rid of the queen and kill her teammates first. After Su Xiao was serious, the queen felt the pressure coming from her face. Please ask for a recommendation ticket. Brothers, raising a new book is the same as raising fish. The recommendation ticket is water, and the reward is fish food. V2 Chapter 27 Blade Knife in a Bone. Yit, leaves, prepare to milk me. This guy is likely to be a lunatic who does not blink. After feeling the momentum of Su Xiao at the moment, the queen suddenly felt a little regret. Perhaps the three of them should not come to provoke this man. But Su Xiao was alone in a camp, and the benefits he gained after killing him were too great. As the contractor of LV.6, after entering the world of LV.3, she inevitably acted rashly. Su Xiao slammed the place under her feet, rushing towards the queen like an unloaded shell. The queen raised her huge shield in front of her. Su Xiao held the knife in both hands. Instead of chopping, he dragged the end of the handle with his left hand and stabbed the knife towards the shield. Click! Zanlongshan's blade is stuck after being submerged into the shield. Although Zanlongshan is a white top weapon, it is also white equipment. The queen holds a green shield with a score of 26. If it is not for Su Xiao's high attack power, it is impossible to break the shield. Looking at the tip of the knife pierced into the shield, the queen's heart is bleeding. The cost of repairing this green shield will be so expensive that she doubts her life. If the master is a prince in reincarnation paradise, the meat shield is a giant panda. In the early derivative world, few contractors developed toward physical attributes. Blocking in front of you is not acceptable for ordinary people. I don't talk about how painful it is to be beaten. It is such a humiliating thing that most of those who have contracted have been dismissed by simply being beaten and unable to fight back, but holding the big shield in their hands. So, the meat shield can only be cultivated specifically. For example, some stable adventure groups will cultivate a small number of contractors with flesh shield talent. Fortunately, the meat shield does not need much. For a 10-person adventure group, it may be enough to have a main tank and a vice tank. After all, fighting in the spawned world, killing the enemy is the primary goal. After Xiaolong stabbed into the shield, Su Xiao kicked him the front of the shield. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the queen took a few steps back. Su Xiao's knife is a test of the enemy's defense. The enemy's defense is beyond his imagination and requires wisdom. The high-level sniper has not been moving for a long time. It seems that Zi Zhao has found the other party. I haven't got fire support for so long, and the queen also noticed abnormalities. Black and white, black and white. The queen tried to contact black and white, and a heavy gasp came from her ears. Queen, I can't support you for the time being. An enemy found me. Boo! Plot character, Suziya made it. The queen's face was a bit ugly. Without the black and white sniper, there was no way they could take Su Xiao. Give me 5 minutes. Black and white is very confident, and the queen seems to believe in black and white.